Do you want to do first few overs, or do you have to go? You've got Ben here to help out if you want.
I should be okay.
Yeah, pass it on. Savio, how are you, mate? Morning, guys. Sorry? Yeah, Savio, if you can hear me, can you see if let me know if it sounds good. We've had some rain here this morning, which has reduced all the matches to 15 overs for today's play, and keying that into Cricket Heroes has been a nightmare. That's all good. You right, Jackie?
I'm not sure if I'm on.
Yeah, you're on. I can hear you. I can hear you. Okay, so we got Jack here from Montenegro Cricket. Welcome, Jack.
Morning all. How are you, Stu?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Make sure we spread this link as far as we can.
Shame we haven't had the weather we have had for the last 2 days, but
At
least we've got a game of cricket going, eh?
Absolutely, it's been absolutely glorious weather down here, and it's not all doom and gloom at the moment. It's getting a little bit brighter. Went dark a few minutes ago, but they got off on time. 1 minute delay with the tech setup, but it's good to go. Romeo's on. G'day, Romeo.
Yeah, we've had a slight change in format. We're moving to 15 over games instead of 20, just to fit everyone in today.
Oh, that was a run-out chance there. Thoggers would have been gone. Thoggers with a spring in his step after a massive 6 over deep mid-wicket just the last over. He's pretty happy with that, wasn't he?
Oh, he's got to be, isn't he? That'll be all over his channel, I'm sure.
Yeah, beautiful. So, yeah,
it's a good start. It's whether the boys can keep it up.
Absolutely. Andrew Hartridge just there with a few sixes early doors. Lovingly known from the Italian Hippos as Baby Beefy as a nickname. He looks like a young Mr. Tim Heath. He used to look in the mid-20s.
I hope the AFL final was worth it for him. He's missed out on a big tournament here.
He has, but his team did win. Yeah, absolutely. So big win to the Cats. Congrats to the Geelong Cats for winning the AFL Grand Final. Huh? You can't? I can hear you though. Okay, should be all good now.
Perfect.
There we go, that's better, isn't it? Okay, so we're away. We are finally away. Thank you very much, Robbo, for setting up in very tricky circumstances. All right, what's 15 overs? What's your target, Jack? That's a big 6 over cover.
Well, I'll take a few more of them if I can.
Yeah.
What do we want? We want around 150, 160. That's a good enough target for us to defend.
Yeah, Theo. Welcome, mate. Your dad's absolutely smashing them here today.
Morning, Theo. Shame you're not with us today, but we got your dad out there trying to get his first 50.
Yeah, he's going to do it in 6s too as well.
Oh, we're not here for singles, are we, Stu?
No, the ground is exceptionally high scoring to what I expected to play. Obviously, a lot of work gone in by the Montenegro team. Ian, yourself, and also Timmy, and it's absolute run fest here these days. Yeah,
big shout out to Giddings for preparing the pitch for today's game. And
oh, it's gone.
It's a drop. Oh dear. Unlucky Ogden.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, something for you there, Theo.
Steve's gone to smash it over deep mid wicket, just a little bit top edgy, and the fielder's run around and caught it about waist high. But still, Steve's done his job. Got off to a brilliant start, 80 off 5.5 overs, so he'd be pretty happy with that. He's always the ultimate team man, isn't he, Thoggers?
Yeah, we're happy with that start. He's done his job. He's done what he's needed to do. We've got Barnsley coming in now, who I think has had a little bit of a late one.
Okay.
But he's able to have a good swing as well.
Yeah. Certainly been a very social couple of days we've had here, meeting a lot of new people. So tell us about the competition breakup. Jack, we've got your host team, plus you got a few teams from outside the country, yeah?
Yeah, so we've got 4 English teams who have come down, some for the first time, some on a repeat.
Yeah.
So we have the old Hors, we have Plastic CC, we have Bounders, we have you guys, Estonia.
Yeah, Italian Hippos, yep.
And yeah, it's been a great tournament. I didn't expect it to go so well. I didn't.
It's always hard, isn't it? You think on paper, It looks easy, but actually executing it, and in the process of executing it, you go, is this ever going to work? And then come match weekend, it comes off. It's a massive relief for you, I'd imagine.
I know it's been a successful weekend, and it's just the start of what we hope to be more tournaments in the future. And what we want to do is invite more countries to come and visit as well. I mean, it's your second, third time here as a group, and I think you guys have enjoyed yourself every time you've come down. And we just want to get the game out into the Balkan area a little bit more. It's slowly getting there. Yeah.
Well, if Thogdad's going to keep smashing sixes like that every time, this ground's going to be packed with 10,000 people.
Oh, we can only hope. We can only hope.
All right, we've got Andy here. Did Andy open innings during the preliminary matches, or did he bat a bit middle order?
No, it's a tactical move for the third place playoff. Get him in there, get him scoring quickly, and he's doing that right now. Well,
at some stage today, we'll get Mr. Thogdad on the chat. Tell us how he's enjoying his cricket over here.
I'm sure he'll be happy to have a chat with us and chat with you guys on stream.
Does love a chat. Does love his sport.
Oh, he's a big sportsman.
Yeah.
I'm sure he'll let slip he's a Bolton fan at some point.
Okay, yeah, it might come out in the first over or two. Okay, and over 6 there, 1 for 86.
Well, let's say I'll be happy with 215 if we can get it.
215 is projected score. Is that on the 15 overs probably? Yeah, projected 215.
Well, we've had 2 scores of 200 plus this weekend, haven't we?
We have, yeah. 207s, I think it was.
Yeah, we put on 207 and you guys chased it down, didn't you?
Yeah.
And then we were chasing 200 in the next game too.
Yeah, and we nearly chased it down again. So question from the YouTube chat. How many cricket teams are in Montenegro, Jack?
Just the one. It's just the Montenegro Bokaneers. It's been set up by some expats out here. And my aim now through Salon Privé is to get the branding of the team out there for some locals to play, and hopefully from there we build a similar setup to what you guys in Estonia have, where there's multiple teams, multiple leagues, and yeah, there's something for a new sport for people to play out here. Absolutely, and this is a really unique setup here because we're not actually in the capital city of Montenegro, where normally all the sporting clubs would come out of. We're in a little town called Tivat on the coast. Yes, it's home to 13,000 people here, so it's not the biggest town. I mean, Podgorica, the capital, houses 40% of the population in Montenegro, so it's difficult to get the players here, especially during the winter months when everyone stays in the capital. But with a bit more advertising, with a bit more promotion, we're hoping a few locals take it up and we'll look after them. Especially in a scenario like this, like just to the left of the screen, it's a bay. It's basically like we're playing cricket in Monte Carlo. It's quite scenic. Just the area, like there's lots of room for the kids to run around, and there was a heap of kids and families here yesterday playing football and some tennis. And yeah, we gave them a few cricket balls and a cricket bat as well, and a few of the kids picked it up and enjoyed swinging it. So sea ball, it's
hit
just
ball.
The start.
Yeah, no, it's very good. Get the families involved, and everything else works into place after that. Oh,
he's taking one
popped up off a length into the shoulder. Should be okay if the vodka level's still medium high. Should be all right. Hangover must be coming through now because you can feel that one. So the question there is, do you play cricket? If that was to the Thogdans, yes, they both play cricket. Theo and Thogdad have played here. Very handy sportsmen in their own right on the cricket field. Yeah, both Theo and Stephen played 2 years ago when you first came down, and we were lucky enough to get a win there. So weren't lucky, good players. They have an international win on their books. So. Yes, they do. Great tournament. I think that weekend, I reckon one of the games we were chasing 170, fell a couple runs short. Then the next game, I think we got bowled out for 76 and had you guys 9 for 70. So both games very tight. Oh, that's what you want, isn't it? You want close games, especially if there's less runs. The closer the game, then the better, because wickets are falling. And so end of the over there, 1 for 89 off for 7. Baby Beefy's halfway to 100 and halfway through the innings. Would be the second 100 of the weekend. Would it got Robson from Talon Hippos hit 101 the other day? Has there been another 100? I don't think so. No. All good? Yeah. So coming on to bowl. Just waiting for the score sheet to catch up. Okay, there's a few moves in the field here. So this is the playoff for third place, isn't it? So third play fourth.
Playoff,
yep. Then we go into the final, the middle game, because there's potentially rain in the afternoon, and the playoff for fifth and sixth, including the infamous Italian Hippos, will be at the end of the day. No ball there, no ball off the pitch, free hit. So thanks for tuning in, everyone, on the YouTube channel. I hope it's working well for wherever you are. We got young Jack here from Montenegro Buccaneers. If you want to ask any questions about cricket in Montenegro, Steve, welcome.
Good to see a wicket here. Oh, he's headed over.
Here he is. We don't have to replay, Steve. So.
I hope you've got all of my shots on camera there.
The second half of your innings, yes, we do.
Brilliant.
So
brilliant.
The crowd are saying get Fogdad back in, and I think
really? Really?
Popular vote, yeah.
So how many people are in the stream right now?
We got 50 at the moment.
Fantastic.
Yeah, Theo's there.
We want to double that, don't we?
Yeah.
Theo's in there.
Yeah, it is. Did you want to jump on?
Like a quick chat?
Let me jump on. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, man. Okay, special guest for the Montenegro Buccaneers, Mr. Steve Fogden. Welcome. There's a big six.
Oh, that is enormous from Hartridge. That's what he does, mate.
He bangs them, doesn't he, eh?
He does. You know what? I met up with his dad the other day, and we asked him, he said, have you counted up over the years how many hundreds Andy has got? Yeah. And his dad said, well, no, I don't have that mathematical ability to count that high. But I used to count the 200s. Oh. that is the nature of this guy. One of the...
Count the 200s, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's a modest guy. Never talks himself up, but he's just one of the best cricketers I've ever played with.
Yeah, he's always got plenty of time on his hands. Like you said, humble, just does all the talking with his bat.
He does. And another fact about Andy Hartridge, he hates dogs.
Oh, really?
So one thing that would put him off his stride is if one of these stray Boka dogs walks on the pitch, suddenly he's going to be, missing things. Oh, there's another point, another run to
just a
Hartridge.
Just a deep wide mid off there. There have been a few little dogs come for a run this morning, for sure. Maybe that's why Andy's in the rush.
Do you know what happens? Apart from Andy, everyone who comes to live in this beautiful part of the world ends up adopting a dog.
Oh, really?
Absolutely everyone. And young Thogden, I mean, if he spent more time here, he'd probably have a pack of dogs in the backyard. But Matt Barnes. Let's talk about Matt Barnes.
Yeah.
The captain. He actually, interesting fact about Mr. Barnes. He lives basically in a monastery.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Up on one of the hills there? Or?
No, he's got a lovely boat. He takes people out on boat trips, and he's moored up at a monastery.
Okay.
So he hangs out with the priests and drinks a bit of raki. Whoop, just got tangled. He's yet to score, isn't he?
Yes.
That is a big fine later. 7 balls without scoring.
And it's not just a T20, it's a T15 today. So
it is.
Yeah, he better get bat on ball soon.
I think we've just invented a new format there, haven't we?
T15.
T15. Right.
Top edge. And to the keeper.
He's gone. Now, I tell you what, if I've got the batting order right, I think we're in for fireworks now.
Yeah. Oh, this is a Safa.
This is a Safa, and the story is, this is not a ringer. Often in these games, the risk is you bring in someone who used to play for the county level or something. This is a lad who's genuinely living for a few weeks in Montenegro. And we met him down the pub 2 o'clock one night. Yeah. And he said, oh, yeah, I play a bit of cricket. What he didn't tell us, he's basically used to be a semi-pro.
Oh, really?
So pre-COVID, he was offered a contract in Sydney in Australia. And COVID happened, and he couldn't go down there to make it happen. But we met him in a bar. We gave him a chance. And my God, all I can say is fireworks coming up. Yeah,
well, the first game we gave him was against us. So he walks out the bat. We're like, oh, who's this fella? And next minute, he's pounding sixes straight over mid-on.
Well, if you look, he's wearing borrowed kit because he's here on a boat with his girlfriend and his girlfriend's dad. Interesting combination.
Well, he has to pass the test, so he has to meet the dad eventually, I'm guessing. So
I guess so. But let's see what he can do. First ball coming in.
Oh, he's
goodness!
Nearly bowled.
I've talked him up, and then he does that. The last innings he had, and he's smiling, The last innings he had, he was dropped on the first ball.
Oh, really?
Wicket-keeper put him down, and then he went on to score 50 retired in about, I swear, 3 overs.
Yeah.
He hit 30-odd off 1 over.
Wow, he hit us for a 50 as well when we played against him. But shout out to the Clubhouse Bar here in the Port of Montenegro where we did meet him.
Yeah, it's a nice bar. Have you enjoyed your time down here?
Had a couple at the Clubhouse Bar. They're very supportive of cricket in Montenegro, so always happy to buy a few beers there throughout the weekend.
Excellent, excellent. Andy Hartridge back on strike. Just prods it for a single. Slowed down a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. The first day was really high scoring. Ground was very quick because it was dry. But the pitch has held on really well for 3 days, hasn't it?
We have, and I've just noted in the comments we've got. Oh, that's a big one. It's coming over to us. Shall I get out of my seat and catch it? It lands 3 metres from where we're sitting. Hartridge gives us a smile. He knows what he's tried to do. He's trying to put one. Yeah, you know. Can I put one into the screen? Thousands of dollars worth of kit here, and Hartridge wants to ruin it.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Bert. Bert wants to ruin it.
It's all right. I haven't paid my €6 for my lunch yesterday, so if he breaks the screen, you're not getting that €6.
And what do you think about our lunches?
Very good.
Provided by Masala Art, the best curry house in Montenegro.
Yes.
The only curry house, but it is very good.
We, Robson and I got to the ground about 9 o'clock this morning to get ready for the setup, and there was 3 chefs already in Masala Art on the Sunday morning getting ready for the dinner tonight, so fair play to them.
Brilliant. You are in for a treat. That is spectacular Indian food.
Yeah.
Provided by Raveen, the owner. Shout out to Arvin. He's one of the curry chefs. That's a bad ball. That's coming our way. That's a big 6 from Hartridge. Takes him on to 75.
Here we go.
3/4 of a century, if that's a thing.
We can make it a thing. We go back to potentially imperial numbering.
Yeah, yeah. I suppose what Andy's after is your lad Robson. Bit of a good knock, wasn't it, the other day?
He put a few demons to rest the other day for sure. Coming in after 2 innings here of duck, there was no goose.
Brilliant.
But he did end up on the 101 not out, so now he's 0-0-1-0-1.
Yep, so Hartridge has got to score 102 not out.
Yep.
I'm sure there's some little trophy that will provide some trinket for the highest score. That's going to be... Oh, I thought he'd punish that, but it goes for 1.
So how's your form been recently?
Well, I mean, you've got it all on camera, mate.
Oh,
do you know,
we missed that first 6, to be honest with you. We missed that first 6.
The great thing is, you see the guy who is umpiring, is a guy called Ian Giddings.
Yeah.
Very good cricketer.
Very good.
Injured today, so he's not playing for us. Normally, he's our skipper. He's one of our main guys. He took us out on Wednesday to check out the pitch and just gave us a little bit of coaching, and that's what you need. You know this from Estonia. Yeah. What you need if you're a player of any age, you could be my age, you could be a teenager, you need coaching in the basics.
Always need reminding and touching up on bits that you're missing, you know?
Yeah. So Ian just pointed out a few things that I was doing wrong, and I've scored over 100 in 4 innings, which for me, trust me, that's a lifetime record.
That's a great story. And it's a big 6.
Andy scoops that away. That is huge.
That has gone 40 metres past the boundary, pulled up right next to the Blue Room, which, again, very, very generous sponsors for Montenegrin cricket, the Blue Room. Thank you to all the guys who have been helping out.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had some good sponsors down there. Big shout out. We're on the Porto Montenegro ground. They've been great. Blue Room, Masala Art, and Salon Privé, a local establishment, have been very good to us.
They've been very good. They've helped out with some money and some manpower and some drinks, luckily enough, because yesterday was quite warm.
Absolutely.
Oh, how are they going to call that? 4 or 6, Robbo?
6.
6.
Yep.
That didn't go more than 2 metres off the ground, and Andy has absolutely smashed that.
He's on to 88 runs in 34 balls. So how many people we got in the stream now?
So you still sit on about 50?
Right.
So if anyone wants to share this stream?
What I'm going to ask everyone to do, particularly Thogden, if you could go, Thogden, on Twitter or all the social media, send this link around. Let's get this up to 100. Let's start with 100 people in this stream. If you've got friends in here, get them in here. Watch a bit of cricket. Hear a bit of banter. Oh, that's another big 6.
It's gone over,
Yeah, it's just gone. Hartridge moves on to 94. Will he finish it in style, do you think?
I think so now. There's 3 balls left in the over. Only a miss here or a bit of a grubber here. So here we go. You call it, Thoggers.
He's going to hit it for 6. a big 6 into the crowd. No, it's gone. Here we go.
There he goes, a 6. It's 100.
Oi. Well done, Andrew Hartridge. And he retires.
Oh.
One short of Mr. Robson's score. He's got a big grin on his boat race behind us. That is a wonderful innings. But you know what? Anyone who knows Andy, like I said, the most modest guy you'll ever meet. He'll put on the club kit, the borrowed kit, and he'll just do that every time for you.
Yeah.
No boasting. Wonderful individual. But he does hate dogs, which is unusual.
So just a couple questions in the YouTube chat. The pitch looks good. What is an artificial pitch? Correct. It's definitely not a turf wicket as you would expect a turf wicket to look like, but the base is turf, isn't it, folks?
It is, and a lot of work has gone into this pitch. I mean, the problem was that back in August we had a game of polo on this pitch.
Sorry, just who's a batter? Don't mean to interrupt.
Let's go for guys.
Don't know. You have to run over the jack. Yeah. Sorry.
So we had a game of polo on this pitch in August, and it absolutely trampled up the pitch. You've got a dozen horses running all over the place. And, it really knackered the pitch. So, again, Ian Giddings, the guy who's the umpire with the wind checker on, he's the guy who went out there, made this pitch playable over the last few weeks. Yeah. And you know what? Obviously, it's not the world's best wicket, but he's done a great job to make it happen.
Absolutely. And all this Montenegro Bokaneers, all volunteers. No.
Yeah, we didn't have him in the team.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This is completely a volunteer outfit. Yeah. We do all our organising. We have actually a bunch of visiting teams come down here. We tend to play off season because July and August here are ridiculous. 35 degrees centigrade.
Very warm.
Unplayable. So we tend to play September, October, May, June. And if any visiting teams for anywhere in the world fancy coming down, just drop us a line.
Yeah, for sure. So just a bit of an update on the digital scorecard. You can see there was a couple late changes recently. We couldn't get the batter that's in the crease get his name in, so we put him down as the famous Ian Giddings. So it's not ENG batting, but it's just the scoring system we have at the moment. Okay, right. So Bert's not batting either. So the other guy is called Aaron Paul.
Yes, sorry, I should have pointed that out. Yes,
so Aaron. This is purely superficial scoring, but the players are real.
Yeah. Aaron takes a smack at that.
Yeah, there we go. So we've got 3 on the leg side for Aaron there.
Yeah, no, Aaron. I mean, he scored 16 in 6 balls, which ain't bad. I think he's going to really pick up the pace. He's taken a few balls to get the feel, hasn't he, of the lay of the land.
Yeah, hasn't quite hit him as cleanly as
he hasn't.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, that one's kept low.
It did. And you know what? That's been happening over the last 2 or 3 days. Occasionally a ball jumps up over your head, doesn't it? And occasionally one stays very, very low. Yeah,
because it is dirt and you don't have a heavy roller here. And there's been, 120 overs of cricket played each day?
Yes.
It's holding on well, but it's not going to... It can't remain perfect. No turf wicket can.
It can't, no.
Still exceptionally good effort for where we are.
Yes, absolutely. So you've enjoyed your time down here. Again, you've been down here a few times.
Yeah, I do love coming here. It's almost my second home. Love playing cricket down here. Love you guys. It's a really good setup, and I recommend, like what Fogdad said, get a team together, contact the boys, and try to get down next summer because it's...
Oh, that's in the air. That's a chance of a catch. It's down his throat. And the skipper of the Old Hors catches it. He's out. And who's going to be in next? It looks like it's going to be Baldwin. Boulders. Jamie Baldwin is coming out to bat. Now, interestingly, he played for the Old Hors yesterday. The Old Hors was short of players. They're 5 players short. So they took 3 Bokaneers, including Baldwin, and he got 3 wickets. He bowled absolutely superbly. Didn't get a bat that day.
Okay.
So he's keen to show off what he can do with the bat. And, like I say, I think... What is 4 overs to go? This is going to be 200 plus.
Yep.
I'll tell you that right now.
Okay, so Boulders it is? Boulders, was it? Boulders.
Baldwin, yes.
Baldwin,
Jamie Baldwin.
Baldwin, yep.
Oh, that's surely 4. Oh, no, straight down the throw to the fielder.
Yeah.
One more to Erin.
There's not many other grounds or much space actually down here in the port of Montenegro for this game of cricket, is there?
There isn't. You know, this is the only team in Montenegro. We used to play down the road at a place called Yaz Beach.
Okay.
We used to lay down an artificial surface and play down there. Yeah. But then Porto developed this beautiful piece of green ground, and it's used for polo, cricket, a little bit of golf. There's a putting green over there. There's a green over there. Nice. And it's a wonderful space. Families come here to... Oh, that's 4 runs to Aaron. Actually pronounced Erin, interestingly.
I think he's just twinged his back there, the way he's sort of put his right hand around there.
Oh, I think he was saying that's an ongoing injury.
Oh, okay,
He'll be all right.
He did give that ball a big swing. I'm not surprised his back's hurting after that.
Absolutely, absolutely. But he moves into 20-plus territory. But I'm going to go out there and say he's going to score 50-odd.
He's going to get the 50?
He's going to get 50-odd, yeah.
Let's go, Aaron. Get the 50. Then you can show this live stream to your father-in-law tonight on the boat and get his approval.
Absolutely, mate. Yeah.
Here it comes.
Oh, it's coming out. It's caught.
Oh, it's gone through the hands.
It's gone through his hands. 6 runs. That was a chance, a difficult chance.
Yeah.
If the fielder's watching this back, that's tough. You know, on that boundary, there's a bit of a slope, actually. So you don't see that. I remember actually Thogden dropping a catch on the boundary once.
Did he?
Yeah, I seem to remember that because I was bowling and Hartridge was batting. That's another big... oh dear, the skipper throws his actually very nice hat to the ground. They've got some nice kit of the old Hors. Yeah. Hors spelled H-O-R-S, by the way.
Yes.
But 169 for 3 in 11 overs, that's a big score, isn't it?
That is a big score. That's going to be very hard to chase.
Yeah. That's going to be big.
Yeah.
And that is
here we go. He's
just over the boundary. That's
just starting to get his range, isn't he?
Yeah. And, yeah, Erin moves on to 37.
Yeah. So he's not too far away like you predicted.
Yeah.
But just on the kits, we got, 3 teams in white and 3 teams in colour, so it's a bit of a mixture there.
Yeah, it's nice to see that, isn't it? Nice to see. Right.
Got everyone back on the boundary.
Ooh. Extras there. And they can run 2 there if they really want to, but I think they might have had too many beers last night. What do you think?
Not just last night, I don't think.
Yeah.
There were a few casualties for the boat trip yesterday.
Were there? You had a good boat trip then?
Yeah, loved it. So the local company here, and Timmy's organised a boat trip for the Tallinn Hippos, and we went out on the Bay of Kotor and had a bit of a cruise around.
Lovely.
Lovely lunch out there.
Yeah. This is, if anyone's not been to Montenegro, it is a wonderful country. Developing, there's some very nice hotels opening up, great food, great beers. You've got the mountains, you can go walking, boating, and even play a little bit of cricket.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're just trying a few different...
yes.
There we go. So what in between the over? That's the harbour in the background.
If you look on the screen, in the middle of the screen, there is one of the world's most expensive boats.
Oof.
It's a beauty. It's probably worth about 150 million euros.
Oh.
That is part of Porto Montenegro, which didn't exist 17 years ago. It's an incredible development.
Wow, that's a lot of work in a few years.
They've put a lot of work in. And the submarine, you've just gone past the submarine. That's incredible. How often do you play cricket and you get a view of a Yugoslav submarine? Sensational.
Pretty sure only once.
Absolutely.
And that's here.
Right, Aaron is on 38. It's a couple of shots away from a 50 if he fancies it.
Ooh, that was
That's a wide, isn't it?
Yeah, don't hurt your back, Aaron. They need you to bowl. 3 overs left in this T15. Definitely.
I'm thinking 220.
Yeah, if Aaron goes off here.
Oh, he's bowled him!
There we go.
And everything I've just said looks ridiculous. That is the great thing about a live stream. But I tell you what, mate, whoever bowled that, whatever your name is, brilliant. You've got out a really good cricketer, a semi-pro from South Africa. Yeah. Like I said, he's 24 years old. He was offered contracts in Sydney. I think he was offered a contract in the UK. Wow. Yes, so he's played in 5 different countries, and COVID got in the way of his life plans. Yeah. But if you're a team and you need a semi-pro, he's a good lad, and he's a good cricketer. He would have hoped for more in this game, but obviously 15 overs is a bit of a slog, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of a slogfest. And the bowler, David. Very courteous young gentleman, but he obviously realised that Aaron was new in town, and after that wicket, David made sure that Aaron knew which way was the pavilion and pointed in that direction. So, absolute gentleman sport here today.
And here comes Beefy. I think you gave him, this guy, the nickname, the Mini Beefy.
No, there was Hartridge. Baby Beefy was Hartridge.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't come up with a name for Jack yet.
Okay, this is Jack Pizzey, who is a wonderful guy. He's our captain. He's our captain from this year. He can bat, he can bowl. The other day he took 5 wickets in under 4 overs, which is sensational.
Excellent.
That's his best bowling of all time. Yeah. He can also bat. He's got a difficult job because we've got 17 balls to come. He's got to, he's got to swing from ball 1, really, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So I'm going to revise my target. I still think we're going to get 200.
Yeah.
Maybe not 220. But yeah, Jack is our skipper. Lives down here, works down here.
And helped organise this, didn't he? Yeah.
He does. Yeah. Like most cricket clubs, you need 2 or 3 of the guys who are going to be organisers and volunteers, and to deal with fixtures and fundraisers and what have you.
Always an hour earlier, having to stay back an hour later. Then in the taxi back home, you're on your phone, WhatsApp, making sure everything's okay. Where's the TV screen? Where's the SIM card?
Oh my goodness, it's all done on WhatsApp these days, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
There was a lot of frantic texting last night to make sure we had 11. Because Giddings, the umpire, injured, and Hogs is Chris Hogs. It's a shame he's not playing. He's a 60-year-old Aussie, spent 42 years in the Australian police force, just retired a few weeks ago. Absolutely great guy. His daughter lives up in Podgorica in Montenegro.
Yeah, I met this fella last time, I reckon.
Yeah, top lad. He loves cricket, and he's 60 years old, still bowling some mean spinners. Yeah, top lad. But he's a bit dizzy today, so he's taking a rest. And oops. That's surely a no ball. And Will Giddings signal it. Very generous there if he doesn't.
I think there was a little snick, so he didn't give it a wide.
Okay.
Couldn't quite see where it pitched on.
Right. Quite generous. Okay, 2 overs to go. 183 for 4. Who is in the stream? Great to see cricket being played in Montenegro. That's Keanu Review's great name. I love that name, mate. Great 100 was hitting them everywhere. Yes, he was. Keanu again. Harry Kane, the Harry Kane, surely. Newcastle fan. Well, we've actually got a Newcastle fan sat behind us here, out in Montenegro. Right, 2 overs to go. No ball given. And the score edges up. Right, who else is in the comments? We have got... Yep, we've got
Amelia Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Ogden, should Rogers go? Oh, no, is he...
Ooh, goodness, that is a question. What do we all think? Leave a comment. Oh, that's gone over the top. Is it going to make the boundary? Was it going to creep over? Number 34. My goodness, look at that. Scampering away for the team. Good to see. So what is your next tour then, the Estonians? Where are you going next on your world travels?
This is it. This is it for this season.
Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. The number 5. Is it Webster? Was that Webster bowling?
Yeah.
He was struggling with his line earlier, but he's come back in style. Grabbed a wicket. Excellent work.
Yeah, out comes Timmy.
Oh, Timmy. Here he comes.
Another one is heavily involved in organising this event in Montenegro cricket in general. Generally the first go-to person.
Absolutely. Yeah. As a rule, we don't say nice things about him, but no, it's all banter. No, Tim is Mr. Montenegro cricket. Without him, there is no cricket in this in this country. Full stop. He's the organiser until this year. He's let Jack be the captain this year, but last year and for the last probably 5 years, he's been the skipper of the Bokaneers. And by the way, we're called the Bokaneers because around the corner is Boka Bay.
Okay, yeah.
And we've sort of extended that word Boka into Bokaneers. Timmy faces a ball. Oh,
he's bowling! No!
Posh Tim, what are you doing? He's got his head in his hands. He cannot believe it. It's all on camera, mate. And that is going to be replayed and replayed. Posh Tim, he's sprinting off the pitch. He doesn't know where to hide. Oh my goodness, he's normally so reliable. He's going to go and hide in the blue room, drown himself in the Nikshishko piva, throws his bat down. throws his gloves down. Nowhere you can hide, mate. It's all on camera. Oh, dear.
Oh.
But in fairness, to anyone who doesn't really know the game, there's 9 balls remaining. You come on, you have to swing the bat. It's your duty. It's what you have to do. You can't play yourself in with 9 balls left, can you?
No, he did the right thing. Typically unselfish behaviour. Threw the bat at it with a hope to get a little touch on it, but it's gone under. It's bowled him. And I'm certainly not laughing at the situation. It's more about how the big gap between cricket being great and cricket being terrible can be.
Yeah.
And it's all happened in about 5 seconds.
Mate, that's what we love about cricket.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing today on this pitch is you've got some really good players out there. The likes of Erin, like I said, is semi-pro. Hartridge played the highest level for a sort of, not at county level, but the level below that. But then you've got guys like Mark Overton, who's coming out to bat. Overton, South African lad. Yeah. Actually, having said that, I'm not going to be too cruel, because he got a 6 and a 4. Ooh, that's a good shot, that.
Oh, that was a hat-trick ball, yep. That's going to go for 4.
That's gone for 4.
That's a glorious shot.
Yeah, Overton came in the last over a couple of days ago and smashed a 6 and a 4 in a couple of balls. So, well done to him. He's from South Africa. He lives here in Montenegro. Yeah. Another good lad. We've got, and like you sort of alluded to, the beauty of cricket is you can have all these levels, can't you? Yeah. You can almost have a non-player batting 11. You can have a semi-pro opening the batting, and everything in between. Oh, that's got to be a... Does that count as a no? Oh, no. Giddings, he's been very lenient here, hasn't he? I think he wants the game to finish. We've got 3 games today, so we can't have too many wides and no balls.
A bit of weather on the forecast, so we've turned the first and third match into a T15.
Oh, he's bowled him. Overton goes. Webster gets another wicket, and he's really come back. Great bowling to finish this. And suddenly we're asking, can we even make 200?
So an interesting question on the chat. Can someone please explain the white ball with the white kit? As a guest, I'm going to suggest that usually the format that is played here in Montenegro is 35 to 40 overs, hence everyone's got the white kit.
Yes.
Yeah. But to having 6 teams come down this weekend and try to fit all the fixtures in, the overs have been reduced to a T20 format, and trying to keep the cost of cricket relatively affordable. Getting a full kit for a full team was potentially a stretch too far.
Yeah, look, to be quite honest, it's up to the individual team to come in whatever they want to wear. So if you want to come down in a pink kit, massive respect, blue kit, whatever. So yes, if we had more resources and more time to organise it, we would have. Yeah, it would have been a great idea having each team play in different kit. But yeah, everyone's turned up in whatever they've got. And it's interesting, we've got a guy on the pitch, and he's at the non-striking end, because that was the last ball of the over. He's called Milan. And Milan's come out to bat. Now, he was born in Montenegro. Yep. As you can tell, he's a tall lad, and he's an all-round sportsman. He's a rugby player. He actually plays rugby union for Montenegro.
Really?
He's an international sportsman, and he's off on tour. I think he's off to Prague with the rugby union team. Doesn't look like a rugby player, but he used to run 100 metres in 12 seconds.
That's pretty sharp.
So he's a runner. He's a footballer. He's a cricketer. And the other day he played for the old Hors as a guest and got 3 wickets.
Oh, nice.
So he's a bowler. He's a batsman. All-round good chap. Brought up in South Africa. That's where he learnt his sport, his cricket, his rugby.
There we go.
And he's on the strike now. Now he has the ability to hit a big 6, and that is what he's going to try and do. He's got 4 balls
last ball
to try and get us over the 200 mark.
Yep. So this is the playoff, the third, this match?
It is.
Yeah. And the final is the next match, and then the third match of the day will be playoff for 5th and 6th. So he's just answering some questions there.
And then more importantly, at the end of all that, we have a curry and a few cold lagers.
Yeah. Curry supplied by Masala Art, cold lagers supplied by Blue Room and Salon Privy are very generous sponsors, all of them. Thank you very much for helping us out.
Brilliant. Here we go. Ooh, will that count as a no ball? It bounced over his head. There again, Jack's not the tallest guy.
Yep.
On the team. Sorry,
just something for your fines meeting tonight, Thoggers. A statement in here. Hilarious. You introduced Jack as someone who could bat.
Oh, he's just hit a 4. He can. This is the trouble with cricket. If you play 15 overs, it's 90 balls. Yeah. And Jack is someone, I've seen Jack score a half century in the 40 over game. It takes an over or two, doesn't it, to find your feet, to look at the bowler, see what he's doing, see what the pitch is doing. Yeah. So Jack has not really had time to... There we go. There's a big 6 from Jack to finish the day and take us over the 200.
Awesome.
I told you that Jack Pizzey could bat. He's got a big smile on his boat race. Oh, look at those.
So there we go. There's the scorecard, guys.
Aaron got 38. Oh, that guy Ogden, Stephen Ogden, got 26.
Yeah, a couple of nice 6s in there.
Yeah, Ogden. I know. But the star of the show was Hartridge with a beautiful 100. So
potentially at the moment, you pick up a wicket or so. That's man of the match credentials, I'd imagine.
Well, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. But no, look, Hartridge was superb today. He just did what we know he can do. And that is a big score, isn't it?
Oh, it's huge, yeah.
I don't know who the old Hors have brought in to deputise. They've showed up with 6 players. They have to borrow 5 players from somewhere else, but it's going to be hard, isn't it? It
is going to be hard. There's one guy from the talent Hippos where he's got a dodgy ankle. But yeah.
But cricket, it's very much, we've seen here today, youngest player probably 20, oldest player probably 60.
Yeah.
Players of all abilities, players of all ages, and anyone in the stream. If you've not played this wonderful game of cricket, get down your park and have a knock around here.
Absolutely.
It's a game fun for everyone.
Yeah, kids, parents, whoever. So a couple of questions to finish off on.
Absolutely.
So which team's Thog that on?
I am on the Bokaneers team, which is the local Montenegro team. I spend quite a few months a year down here.
Yeah.
So that's how I qualify here. I've actually played international cricket, bizarrely, because this is the only team in Montenegro. And of course, we played a team called the Estonians, didn't we?
Yes, we did, yes.
And so that, I think, counts as an international. And of course, I tell everyone down the pub that I've played international cricket.
Yeah, and 2 wins as well. So both the games you played, you won.
I know. How did Robson do in those?
2 ducks.
2 ducks. Oh my goodness, I'd forgotten that. No, he's standing right behind us, but he made up for it the last couple of days with a beautiful unbeaten century.
Yes, 100.
101, I think, which makes
101.
it. And it was a brilliant knock as well. I'm trying to embarrass him here, but it was all the shots,
all around the ground.
All the shots in the textbook.
Absolutely. So half time here in the 3rd place match after 15 overs. Bokaneers 7 for 202. Joined here with Thogdad. You can stay as long as you want, mate.
Great. Do you know what? I'm going to get dragged onto the pitch within 5 or 10 minutes. I don't know. They might just give me a ball.
I think so, yeah.
I've not had a bowl yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've got a question here from Romeo. Romeo is in Tartu, in middle of Estonia. He's commonly known as the most passionate player in Europe.
Oh, really?
He travels 2.5 hours each day to come play cricket in Tallinn.
Brilliant.
And then he has to travel 2.5 hours at the end of the day coming back.
That is amazing.
I remember one day he did it. It was my turn to umpire. He's come up all day. We've batted first. We've hit 300 or something, and they were struggling about 5 or 6 down for not many, the Tartu Cricket Club. Romeo comes out the bat, and he gets hit on the foot right in front of the middle stump, and I had to give him out LBW for a golden duck.
Oh, no, poor lad.
Yeah, it was so plum, and I felt so bad. Anyway, his question, is there 6 teams, any predictions about who can be the top favourite team and which team is called underdogs within the 6 teams?
Oh, my God. Well, you've got to say that this team, the old Hors, are the underdogs because they only showed up with 6 players. Yeah. So they've had to borrow players all the way through. They've had to borrow 5 players each time. Yeah. And full marks to the other teams. I played for them once, and so that makes them the underdogs. But of course, if you borrow a couple of good players, and they borrowed a couple of our good bowlers, they borrowed Baldwin and Milan, who took 6 wickets between them.
That's what you need.
And ironically, they're Bokaneers players. That's why the old Hors got to play the Bokaneers, and and look for that 3rd place.
Yeah.
In terms of favourites, I think Estonia. I mean, you've come down with a good team, haven't you?
We've got a very good team, yes. Also, we've got 4 ladies playing for us, 3 of which will play in the 5th and 6th playoff this afternoon.
Well, that's brilliant. Yeah. And we played against the ladies, and wonderful. I mean, they put down some good balls. Yep.
So we're looking for them to bowl again today. One of them's a backup wicketkeeper as well, so she'll get a shot with the gloves.
Brilliant. Yeah.
We'll give it a go. Yeah.
It's fantastic that you brought a mixed team, because it's
very mixed. Yeah.
It's not just a game for men, is it?
No, definitely the women get out there and play. We had this initiative. It was PP and P.
Yes.
It was pizza, Poodle, which is a pub in Estonia, and Prosecco.
Really?
So the deal was if the girls come out on the Sunday session and they train for an hour and a half, we'd put on free Prosecco and pizza for them. And that got a few of them out.
That is amazing.
There was a few hangovers on the Monday morning as well.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. You've told me all about what you're doing for cricket in Estonia, but not just men's cricket, for the kids and for the women, you know, for cricket in general, which is fabulous, a fabulous story.
Yeah, it's a good partnership, Montenegro and Estonia, for sure. Wouldn't usually expect it. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you. It's been great to be part of the stream. I'll pass over now. All the best.
Cheers, mate. Many thanks. Oh, thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah, so if you hang on for a majority of the day or check back in, the second match, which will kick off at about 12 o'clock Tivat time, will be the final. And then the Tallinn Hippos will play off in the last match, kicking off about 2 p.m. There will be 3 native Estonian women playing in that side against the men, and they will be participating. They won't be sitting at deep final leg. They'll be bowling, and they'll be keeping for some overs as well. So please stick around for that. I'm joined with Ben. Ben, is it?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Ben from the Oakhill Taverners. We faced the ladies the other day who caused a few of our batsmen a fair bit of trouble.
It is a tricky one because they obviously relatively new to cricket, so you're going to have those wayward balls, but sometimes the good balls are the ones you get really scared to get out of.
100%. There was a few free hits given, but our batsmen regularly missed them when they came down. They were doing enough to cause them trouble.
Yeah, for sure.
How would you attack this then, Stuart? 203, 15 overs. It's a big old score, right?
It is. There's not much time to get in, but on the other hand, you don't want to do anything. Sorry, one sec. Sorry? That guy there, Robbo, he's got the score sheet, yep. Thank you for checking out that, I think, as we saw with Hartridge at the start, it's all about just clean hitting.
Yep.
I think don't get too panicked, but you've got to play your shots.
Small enough boundary to have courage when the ball's there to be played. What about if you're in the fielding side then? We're trying to take wickets, we're trying to protect the score, or?
Yeah, I think you'd instruct your bowlers just to bowl full and straight, especially day 3 of this pitch. It's keeping it a bit low. And the key part would be don't panic if you go for 12 off and over, because the batters are going to be aggressive and they will get a few away. So keep your head and good luck. Yourself, what would you do?
I think I want to attack with wickets. I think pace off is the key on this pitch.
Yeah, it does seem to be that.
Everyone that's tried to bowl quick, the ball sits up nicely. You get a bit of a tennis ball bounce. It gives the batsman the chance to play their shots. I think when you take the pace off, the ball dies a bit. Makes it harder, leaves you second-guessing yourself.
The Estonian wicketkeeper, Ragnar Halleck, is watching the stream. Shout out to Ragnar, Tara Homokust, Kudas Laheb, Ragnar, and whoever else is watching as well. And don't need to comment, it's all good. Thank you for being around here.
And I understand it was the Estonian reserve wicketkeeper's birthday yesterday. So you had a big celebration for that? Or?
It was. We went on a cruise through the Kotor Harbour and had a bit of a lunch and did a bit of social media for the Estonian Cricket Association while we were out there. And yeah, happy birthday to Ragnar, and also Paul Bradley, whose birthday was the day before. So a couple of birthdays on tour.
Big weekend of celebrations.
Yeah, it was pretty slow to get out of bed this morning. A lot of people, I think it's been very good fun, but yeah, very, very jam-packed. And yourself, is this your first time to Montenegro?
It's our first time in Montenegro, yeah. The Oakhill Taverners, who you'll see play next, have been travelling around Europe for quite some time on cricket tours. We've done Slovenia, Prague, Munich, Amsterdam, two trips to Croatia, one out to Vis, one of the most beautiful islands
Vis,
I've ever played
it's one of the most famous unique grounds everyone knows of, isn't it?
100%. Yeah. It's one of the most beautiful places we've ever played cricket, although looking at the settings here today, there's some competition, right?
Yeah, it's pretty decent here. Well, I believe in Vis, you play the winery. There's 4 and 6.
Exactly that, yeah. Rocco puts on the whole trip, or organised it with us, and it's his winery. So you're up there, and they put on a big old feast after the game, and you drink his wine. It's quite an experience, that's for sure.
I'm going to have a few glasses of red tonight, purchased from the Blue Room, who are massive sponsors of cricket in Montenegro. There's going to be a unique end of tournament dinner here. The Masala Art Indian guys are going to put out a massive buffet of Indian curries, and Be right next to the cricket ground. Going to be very scenic. Hoping the sun pops out a bit later on.
It smells pretty wonderful sat next to it, that's for sure.
It's all, yep. We've got drinks supplied by Salon Privy, also massive sponsors of Cricket Montenegro.
So it got a good start in front of us then. The old Hors looking to go at, must be 12s or 13s and over, and I think are ahead of schedule at the end of the first. One ball to come.
Yep, a 6 and a 4, always good to get away to at least the required run rate off the first over. It makes you feel a little bit better. Good ball to finish off the over there. So how did you guys get involved in this tournament?
I should know the link, shouldn't I? Julian, our captain, as I said, we've kind of constantly gone around Europe playing a bit of cricket, and Julian's been in touch with a variety of clubs in a variety of places. There's a mutual friend with Tim, so there's a chap that plays for, I think his kids play for Beckenham Rugby Club, a guy called Dave, who was a friend of Tim's growing up.
Oh, okay.
And I think he made the link, encouraged us to get out here for this tournament. He'd heard about you guys playing before and the aim to build it and grow it, so we were keen to try and be part of that and do our piece.
Excellent. What's your thoughts? First tour in, first weekend here?
We've had a great time. We're surprised we ended up in the final, if we're honest, because I don't think we realised that was on the cards. If it had gone as a net run rate, it might have been a different situation, but with a few of the batsmen retiring not out rather than getting out, things swung in our favour. Yeah.
So the format here for this match is a 15 over, because we've got some rain on the cards later on in the day. We want to get the final done as match 2. But there were 2 divisions of 3, so Division 1, each team played each other once, and they finished with 1 win each. And that's bold.
Captain's taken responsibility, hasn't he? Brought himself on, first ball, job done.
Just using his experience. Yeah, using experience there, just falling straight, just kept a little bit low, and the batter played over the top of it.
Yeah.
So there you go, mate.
Similar to what we were saying before, Jack, I remember on the first day was running in off 8-9 yards, trying to get the ball through. His first delivery today came off 2-3 yards and just full and straight, as we've discussed.
Yep, kept a little bit low. So on one side of the draw, each team had 1 win. How was it on your side of the draw? No, you're on our side.
You're on your side, yeah.
Do you know how the other side ended up?
So the Bounders that we're playing in the final won both their games. I think there was a close second game, but a relatively comfortable win in the first game for them.
Yep.
So we'll be playing them in the second game. We started our match tactics last night when we saw them walk into the clubhouse and sent 10 tequilas over in their direction, trying to take them down a bit in advance of the game.
Yeah, very good. Just 1 sec, I've got a phone call coming in. Pass it over.
So we've got the new batsman at the crease now. Jack, the captain, struts in, 2 full, through the covers for 1. Key here is using the pitch, which Jack has decided not to do on this occasion. Third ball of the over. Nice little drive to extra cover. Long off running in. Takes a single. Big chase needed ahead of us. 189 runs from 81 balls.
Okay, so short, not short, but just outside off, spinning in and just push down to mid on there. Is this your last cricket venture of this year?
It is.
Yep.
Yeah, this is our end of season tour, really. We've played 10, 11 games back home.
Oh, it's a big 6. That has nearly ended up in the blue room lap pool. Fallen on the waist, and that's just been smashed. Strong boy?
Yeah, cleared the supporters and everything.
It's a big whack.
Although I didn't see any of them leaping to try and catch it as it came through.
I'm pretty much sure the Bokaneers said, well, Jack, if you're going to bowl that, you're going to go get it yourself.
So Jack finishes the over with another full bunger.
Down there to Thogger. So for the people asking on the YouTube comments, yes, Thogdad will be coming on to bowl at some stage. Jack pulls the trigger.
The crowd have spoken.
Yeah. There was a viewer poll after Thoggers got out. They wanted him to go back in and bat again. Unfortunately, we're interactive, but not that interactive to change the finals day. So apologies for that, guys. Yeah, so where were we just before I had that phone call? You were talking about...
Just coming to the end of our season.
Oh, yeah.
We played 10 or 11 games. I think we only picked up 3 victories, 2 of them against the same team. So,
Now disbanded.
yeah, now disbanded, and I think through sheer embarrassment of getting turned over by us. But then luck seems to be a bit more in our favour out here as we've crept through to the final of the competition.
Yeah. And what have you been doing in your downtime? There hasn't been too much downtime, but it's been a little bit.
No, we came down yesterday to watch all 3 of the games.
Okay. Yeah.
And try and be part of it, try and be involved.
Yeah.
Encourage the cricket down here. But sadly, sat by the side of the pitch for a long time gives too much time to drink away. So
yes.
There's a fair few sore heads today. Some travelled up to Budvar last night. Others went straight to bed after too much fun in the afternoon.
Yeah, fair enough. It was good to see a lot of family and kids out here, separate to the cricket, using the great facilities that we got.
Yeah. Blue Room's clearly a very popular place. There was a lot of families coming down and eating together and playing and running and laughing.
Making their dogs chase after you.
Yeah, lots of friendly stray dogs around here. Yeah,
many.
They can smell the lovely Indian that's coming across the ground at the moment. For someone who hasn't had breakfast, I'm a bit peckish.
And I think they can smell blood as well for the Bokaneers opening batsman, who's terrified of them, we understand.
Yes, Baby Beefy, as we like to call him in Estonia. There's a gentleman in cricket Estonia called Tim Heath, who's been around European cricket for a long time, invested a lot of money into helping promote cricket in Europe, and apparently Baby Beefy here is a spitting image of what Tim Heath was in the mid-20s, so he's ended up keeping that nickname from the cricketers in Estonia. But the one difference between Baby Beefy and normal Beefy is the 100 count this season. So it's time for Big Beefy next year to come back to the T20s and bang him like he can.
Show everyone how it's done.
Yeah.
The old Hors are starting to fall behind the rate here.
Yeah.
Tracking just under 10 and over, probably need just shy of 15 and over now.
Yeah, got to be some big licks coming up here soon. Oh, that's kept low. Posh Timmy's gone for the leg side catch there with the keeping gloves. Timmy, the wicket keeper, has done a hell of a lot of work this year on this tournament alone, let alone the other touring sides. And shout out to all the volunteers down here in Montenegro, done a great job to get this up and running.
He's the reason we're here.
Yeah.
It's short. Oh.
In fact, I'm an ICC delegate for Estonia, and we've got all ICC chats for European countries, and there's also a chat set up by countries and not in the ICC as well. There's about 30 of them. Obviously got Iceland and Montenegro and Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, countries like that. And there's a bowled, free hit. Sorry, Mr. Noble. There's a question in the non-ICC chat from Posh Timmy a couple of years ago. He asked, like, what do you guys do regarding public liability for businesses near a cricket ground? And it was an interesting question, nothing that we sort of had considered in Estonia because we played in the middle of a horse racing track originally. And then I PM'd him on the side. I said, what's the go down there? Like, you're playing in the playground, like, how much space do you actually have? And then he showed me the blue room. And he was asking, obviously, there's so many kids running around we saw yesterday, like, if one of them accidentally gets hit, is a team that has to cover it? Is it the association? They weren't an association at that time, so where does this insurance come into it?
And I guess that's probably part of why we bowl from one end.
Yeah.
Because if we were bowling at the other end, there's buildings directly behind that Robbo would have put a few windows through on.
Exactly right. So it's all these things that are outside of just the game days that these guys work on. So it's really shout out to all the volunteers around Europe for doing these sort of things. Well, that's a big swing. Jack's just tossed it up there, enticed the batter to have a crack, and he's gone and done it. But that's when we first got involved with the lovely guys here at the Bokaneers. Great hosts.
Yeah, very friendly people, made us feel very welcome. And helped us get everything organised and get over to get in, get settled, relaxing start, and then 2 games of cricket on our second day. It was good fun, good company, good people.
In comes Jack. Oh, it's got another one. I think he originally went up for an LB shout. but it's gone straight onto the stump, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, there's another wicket gone down here. Just trying to work out the batting order. Did you have to duck off at all, mate, or you're good?
I think I'm good for a minute. Yeah, we're up next in the final. We've brought 16 people over, and we're still struggling with selection issues for what our team's going to be for the final. Someone needs to get left out, and I think normally you'd expect that to be on cricketing terms, but sadly it's more who's the least hungover, who's the most capable of standing up for 20 overs in the field, and who's in control of their body to be able to do so.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. So we've lent a player to the old Hors now, who's just coming out to bat, James Edington.
Okay, yeah.
Playing for his place in the final, really.
Okay, there we go.
If he embarrasses the club now, that will be it.
That'll be it, last match.
Sit and watch.
Yeah.
He'll face the skipper.
Yeah. Play with 10 if you had to, I guess.
Yeah, quite happily. And he starts with a nice little on drive, takes a single.
So when you get touring cricket sides, there's always fun and games on those tours. Do you guys have any little intricacies that you have, fine sessions as such? Or I saw a guy walking around in a duck suit the other night at Salon Privy. I'm not sure which team that was from, but
yeah, we do indeed. We normally when we go on tour, we try to take 13, 14 people. Make sure you got an extra couple for those that do get carried away. And we normally draw the team and the batting order out of a hat, so that people don't get frustrated about getting selected. But with it being a tournament format rather than just simple friendly games, we decided we were going to try and win it this time. But obviously while trying to find the balance of getting everyone 2 games over the course of the 2 days that we're playing. Sadly, our first game we had to make a last-minute selection change because someone didn't get out of bed, and sadly for our second game we had to make a last-minute selection change as someone had too many vodkas in the afternoon and wasn't ready to play cricket after the the session that they'd had. So there's a few disputes about what the team will be for the final. We brought a fine book with us. We run fines every evening. People get Dr. Euro for every mistake and error. I say every mistake and error. I think there was 240 fines from the first day of cricket. So you can imagine the standard that we've brought. And yeah, we have a duck suit as well. So
that's your duck suit, yeah.
Yeah, standing tour tradition. The first person to get a duck puts it on, and you don't get to take it off until someone else does when it gets passed on. So Gary spent the vast bulk of the day in it. For us, somehow having faced 40 overs, we only actually managed 1 duck, which is highly unusual for our club, to be honest.
A little bit slippery out there.
Milan into the batsman, he hits the pads. No noise, bowling round the wicket, unlikely to see LBWs.
Yep. So, that 2 for 39, yeah. Just felt like there's been more bowls. I think the bowls came at the end of the first innings, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, there was also there was a bowl that was a free hit, so a bit of a celebration to nothing. Yeah.
So the crowd's slowly filtering in here for the final at 12 o'clock. Hope to get a few people to come have a look.
Yeah, I think we've got a good 30 people sat watching this game now.
Yeah. Can't see too many beers in the hands, but it is Sunday and it's only 11:30, so it's also a cricket trip.
Milan to Eden.
Is it 11:30? I thought the final's kicking off at 12. No, it's 10 to 11. I've got the Estonian laptop in front of me. That's what it is. Yeah, 10 to 11. So if anyone would be kind enough to bring me a bacon and egg McMuffin, I'd definitely consume it for my breakfast. Bit of a rush this morning. Where are a majority of you guys staying? You got a hotel or you're sort of around on booking.com?
Yeah, we're all up in Hotel Halada.
Okay, yeah.
I would say a 10-minute walk from the ground.
Yeah.
Nice and easy. Beautiful walking along the coastline to get here.
Yeah.
Seeing all the boats, the Olivia O, £200 million super yacht.
Yeah, there's a few decent boats here, isn't there?
We've heard rumours that the Black Pearl's out there somewhere, a 114-metre yacht. I think it was one of the biggest in the world. I haven't actually seen it myself, but we met a few of the crew last night.
Okay, yeah.
Who were telling us they've docked up, having been to Dubrovnik yesterday.
Yeah.
And they're here for a couple of days before returning.
I believe at some stages during the year, 3 out of the 5 most expensive super yachts are here in Porto Montenegro. definitely something to see if you're in town and they happen to be in that weekend. There's some impressive machinery, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean, the Olivia O is a remarkable boat, sat just off the side of the cricket pitches.
Yeah.
We have that in view and a submarine in view, which is highly unusual for a game of cricket.
It is. It's one of the most unique grounds going around. I'd liken it to like the Formula One race in Monaco. You know, cricket in a harbour, like a proper harbour. Well fielded, Aaron. Oh, no.
Great take from Aaron Paul. Aaron Paul's the South African mentioned earlier today. Yeah. Aaron's played Premier Division cricket in 5 different countries so far.
There we go.
And he's only 24 years old.
Oh, really? 24, yeah.
Played in New Zealand, played in Australia, Scotland, the Falkland Isles, and in the UK.
Falkland Isles, okay.
Yeah, so he played for Exmouth in the I think it's Devon Prem down there.
Yeah.
And he bowls a bit as well, which we haven't seen today.
He bowls a few mediums, I think.
Yeah. Saw him on the first day doing the business with the ball and bat.
Yep.
Not yet seen him today, and the Hors are getting themselves in a bit of trouble here.
Yep, and there's been a bit of controversy with an extra 2 fielders on the field. One happens to be a dog, just coming to talk to Posh Timmy about the missed-stumping that he had just then. And Timmy's not having one of his better cricketing days, unfortunately, for a guy who works so hard. He deserves a bit of luck, but got bowled first ball and missed a stumping there, then has been harassed by a dog on the side of it as well.
The poor dog looks angry and disappointed at Tim for the performance so far.
Thogdad's jumped in to try to help the situation, but the dog's not listening to Thogdad either. And there's a stunning female wicketkeeper running onto the ground as well for... Ragni's trying to help out the situation there.
Which is unusual. She's been very quiet for the 2 days so far.
Yeah.
It's doesn't like to talk, does she?
No, it's about time she come out of her shell, I think. You know, it's been a couple of days.
Obviously warmed up and built some confidence. Busy digs it in short.
Yeah, it's popped up there. So poor Timmy, the keeper, he's really having to earn his no dollars here. The first one scooted at his ankles, the next one nearly wrapped him on the chin.
He's got a big old bruise on his knee from the first day as well.
Oh, that was
shot through. I think that was off Aaron Paul, actually.
That was painful.
I think that changed Aaron's action. He was bowling a few medium paces until he hit him on the knee and then needed to become a spinner to finish the over.
It's one of the tough things about being a wicketkeeper. You do have the pads, but the second you lean down to pick up the ball, all of a sudden your knee gets exposed, and that's bowled by Jack. Very good ball, actually. Pitched outside off, spun back, hit the top of the leg as the batsman was trying to put that over the Blue Room and Masala Art restaurant.
And I think that's part of the thought process when you're playing out here, isn't it? The need to hit the ball as hard doesn't really exist with the smaller boundary. It's about hitting clean. And it's not about putting your arms through everything. Yeah. Sadly, we've seen a lot of the chaps try to do so.
Yeah. Greek field in Corfu. I haven't actually played in Corfu. I haven't been to Corfu, but I know Corfu was a very important part of 50-over World Cup qualifying matches back 5, 10, 15 years ago. Like, you had to go to Corfu and play in tournaments to win there to go up through the division. So I'd really like to check out Corfu. Have you seen any cricket in Greece?
We've not. Corfu was on the list of places we were looking at going before. I think we ended up doing Valencia and then Benidorm when we were considering them at the time. Both of which are really good tours, actually. If you're looking for places to go, I'd absolutely encourage both of them. Barry in Valencia is a good host, sorted out a lot of stuff for us. It's a weird experience there because you're playing a bit of a cage, and we had to sit and watch a baseball game finish before we were allowed to get onto the pitch because they had the priority for it. But with floodlights, you get to play late into the evening, so I think we finished at 10, half 10 one of the days.
How did you find playing in that twilight cricket? Personally, I really enjoy it, both playing and watching.
Yeah, it's a slightly different game, isn't it? It's we were saying similar here, playing with the white ball here against a beautiful blue sky. It's so easy to see the ball when you're deep in the field. Whereas our home ground back in the UK, you've normally got tree-lined, dark, miserable skies. Red ball against it becomes a bit harder to keep your vision on, really.
And as that red ball gets a little bit old, a little bit greener, and
especially later in the day, and the sun comes around one of the ends. So you often, if you're batting, you've got the bowler's arm coming out of the sunshine, and if you're fielding, you've got the ball coming straight at you with sun on one side and the trees on the other side. It's often hard to pick the ball cleanly.
Yeah.
So the old Hors are now needing 17 runs and over, which on many other pitches you'd say is a real struggle, but here is still plausible.
Okay, yeah, word around town is Thogdad's on the boundary doing some warm-up stretches in the bowling action. I think he's trying to signal to the skipper to look over. Jack doesn't seem to be looking in his direction, though. Thogdad's doing a few star jumps. But, yeah, correct. Like, you just need one guy, like Hartridge at the start to hit, a couple big ones and a few 20, 22 runs and over, and you sort of get back in the game.
And there's the chance to have a bit of courage, isn't there? Hartridge played a superb innings, but it wasn't chance-free. I think he was dropped twice on the boundary.
He was,
yeah. Where the boundary is a bit smaller, the ball doesn't half come at some speed when you stood there.
Absolutely. You can certainly hear the ball. Oh, down the pitch. He missed it. It's bounced off Tim, the keeper, and gone to sort of a short fine leg for a bye, I'd imagine.
Single stolen.
Single put in the book. So it goes down as a chance, which means it's another fine for poor Timmy. He has to bring his bank manager to the fines meeting this evening. Oh, that ball was just scooted off. Okay, so no boundary off this over so far. Jesus, 26s so far in this game.
And only 17 fours. We've been really treated.
Oh.
And there's the 21st.
As we speak,
What timing.
So just a reminder, this is the playoff for the third place in a 6-team competition. This match and the third match is reduced to 15 overs, and the final will be played next up will be a T20. There's a little bit of rain forecast for later on, so they want to get the final out the road. But if it stays like this, we'll be able to get all 3 games in, no worries. So stick by to the end.
It's just a slightly different day, isn't it, from the ones we've had? We've had 2 beautiful days of blue skies and sunshine, but we have a bit of a grey cloud coverage today and nerves about whether we'll be able to get it through.
Well, I think Thogdad's taken things into his own hand and just going to go take the ball out of the captain's hand and come on to bowl. So here he comes.
Jack's pointing at him, encouraging him to go back to the boundary. But no. I don't know what happened to Jack on the way down to the ground. It looks like he's been dragged through the back of a bush as well. He's been attacked on the way to the ground, one can only assume, because a captain would never not wash their kit the night before, surely. Yeah,
so the captain's just gone to Thoggers and said, right, this is your debut on international television. I'm going to let you bowl this over, but I'm going to fine you at the end of the day.
Foggers is running in for his first delivery without the ball. New tactic.
New tactic.
Not seen before. No. Batsman looks confused.
Yeah. Shout out to Terry O'Connor, operations manager of cricket in Estonia, just logging on and watch us down here. The third place match. First ball, Thogger's gone for 6. Actually, I think that's a 12. Sorry to say, Thogdad. Yeah. And at this stage, Old Hors have very solidly in 4th position, you'd imagine. Bokaneers will almost certainly take the 3rd place spot here as home team. They definitely deserve it. But let's see what happens with this over.
It's going to need a few big overs, but...
Oh,
but 12 from the first 2.
I think that's the 5th. Yeah, that's exactly the same distance onto the chipping green.
The captain's heading over. Captain's still angry about the decision made.
Absolute seething, captain. Yeah.
The captain didn't think this game was losable when they were looking at 18 runs and over, but 2 balls later, things are starting to turn.
Come on, Thogdad. Here we go. Yorker in the air, over short cover, 4 scored.
1 bounce, 16 so far from half the over.
So the crowd's called it a big cheer there. I'm not sure if it was a cheer for the batter hitting the 4 or if it was a cheer for Thogdad not going for 6 on that delivery.
I think we could be on for a record here as well. I think there was a 29 off 1 over on Friday.
Yeah. Oh, that's a big hit over mid-off. 18-22 off so far. Captain's got the teapot stance at deep mid-on, shaking his head. Oh, they revised the 3rd ball to a 6. Okay. So we've got 4 6s. 4 6s here. They've changed that. I've missed that. Apologies.
So for those watching, that could be because the grass is cut to the edge of the rope, isn't it? Which makes it tricky to see from over here. Sure. It looked like it might have fallen short from our angle, but with a shorter boundary. We could be on for a record here.
Here we go, 4 sixes, 2 balls left in the over.
Oh, he's missed it. Timmy stumping, chose not to.
Yeah, very good comeback ball from Thogdad there, just a bit short of a length and jumped up.
So there's a lot of pressure on this delivery now.
Yeah.
If it goes for 6, it's the worst over of the whole weekend. If it doesn't,
it's a no ball.
oh, it's a no ball
Oh,
wide.
and a free hit.
So we creep to 25 with a free hit on the final delivery.
The advantage of being an international all-rounder, which is what Thogdad is, he did bat a bit, so he hit 20 odd. So I think his main total is not to go for how much he scored, but I'm not sure what that is. It's got to be close at the moment. There it is. Oh, no,
it is.
that is a big 6. That's the biggest of the lot. That's out the ground.
It's cleared the fencing.
Oh, no.
One bounce on the road.
Thogdad, 31 off the over. I think that does actually end up being more than... Yeah, we've got our editor on the way down with a bit of
Thogdad seems to have gone to the power. He's ripping the plugs and the cameras out.
just to rub salt into the wound. The captain's actually had to go and get that last 6. It's gone up the hill, Jack. I think I'll just go help him out. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Fogden's running towards the camera. If we lose you now, you know why. We're currently trying to find the ball. One bounce on the road, over the ground, into the neighbouring facilities. Yeah. It's just coming back now, but it looks like Fogden's refusing to come back himself. The skipper's taken him off for a chat away from the cameras. Doesn't want the crowd to see it. And here they come. He'll come back into your visual any second.
The crowd is cheering for one more over from Thogdad, thinking he's going to come back and take a hat-trick. The hat-trick of wickets, not 6s, I think everyone wants.
But what viewing that was for the crowd. 5 6s off the over. And the dot could have been a stumping.
Dead set had everything.
Jamie returns for his second over. Nice, full straight, probably a little bit down the leg side.
Yeah.
Comes off the pad for a quick single.
So this is the Bokaneers defending 200 odds against old Hors. The 3rd place in the 16 tournament this weekend in Tivat, Montenegro.
I think the old Hors tactic seems to be get Alex on strike and get their ringer out of the picture.
Yeah. Good there, good ball there, Jamie. Just pitched it, touch shorter. Very hard to get away.
I think the batsman Alex, I think, is just rebuilding his energy after hitting 5 6s in 1 over just before.
Here it comes
another
to us. Right in front of us, Robbo goes out. Didn't quite get there, but the TV screen has been saved.
I would say Robbo got a hand to it, but I think it was a foot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, toe. Did we put this link on anywhere, Robbo? Yeah.
And so for those that haven't been following the tournament so far, Robbo scored 100 on the first day's play and took a number of wickets and got runs in the second game and somehow ended up being on the 3rd place team in the group. A big individual display from him.
Yeah.
And I heard a rumour that he tried to take on his lookalike David Boone's feat. My understanding is Boone did 35 cans flying from Australia to England. And Robbo tried to do it coming from Estonia to Montenegro. I won't tell you how that one ended, but he gave it a good old go.
Get a little crack.
Jamie in, batsman strikes, it's big again, and it's over the fielder's head, it's another 6. Alex is entertaining. So we have Webster currently sat on 57 from 16 deliveries, while Edington up the other end has 12 from his 12. The Hors need 97 from 37 balls. The run rate coming down from 18 required previously down to about 15. We're currently going at about 12 and over, but the last couple have been a bit different. He goes for a reverse sweep. They've gone up. There's no reaction from the umpire, other than to hand the bowler his cap back.
That's it.
And question why he's shouting.
Yes. So the question being asked now is Thogdad coming back on to bowl?
The crowd are hopeful. The skipper's turning to his South African pro, I think. Nervous from the one over before. It's time for some Aaron Paul.
I can do it. Okay, so here we go. So
Aaron will probably bowl under his code name Bert.
Yep. Aaron's not only trying, word around town, not only trying to prove himself as an international Montenegrin cricket player today and this weekend, he's trying to prove himself to their future father-in-law.
Edington goes big off in first ball. It's 6 more. Creeps over 2 fielders.
Yeah. So he cruises around with his partner and the partner's father. And hopefully they're not watching the stream just yet. Oh, there's a stray fielder on the pitch again. Oh, there's a 2 on there now. 3. There's dogs coming in from all different directions here.
I think Jack was looking to swap one of them for Fogdad, but he's carrying them off and refusing to go himself.
There are a couple stray dogs around the port.
There's a third. Here we go. Yeah. It's a party.
Either that or very trusting owners. It is a very calm and peaceful place here. I wouldn't be surprised if the dogs just go out for a walk on their own and go back home later on in the afternoon.
The crowd's building down here now, isn't it?
The team's starting to come in for the finals as well. Up to probably about 60 people coming down to watch now.
Sounds about right. And the blue room's starting to busy up as well. A few of the local families down here coming down for their lunch. A few sat watching the cricket. And what a display Alex is putting on for them at the moment. Aaron Paul to Edington.
Oh,
big swing.
That's another 6.
It goes again.
So this is your fella, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah. James is playing for his place in the final, really. He hasn't done much in the first 2 games.
Yes.
Tells us he's an opening batsman regularly.
Okay, yeah.
But harder in the shorter format. James is a 40-over craftsman, nudging and nurdling rather than hitting big, and this is his chance to prove otherwise. So would you change anything now, Stuart? If you were out there, if you were captain, the last couple of overs have been different to everything so far.
Not really sure. I'd like to see Thogdad come on for another over to redeem himself with a few wickets.
We've got a field setback, everyone on the boundary except one man.
Yeah, this really...
If he tried bouncing the ball instead of full tosses, he would have done better.
Yeah. This really frustrates me. We've got fields, everyone on the boundary. I mean...
There's a level of etiquette, isn't there? It's we had that discussion the other day with, I think the rules for the tournament are 5 fielders on the leg side only, but there's nothing with restrictions. Most 2020s you'd have an inner circle and expectations of 4 or 5 players depending on the time of the game within that circle at most times.
Yeah. Very small circle. I think that discussion was with me in the opening batter and my own bowler. Yeah, I just thought, T20 rules don't need to be sort of added in to a competition because the T20 rules are already there. The local stuff on top of that is, I think, separate to that, but that's what the understanding was. So I'll have to let my opening bowler have 6 people back on the boundary.
And we do have a local rule here, though, don't we? We're playing on a flicks pitch.
Yep.
And if the ball is bowled and doesn't land on the flicks pitch, rather than a generic wide, it's a no ball, and it brings a free hit.
Yeah.
Which I understand to be a local rule. It's certainly not one I've played under before.
We play that in Estonia as well. Any ball off the pitch is given a no ball. And under T20 rules, we go the free hit as well.
Yeah.
I get...
And that continues through your league games, or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we do. I've lost track of all the changes with rules and that recently, so we just go with that.
And in Estonia, you play both T20s and T40s?
Yes. So we've got about 10 or 12 teams in our 20-over comp and probably about 8 teams in our 40-over comp.
Yeah.
We play 21 weekends a year, both Saturday and Sunday. We do trainings Monday to Thursday, and some teams can go out Friday night if they want to train.
Yeah.
We've got independent pitch, so we're not behold to other owners. We used to be playing in the middle of a racehorse track, or there's a lot of ovals like that in Australia. You've got the greyhound track around the outside and the cricket pitch in the middle. That's a great shot through square cover.
Yeah, we'll have to look at adding Estonia to one of our list of countries toured. A number of us went there on a rugby tour.
Yeah.
Probably 25 years ago now.
Oh, really?
When we were younger, fitter and more capable individuals. But we've never been out there for cricket, which we must change.
So the owner of the property we play at, Tim Heath, is a cricket fan, or Australian rules football fan, but also a rugby fan. So he's built 2 cricket pitches, and in the middle is a rugby pitch. So you can play both sports there at the same time.
And the team you've brought this weekend is a mixture between the Tallinn Hippos and
the National Ladies. And 3 guys from England.
Yeah.
So Paul Bradley, I met through the ICC stuff. He used to be ICC delegate of Malta when he was out there.
Yeah, Malta's another one we've toured. Beautiful venue.
He brought his team across to Tallinn. They did a 4-day tour, which is quite long actually. It becomes pretty tired by the end of it.
Yeah. And
from that stage, those guys and us guys, we just clicked. So like we have done with the Montenegro guys as well. We just stayed in contact with that.
Yeah. We had a very, very good tour to Malta. They were substantially better than we were, so we got turned over quite badly 3 days in a row. Yeah. But certainly enjoyed the experience of being there. Beautiful ground, beautiful place.
They do have some good players, don't they, Malta? Yeah. They reel out there.
Mixture of English and Aussies over there with them, and some locals, which was nice to see them play against as well.
Yep.
So people learning the game while we were there as well.
We definitely want to try Malta at some stage. But yeah, on the locals, the 3 Estonian girls we got playing in the final this afternoon. Lena, Janika and Ragni. They play domestically, or they're allowed to play domestically in Estonia. We don't have it's not a men's comp, we call it a T20 comp, and if the women are capable of playing first division on a Saturday, they play.
Yeah.
And the boys are told, like, it's fair game, like, they've earned their spot. Don't be silly, like, let's play safe, but no, none of this underarm stuff, you play properly.
And from what we've seen, some of them must be in contention to get selected for the team then, right? There's some good bowlers, a wicket keeper, there's options.
Yep. So all 3 of the Estonian women, that's not out, would play in the national women's side, T20, if we were to play tomorrow. The other lady we got travelling with us, her name's Lema. She's out of Tartu, but originally from Latvia. But all of them have started cricket from scratch, haven't lived in England. So this is good. They've come up through the development programs that we've had on and off over the years of time, and I've just really enjoyed it. That's a big hit. No, all good. Hannah, all yours.
That's 6 more. And while we've been chatting about cricket in Estonia, the game's moved on a bit for the Horse, sadly, in the wrong direction. The required run rate has now crept up to nearly 19 and over after a couple of good ones from Aaron and Jamie, I believe.
Yeah.
But a big 6 there, and a couple more, and the game could change again. 66 needed from 21 balls.
Well, he's gone the
ramp. A ramp shot.
That's 4.
It's 4 more.
Yeah. It's the only successful ramp shot I've seen in my 2.5 days here. Most of them are generally missed.
And the first time it hasn't hit someone in the face after they've attempted it.
Managed to dodge Timmy the keeper too. He'll be having a well-deserved beer and Vana Tallinn tonight. We've brought some of our local Estonian liqueur with us on this trip for you guys to try out. And he's a big fan of it, so we're looking forward to that. Hopefully it's not raining.
Sounds good to me. Aaron Paul. Oh. Paul left one just outside the stumps. The batsman didn't quite commit to his shot. Went through to the keeper. 62 required from 19.
Oh, he's missed that by half a metre. But, yeah, the intent's there. They're going to go for the win. They've got, in theory, nothing to lose. They're in 4th place at the moment, so he might as well go for the win.
Yeah. And I think the only thing I'd change tactically is if he had his eyes open when he was trying to hit the ball, he might stand more chance.
Yeah. It's certainly a tactic that often gets overlooked in these sort of situations, one that you need to be wary of. And Thogdad is down at deep mid-wicket, doing his warm-up, bowling stretches again. Jack, the captain, is not looking anywhere near his direction. It doesn't look like there'll be any redemption for poor Thogdad, who'll have to sit on 5-6s till the next year's matches.
It could make an interesting game, couldn't it? If we had another Thogdad over, then it's only 31 needed from 12 balls, and the match could swing.
Yeah. But Jack's gone to his...
We've got a new bowler coming home, haven't we? He's here for a man of the match shot.
Yeah.
Having got his 100 runs early, he wanted to make sure he gets a few wickets.
Yeah. So Thogdad hit about 20 or 30, got hit for 20 or 30. If Baby Beefy here goes for his total, it's going to be all over. It's not imagining a repeat of that performance. Very steady right arm over the wicket, dibbly dobbler.
The Chinese cut down to deep backward square. A single to Walker leaves Edington on strike. 17 balls remain, 60 needed. There's no more time. They need to get going.
Just one second. Do you want to do the last few overs? Huh? Do you want to do the last few overs? Commentary? Yeah. Okay, Ben, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to hand you over to Gleb. I'm going to go get some breakfast.
No worries. So we've got 17 balls remaining. A big 6 from Edington that creeps over the boundary. Leaves, I think, 54 required from 17, but we'll check that in 2 seconds. 54 from 16, here we go. And I'm joined by a new co-commentator from the Italian Hippos.
Good morning.
How's things?
Very well, thanks. Good to join you.
I heard rumours you were nearly involved in this game.
Nearly, yeah, in one capacity or the other. It does seem like there's a lot of keen participants today, so happy to sit this one out and enjoy this lovely game so far. We have seen some really impressive batting on display, as well as some very, very impressive bowling.
It's been an exciting game, that's for sure, and there's still a lot more to come. 20 and over required for the last 3 overs. Oh, climbs on the pitch, leaving Edington off balance. I think we need to say thanks, don't we, to the other teams in that context. The old Hors sadly didn't quite have 11 players to get going together, but I think 2 or 3 teams have stepped up and done their bit and lended players to show the strength and the friendliness going on of this weekend.
And that's a true testament to the nature and the spirit of participants who have congregated in Montenegro this weekend. The fact that we can always have a game and everyone's very keen to help out, I think it just goes to show. And so far we see a shot for a single. The equation remains at 53 required of 14.
It's getting big now, isn't it?
Typically, I would say that it's probably out of reach, but we have seen some impressive batting, plus the added complexity of free hits and no balls. I think there's still, the game is still not over. Andrew bowling a bit full toss, and that gets smacked for 6 into the leg side.
And we're looking to the umpire to see if that's given us a no ball. Was that over waist height or? Yeah.
Umpire doesn't look interested.
I guess when one of your players is the umpire, you stand a good chance of those decisions going in your favour.
Coming to bowl around the wicket and gets smacked onto the offside. 1 bounce for 4.
So we've got an interesting 2 overs ahead of us now. 43 runs needed from 12 balls. I think Aaron Paul's going to return. The crowd want to see Fogdad. The skipper's uninterested.
We have seen overs go for over 25 runs before, so I think that they're still in the game. It will require quite a composed and focused effort from the batsman. But however, James and Alex both seem to have their eye in. Alex is on an impressive score of 87 off 31. He still has time to reach his ton.
Some could say James has cost them the game, batting slowly, only achieving 34 from his 22 deliveries.
That's something to work in the nets on, right?
The Oakhill Taverners are embarrassed that they've lent a player that hasn't done enough.
Another full toss. This gets prodded onto the leg side. I think it's just going to go for a single. Yep. It's actually quite hard, I found, running 2 on this ground. The typical position of the fielders will usually say that you either defend the single or the boundary.
Again, the ball's climbed off the pitch. Timmy, I think, has taken it in the chest. We might have a slight breather there. No, in the chin, potentially. Poor guy. I hope there's no blood. We're checking with the umpire now to see if he's all right. Very handsome man. Won't have wanted that to be destroyed.
I do think we need to applaud the heroics of the wicket-keepers involved in all the games so far. we have seen just how unpredictable this pitch can be.
And it goes both ways, doesn't it? Sometimes the ball keeps low,
Yeah.
sometimes the ball skips. I think Tim's likely to have to leave the field. I think there might be a bit of blood, sadly.
Oh no. Unfortunate, but he looks like he will be all right. Just needs to have it looked at.
Yeah, I think he's okay. I'd imagine a bit of a clean-up and a plaster, and we might see Tim reappear in a couple of moments' time.
I think the batsman would probably be a little bit unhappy with this, killing the momentum of the scoring. However, it does give both teams a moment to compose themselves and have a breather. The equation is still 42 off 10.
And so how are the preparations going for your game later today?
I think at the moment, well, the first part is actually arriving, and I think we're just about getting there.
And has there been some awkward selection decisions?
I have not heard of any shockers just yet. I think we are going to have some rotations from our playing 11 on Friday. But I think Stu Hook, the captain, is currently concocting a plan, so we'll see what he comes out with in time for Game 2.
And so
I think Talon Hippos are playing in Game 3.
Game 3, yeah, end of the day. The final one. The weather seems to be holding fine. There are grey skies overhead. There was nerves around that, so the tournament format was changed slightly, with the 3rd, 4th playoff and the 5th, 6th playoff moving down to 15 over games rather than 20, as the weather prediction claims that rain may come later today. The grey skies change things a bit for the bowler. The ball swings a bit, it moves a bit. We haven't seen much off the deck itself, but hitting a plastic surface, I guess it's the height of the bounce rather than it moving left or right, really.
Yeah. And oftentimes just varying the position of the seam can land you unpredictable results. Ball pitching on a good length can end up around ankle high, and I've seen those go about neck high as well. So it's very hard to read this pitch and bounce, given the fact that it's a short format. And this is, despite the short boundaries, these are quite challenging batting conditions.
And sadly, for those watching, wondering why we're off at the moment, it was one of those unpredictable bounces that has caused this. A relatively decent delivery, hit the deck in a relatively good line, but climbed quickly and has caught the wicket-keeper in the chin. We understand him to be okay, but there's a bit of blood, so we've just taken a slight breather to clean him up, get him plastered up, and then play will return with the game set, ready for an exciting finish. The old Hors need 42 runs from 10 balls. Many would say that's a hard feat, but with the boundary the size it is here, this game is by no means over yet. 25 is the required run rate, but we've seen a number of characters get hit for 28, 29, 30, and I think 31 we saw earlier today, which is huge, but not unsurprising on this pitch itself. I would say the cow boundary is probably 10, 12 metres shorter than you'd normally expect, and if you can hit dead straight, like we saw Robbo do countless times the other day, then there's good opportunity for boundaries over the bowler's head.
Definitely. We saw some really good examples of this earlier today with the Bokaneers batting. And play resumes. It's a good length, it hits him on the pad, but it looks like it's going down leg. Umpire's not interested.
But a dot ball changes a lot. That puts a lot more pressure on the Hors now. We need to see some fireworks soon.
Basically need a boundary of ball now. Need to bowl. Decent length, a bit wide of off stump. Umpire says it's a legitimate delivery. That's another dot ball, which is crucial for the bowling team.
And to demonstrate to those watching the differential size of the boundary, we've only seen 22 fours today, but we've had 33 sixes.
Wow. Batsman tries to play it, but he doesn't seem to connect. It's another dot ball.
And we're creeping and creeping and creeping towards them needing sixer ball.
No, wait, sorry, my apologies. That was called a wide, so 41 off 8 required. He connects with that.
It's big, it's in the sky, the fielder's under it.
Oh, he's just dropped it. Seemed to hit him in the chest and fall out.
That could have been the match-ending opportunity, with Webster, the strike gun batsman, dropped deep in the extra cover boundary.
I don't think they'll be too upset with that, as the equation is just defending the boundary off every ball, and the last 2 deliveries have gone for a single. So I think the Buccaneers will be happy with that. As we go into the last over, the older holes require 39 to win.
And sadly, in theory, that means the game for the Old Hors is over. And when I say in theory, with 6 balls and 6 runs a ball, 36 in theory should be the most you can get. But if we have a fogged out over, there is a chance that this game is still on.
Looks like he's rooted to the boundary there.
Oh, Jack still doesn't have the faith or the confidence, even though the game is out of reach. And he turns to his star batsman once more and gives him the chance to finish up. The crowd are angry. They're chanting Fogdad's name. Jack doesn't seem to care.
Buccaneers do seem to be taking this over quite seriously, putting some effort and precision into the field placements. We've got everybody out on the circle. Deep third man, deep point, deep cover, long off, long on, and 2 people in the cow corner with 1 backward deep square leg.
Key for Andrew here is just keeping it on the pitch, and the game is theirs. First ball.
First ball goes very high. It's not going to be caught within the boundary, so that is 6 runs.
It was caught beautifully by Jamie, but 3 yards over the rope, sadly.
As far as catches go, that was quite impressive.
Very calm, very comfortable underneath it, but again, the size of the boundary being the issue here. 5 to come.
Ooh, that is a dot ball called by the umpire. This changes the equation quite significantly now, with 33 required of 4. This is getting way out of reach for the Old Hors now, unless Extras makes a surprise appearance. Comes into ball around the wicket, hits him on the pad. That's not interesting to the umpire, and they take a single for leg byes.
Leg bye down to third man. Changes the strike. Brings Alex Webster on. Now, Webster has... Does he have 3 balls or 2 balls? He's 12 runs away from his 100.
And 3 balls remaining.
13 runs away from the biggest score of the weekend, I believe. Robbo's looking very pensive watching him. Oh, it's on.
And that is 6 to long on.
Which takes Webster to 94. 2 balls remain. 7 runs to become the hero of the weekend and take it away from Robbo.
That's
6 and retiring for the last ball.
that's 8 required, though, isn't it? I think to get 102.
Oh. It's a dot, and Edington stolen a single, which will cost him his 100. Controversially, Robbo had gone round to suggest he must be retired if he gets to 100.
So that bounce was awkward, and they did manage to run 1 extra off it. But I don't think that that will really change the equation now.
Edington needs 25 off the last ball, and he gets clean bowled.
Clean bowled.
Humiliating himself and his team in the process. The Old Hors sadly fall 25 runs short in what was a very energetic and enthusiastic chase.
Very unfortunate for Alex not to reach his ton, but that is the game, as the Buccaneers won by 24 runs.
And I've just heard from Robbo, the announcement has come. Andrew Hartridge, man of the match. 100 runs off 36 balls, including 4 fours and 12 sixes, at a strike rate of 277. He then came back to bowl as well, taking 1 wicket and going for 30 runs off his 2 overs.
That is an impressive, impressive performance.
One of the best we've seen this weekend.
So during the break, Rachel and I will jump in. Second, when you guys are finished. Yeah, just so you finish it up and there's other people coming in.
Yep.
And with that, we are going on to a break, and we will join you for match 2.
You guys.
Quick change of plans. There's break in the cricket, but not in the commentary. So
Yes.
when Robbo finishes this game, can you swing that camera around to the harbour again, please, Robbo?
So, hello everybody. Oh my god, it's so...
Yes, you got a voice like you've just played cricket for 3 days. So I'm joined in the commentary box by Ragnar Halleck, the host of Estonian Cricket Weekly, also national women's player. Welcome, Ragnar. How are you feeling today?
Good, good, good. Sleepy. Not hungover.
Not hungover, no. Are you looking forward to the playoff for last place that we're in this afternoon?
I don't care. I'm here for cricket.
Yeah.
We're gonna give our best.
Yeah.
Be fun, support each other, support other teams. Just for this spirit of cricket.
Spirit of cricket, yes. So we're here in the lovely Porto, Montenegro in Tivat. What have you found, or how have you found your first real big international cricket trip? I know you went to Finland the other week with Terry and the girls. How's this one been for you? Was it something you expected?
Oh, it's been great. It's been great. It's a bit tough for me as a beginner, as a woman, to play against the guys, but it's the experience that will get me there one day. But the game's been really cool, and the spirit.
Yes.
I don't want to bring it too close because I feel like I'm yelling.
No, it's all good. They can hear you just how we can hear each other in the ears here. These headphones have been really great setup by Mr. Dave Robson.
Yes.
Who still holds the highest score of this tournament with 101, not out.
There was one player who retired at 100.
Yes.
So, good on Dave.
Yes, so that was Andy Hartridge from the Bokaneers, who I don't think was aware of Robbo's 100.
101.
Generally, majority of the Bokaneers, when they talk about Robbo's batting, remember the 0-0 last time he was down here, but he fixed that up yesterday with a massive 101. And let's see how it goes in the final this afternoon.
Well, hopefully Dave will keep his title, or even redeem it, get a one up.
Yes, so Dave's title at the moment, it used to be 00 Robbo, because he went 0-0 and his nickname's Robbo. Now with 2 zeros and a 101, he's now binary Robbo. So that's 00101.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of zeros.
What's he done here? Oh, he's going to do that part. That's cool. So I'll just bring up the stream on my phone. So did you ever think you'd be playing cricket in Montenegro?
Oh, no. I just thought I'm going to do it for the fun of it, and like in Estonia with Prosecco.
Yes, I've mentioned the bribing the ladies with Prosecco.
Yeah. I'm back from that gang. Nowadays it's no Prosecco, it's come to practice. And then we practice hard, and we try to file down our skill. I'm really sorry about my voice, guys. It was good. Good yelling on the first day, and then it was gone.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, no, I didn't think I will be playing in any other countries other than Estonia.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to have the opportunity. And in Finland we came second because we got owned by basically one lady.
Yes.
They were like almost like a semi-professional.
Yeah.
Otherwise they were mix of beginners to that semi-professional that one lady has.
Yes, but you're always going to have one of those players in this sort of cricket, be it men's or women's. There's just going to be that one person that's just a touch above class of everyone else. But from the takeaway from Finland, it was a really good team effort, wasn't it? Good bonding experience and great exposure. Definitely,
yeah. You don't get those type of experience just playing on your home turf or like just practicing. So you need to go out and get the team together and have a pint.
Have a pint, yes. Pint of Prosecco even, yeah.
Anyways. Oh yeah, now we got the
comments there. So if anyone has any questions about cricket in Montenegro or cricket in Estonia or cricket in Europe, chuck it in the chat and Ragni and I will try to answer it while the next game is about to get underway. This is the final.
Who do we have in the final?
Oakhill and
Bokaneers?
No, Bokaneers is it the?
I'm
not quite sure from here. Robbo's turn the camera to the lovely Porto, Montenegro. We're playing on that field. There is the cricket pitch right there. I've mentioned it already today. This is like Formula 1 in Monaco. It's cricket in Porto, Montenegro.
It is. Fort has nice white streets, so it's like really fancy.
Yes.
And the hills give a great echo to the cheers.
Yes, the cheers and the beers for sure. I think without any question of doubt, the Estonian Tallinn Hippos have brought the loudest cheer squad.
Definitely. I think women make up the half of it at least. Me and Janika.
Yeah, absolutely. And if Lena and Lema are listening to the stream, you're due down at this ground now. So Yoxie.
No, they're late. They're late. We were supposed to be hit 12. So penalties.
So that's on the Estonian time. So it's 20 to 12, actually.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. They're good. No penalties yet.
No, it's still come down, girls. Bring us a bacon and egg McMuffin if you can on the way.
Oh. Stores are closed here. I'm not used to the
Sunday,
stuff being closed on Sundays.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to pop into the store, but no.
Yeah.
Some restaurants are.
Okay, so it's the Bounders CC versus Oakhill Taverners in the final. Toss of the coin is just about to be completed. The Tallinn Hippos are umpiring this match. Toss goes in the air. Looks like Oakhill have won the toss. Oakhill have won the toss and they will be batting in the next few minutes. So Oakhill lost to the Bokaneers in Group 1 and then beat the Tallinn Hippos, and then the Tallinn Hippo beat the Bokaneers.
Which we're really happy about. That we got a win.
Yes, 1 win, 1 loss. Very even finish in the first side of the division, separated by only a couple of wickets. In the second side, there was a team that did win both matches. So we got Mr. Cross coming to talk to the umpires there. All right, so you've won the toss and batted. What would be your ideal score, Radner, from what you've seen in the last 2 days? What would be your team? What would you like your team to get?
I mean, the previous game did get 200 out of 15 overs. That would be awesome to see again. So around that ballpark.
Yeah. So what we've seen so far is generally this ground is pretty low scoring, but they've done some work on it. They've mowed it. They've rolled it. They've worked on the pitch. It plays a little bit better the first 2 days, and 10 and over has been the going rate. So yeah, 200 for the final would be the score you want to set, because you've seen today the pitch is a little bit softer, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. It was quite dusty on the day we played. Everybody came off the pitch quite dirty.
Yes, yeah, there's definitely dirt. We've been advised that there was a polo match here at the start of the year. The horses running all over it and caused a lot of
Polo,
damage.
golf, you name it. They played it on this pitch, so it's a good experience to get with different turfs, not just a great one at the Tiskre.
Absolutely. So we got Mr. Thogdad coming over. Not sure if he's bringing water, beer, or if he wants to have a chat. If you want to talk about sport in Europe, talk to this young man here. Let's see what he's up to.
He was the main guy to take the dogs off the game.
Oh, thank you very much.
Too early.
All live.
Yeah. Okay.
Come on, take my place, please.
No, you want to stay and talk?
I'll stay here, but I'm off for now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Rachel. So yes, for the Hippos final, you're playing, by the way.
Great.
There we go. So selection's been made. Estonia going to run with a 3 female strategy for the final to absolutely scare the living bejesus out of the opposition.
That is brilliant. Now, what do you get? If you get a wicket or something, what is the prize money for you?
I don't know, we haven't talked about the prize money.
Well, you should. You know, with these guys, you've got to know in advance what you're going to get. If you get the wickets, 2 wickets, I don't know, it could be a holiday or a round of beers.
A round on them.
I think 5 wickets is your trip paid for.
Oh yeah, that's
5 wickets, not that generous there, sir.
Thing is, though, the trick part is she's a wicket keeper, so she won't get no chance.
Right. So how long have you been playing cricket?
I started to 2020 summer. It just happened on a company's summer party. Australians took a. Yes. So sorry, Stu.
So how did you break his finger?
Well, I'd never seen cricket before that day or played it, so they just gave me a bat. We didn't have a ball, so we made a ball out of duct tape. And they told me, if the ball comes to your way, you hit it and you run. So that's what I did, but Stu went to grab the ball because it was on on my shoulder
I was
height.
at the bowler's end, and the ball was coming back to the bowler, and Reggie was a non-striker. And to be fair, we did say if the ball's in the air, you've got to hit it.
Yes.
We just didn't tell it had to be at the batter's end.
Right. Fair enough.
So I just saw a ball come in, and I just hit it, and Stu's finger with it.
Brilliant. And what was the reaction of the teammates? Did everyone rush over and give him sympathy, or was there a lot of laughter?
I don't know. We realized we broke it at that time. He didn't even go to the emergency room for quite a while, and then later realized, oh yeah, it's broken.
Nah, you'll be all right. He's a tough lad, isn't he? So what's going to happen? Tell me. The final's coming up. We've played for the last 3 days. Are you feeling confident?
I definitely feel better than I did on our first game that I played at. I think the nerves got the better of me playing against the guys.
You did great. You did great, honestly.
Yes, got a stupid injury. I mean, if you're a lady, you can't play with long nails, and I didn't think about it that much, so got my nail bit.
But your team, you won that day. That's all that matters. I know
Yes.
2 very big scores, wasn't it? We scored 207, and then we lost it in the field. You see, our bowling was not good enough. Our fielding was not good enough. So, you know,
Great.
got to be very positive coming out of that game.
Of course, of course. It's a great team effort, and then I think Dave carried us quite well
Yes.
with a 101 there.
So you're up against the Oakhill Taverners, which I'm told used to be the name of a pub somewhere in England. Apparently it's now got a different name, but this is a good team. I've been watching them the last 2 or 3 days, and they're warming up now. There's some good players.
Gonna be an exciting game. I'm off now. Okay, in 2 minutes. Gotcha. Stu's gonna run away.
Right, let's have a look at some of the comments we've got. Who have we got in there? Let's have a look. Thogdad. Yep, that is me. Pizzy bowling his usual filth. Oh my goodness, that's a very unfair comment on Jack Pizzy. Oh, that's probably quite correct. Although, talking of bowling filth, did you see me being hit for 5 sixes in 1 over?
Oh yeah, that was
Yeah, that was funny. I think that's going to become a meme. That's going to become a video. Fortunately, I was on the winning team, but I think I've got a very heavy fine coming for conceding 30 runs in 1 over.
I think it was 31.
30. Well, let's round it down to 30.
Okay,
let's round it down. Yeah, but I mean, look, I'd say one of those balls was a bad one. The rest, I think, was good batting. It's just, you had 2 superb batsmen and, you know, massive respect. The guy who did it, Webster, I'm sure he plays at a good level. If that's what I'm going to tell everyone. Yes. When the story gets around that I conceded 30 in an over, when the video gets made, because we'll have to do a little video on that.
Yeah, I think so.
That's going to go viral. But I don't mind. It happened against a really good cricketer. So we have the final here. Let's one last look at the comments. Finley Wilkinson is in there, says Thogdaddy. Bilbo says well played. TDL, that is the Thogdad Defence League. But today it's all about the cricket. It's all about the cricket. First ball of the final of this 6-team tournament is about to be bowled.
Come on.
Oof.
Oy!
Oh my
That
goodness.
was a bad miss.
Does that go down as a drop catch?
I think it flicked him.
It flicked him, okay. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, it's been given as a 4, which means that he got something on it. Glove or bat or something.
I would have hit myself if I didn't miss the ball. Always such a hard on myself as a wicketkeeper. But, you know, it is a game.
So what are our thoughts? What's going to happen in this game? You got money? Have we all got money on the winners?
No, as a player, I can't bet on cricket.
That is fair enough. And here comes the man of the hour, Jack Pizzy, the captain of the Bokaneers, which is the host team. I think Jack is going to get his headphones on. And Jack, go on, talk us through that game that we've just played. The Bokaneers, the team that you captain, has come away with a 3rd place.
Well, we tried to make it as exciting as we could, didn't we, with our bowling?
Thank you, Jack.
Don't say too much.
I think Jack is referring to one of the Bokaneers bowlers. I'm terrible with names. Went for 31 in an over.
It began with an S. And
I guess that individual is going to get a heavy fine, Jack.
Well, I tried getting him to bowl the last over, but he was insistent on letting someone else have a go.
I think he bottled it. Or maybe he just wanted his teammates to share in the glory.
Oh, that's it. I think we'll go with that one.
Ooh, so we're in. Oh my goodness, is that a wicket?
They're all going
There's a big
up.
shout, and the batsman is walking.
The batsman has walked.
Wow, we have a wicket. Third ball of the first over, and the Oakhill Taverniers have slumped to 5 for 1. I'll say slumped. Obviously, it's a bit of a 15-over smash, isn't it? I mean, so Jack, you're the captain of one of these teams. What did you tell your team as they went out on the pitch before the game?
You've got to keep the pressure on. You've got to score quick. You've got to keep the run rate ticking, and just keep ahead. When you've got to look at 12 and over, 14 and over. That's the sort of target score for a 15-over game here.
Right.
And we kept on top. When we fielded well.
Yes.
There was one drop in the field, but other than that, I think we kept the pressure and we applied it well.
Yeah, and the drop in the field. I mean, we're not going to mention Matt Barnes, who dropped that catch, are we?
It doesn't happen too often. He did win us the game last year, and with a final catch on the final ball. So he's got that up his sleeve if he needs.
He has. Barnesy, who is a top lad. Everyone drops a catch now and again, don't they, Jack? I mean, you've probably dropped 1 or 2 in your career.
Well, I had a diving attempt today, which has muddied up my beautiful white shirt. So at least I've proven I've played. That
was a little bit of Casper Schmeichel or Cal the Dragon, depending on your generation. More goalkeeping than fielding, that wasn't it?
It was probably more Cal the Dragon than yesterday's performance.
Oh, did you see that? That was Cal. I think you had a bit of a shocker there. Somebody clipped that. I think he knows. But we're in the first over of the final. What are your thoughts for this final? You've seen these two teams playing over the last couple of days.
Well, we were lucky enough to play Oakhill in the first group game, and we did beat them.
Yes.
But they gave us a good go. We went down to the final over, and I think they've got it in. I think they've got it in them. I think Oakhill will take it.
Right. Okay. And this lad got a bit of pace on him.
It's good. It's good. And it's nice and true. It's got to use it. The batsmen have got to use the pace here.
Yeah, so it's been over the last few days. It's been a bit more of a batting wicket. Is that fair to say? It's been a lot of runs.
Yeah. So Montenegro it tends to be a batting pitch. A lot of other teams don't really know that, so we take advantage and put on a big score, and they don't think they can chase it down. But when they realise they can, they have a good go.
They do, don't they? So how much of an advantage is it? Just what do you? Oh, he's bowled him.
That's
he's bowled him with a beamer. It didn't bounce straight onto the off stump. And with 2 wickets down, oh my goodness. Oakhill, 1 over, gone 7 for 2.
It's a great start.
That is a fantastic start, isn't it? But yeah, so how much of an advantage is it being the home team, do you think, in general on any pitch?
It's very important. You and your team know exactly how the pitch will play. You know the weather conditions. You know if the ball's going to move. You know how the ball rolls on the pitch as well. So you know if it's a quick outfield or a slow outfield, and today and this weekend it's been very quick. Even with the damp that we've got today, the ball has been running off for 4s, and we've seen more 6s I think today than 4s.
Yes, yeah. But I think it's fair to say, I've got to shout you out, because I mean you got a 5-wicket haul, didn't you, the other day?
So I was fortunate enough to take 5 wickets on Friday, and I took 3 today.
Yeah.
So it's not a bad stint.
Does that make you the highest wicket taker of the tournament?
Potentially so far.
So far, yeah.
There's still a couple of games left. There's still more wickets to take.
That is true. That is true.
It might be harder with the reduced overs.
Yeah. So you obviously, I mean, getting 5 wickets, I mean, that's good even in a test match, isn't it? But you did that in under 4 overs.
I took it in 3.5, and for me, it's just get the ball at the other end, keep your line and length, let the batsman work it. You know what to do.
Oh, that's a huge... Oh, that's
the biggest today.
All the way, 1 bounce underneath the tree, not far off. There's a football pitch next to here. Just describe where we are. We're in Tivat in Montenegro, and behind us, you can't see it, but there's an AstroTurf football pitch.
3G pitch, which was built by Porto for the community and for the local football team as well to train on. And yeah, it's top class.
It is decent.
We had Real Madrid come down with their foundation.
Real Madrid were here.
Yeah, Real Madrid Foundation were here to teach the kids football, and that's where we're looking at going in the future as a cricket club. We want the local community to play with us. We want the kids to play. We had some kids watching us on Friday and Saturday, and we gave them a ball and the cricket bat.
We did, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, they seem to enjoy themselves. Anything new, the kids really want to pick up and learn and play, and it's making it available to them.
Right.
And that's what we're looking to do over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, as we build up Montenegro as a new place to play cricket in the Balkans.
That is massive, isn't it? Because obviously the Bokaneers, how long have we been around?
I think we've been around since 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
And over the years, we've seen people come and go. Obviously, people have their own lives to live. But now we're starting to build up a solid core of players where we're slowly adding to the team one by one.
Yeah.
And it's growing from what was a core base of around 10, 11 people to now we've got a good squad of 15 to 20.
We do, don't we?
We're moving into a second 11 territory now.
Yeah, and in terms of, a Thogdad fact, you tell us who it is. We have a local, we'll call him, who used to play football, professional football.
Yes, I'm a Charlton fan, and a former Charlton player under the name of Sasa Ilic is local to us. He lives in Perasht, which is round the corner. It's one of the villages in the bay here. And yeah, he's turned out for the Bokaneers before as wicket keeper.
Ooh,
good delivery there.
Good ball coming in. So obviously a goalkeeper, and he actually made a crucial save, didn't he, once in a championship playoff?
1998 playoff.
98.
Final,
you remember that, don't you?
Biggest save of his life.
Yeah, yeah. So, Sasa Ilic, so he was a Premiership footballer back in the day.
So, yeah, he's well known in this area. He's a lovely, lovely bloke. Everyone who knows him and met him can say the same thing. And it helps having a name like that.
It does,
associated with your cricket team to just build the profile a bit. And
absolutely.
Unfortunately, he can't be with us today. He's busy, but he's always keen to get a game in once a year at least.
Brilliant. So, Sasa Ilic, if you are listening to this stream, then come along for a cold drink later. He's a top guy.
I'll find a beer for you, Sasha, if you can.
Absolutely. But do you think being a goalkeeper, does that automatically make you a good wicket keeper if you put the hours in?
I think so. I think it's all about the hand-eye coordination, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's important, isn't it, now? The first stage of this cricket club, which is 5, 6 years old, we've got, let's call them expats. We've got South Africans, English, Australians, haven't we, playing?
Yes, yeah.
But we've just found a guy, Milan, who was born here.
Yes, the aim is to now get more local people playing. We've established the club with the expats. Now we get the locals coming in and trying it out for themselves, seeing how it is for them. And then slowly we hope that builds the confidence in the sport as a the sport as a whole.
Yeah. Now, I've got a comment from Bilbo Big Something. Hi, Jack, lots of love from your little sister. Do you have a sister, or would that be someone bantering you?
Well, my sister might be watching.
Oh, really?
I think I do need to give up the predictions. It was 2 wickets down after my prediction, but
Deepak is a bit of a cynic. He's saying, stop this dumb game. Deepak, what are you talking about? This is a wonderful sport. 2 great teams playing. One in green, one in white, so nothing's going to get stopped. Tom Myers, thank you, up the Thogdad. I like that comment. I'm going to read all those out. Where are the teams in the final from? Jack, do you want to answer that?
They're both from the UK.
Yes. All right. So we have another sort of guest coming in, I believe. The boys are coming back. There was one thought on their minds. It's late morning, so what do we need? We need beers, don't we? So folk are showing up with cold glasses of Nikshishko piva. And sir, I've got to ask you, what is in this flask? Something strong, or?
I can promise you it's just water.
Just water,
just water
right.
for this morning, yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think of the game? So maybe introduce yourself to the stream.
Yeah, so I am Tommy Hale of the Tallinn Hippos. First time in Montenegro, absolutely loving it. Cannot wait to be back. Game so far, interesting one. The Bounders have some very tidy bowling happening, yes. So this could be over quicker than expected, but these 2 lads for Oakhill hanging out there.
Yeah, yeah. So someone in the stream was asking about these teams. So who are the Oakhill Taverners? Where are they from?
Oh, well, Oakhill.
Yeah.
I know there's
Oakhill's a real place, is it?
Yeah. So I know 2 things about them. Number one, They're from Kent.
Kent, right.
Kent. And number 2, they won their league this season.
Did they?
Unfortunately, didn't come equipped with any more information to add to that. But yeah, they've obviously had a good season and a lot of confidence in the lads, and they know how to hold their beer as well.
Yes,
most of them at least. Most of them.
I've got to thank the Oakhill Taverners for their contribution to the local economy, shall we say. They've been very generous. There's a lot of barmen, bar owners with smiles on their faces throughout the Adriatic region. So great bunch of lads. They've come here. All the teams have entered into the spirit of this, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fantastic tournament, and yeah, we from the Tallinn perspective, we just managed to scrape over the line with the win against them. I think it was quite difficult for some of their lads to catch the balls on the boundary when they could see at least 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah,
they'd had a few drinks by then, and as a Tallinn player, I'll be rooting for Oakhill a little bit more, just to say that we beat the champs. To be perfectly honest.
Brilliant. And the Bounders, I think that is a team from originally set up at Oxford Polytechnic.
Oh, really?
Which I think is now Oxford Brook. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. So, yeah, so apparently 3 lads called Dave, who are all senior players, shall we say. I won't mind me saying that. So it's a mixture. There's at least one father and son combo here today, I believe. But yeah, the Bounders from Oxford. And again, a good team. They play some good cricket.
Yeah, I saw them briefly yesterday on a couple of occasions, and yeah, their bowling looks very, very tidy. Like the standard in this tournament has been a bit up and down. I'll speak for myself in that regard as well. But yeah, some very tidy bowling here. I haven't actually seen them with the bat yet, but rumour has it they've got at least a couple who can hit it. So should be in for a good final here, really.
Yeah, yeah. But so you think it's going to go to the wire? Obviously, Oakhill Taverners batting the 24 for 2 in the 4th over. That's an okay start.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be below par for a 15-over game. But then again, you don't know how deep the Bounders will bowl. Maybe they'll have some chances later on. I think we were thinking on this pitch for a 20-over game, at least 200 is par.
Oh, he's bowling. He's bowling. Yep, sorry to interrupt you, but it's now 24 for 3. So the Bounders are on top here. The Oakhill Taverners... 4 overs gone, scoring at 6 and over, which, you know what, if you watch test match cricket or the longer form of cricket, 6 and over is normally pretty good, but like you've just said, it's not good enough here on this pitch.
Yeah, no, I mean, you've got to be really going at 10 and over to be in with a chance here, and playing 15 overs with 10 wickets in hand, you've got to swing. But then again, the bowling's been so fantastic so far that there's not really a lot that could be going on here, and that's a big wicket for Oakhill to lose as well. That chap's been hitting the ball all over the park. I think he was on a strike rate of way over 200 playing against the Hippos, and that was against some of our better bowlers as well. So yeah, big loss there.
It is. Right, now we've got number 72 out. I've not got the team sheets in front of me, but I've seen this guy bat. You can see from his stance and from everything that he's played cricket before. And my first thought, he looks like Robbie Williams' cousin.
He does a little bit.
Doesn't he? It's Robbie Williams, isn't it? Robbie Williams has come out to bat. Come on, spread it around on Twitter. Oh, look at that. Oh, he puts his knee down. That is the shot. Oh, it's gone through for 4. Nobody will clip that and show it to the fielder. The fielder's on his knees. He knows the camera's on him. Oh, his mates are going to fine him for that. And yep, there's a guy over there who's the head of fines. He's noting it down in the notebook. Because obviously there's a lot of banter associated with cricket, isn't there, in general?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, no, that was a fantastic hit. I'm just working out how well a Robbie Williams pun would go down about that shot. But I'll save it for his first 6, I think.
Yeah, yeah. We'll keep it clean. But no. Yeah, and if anyone can think of any Robbie Williams puns... Right, who've we got in the... Thogdad the Goat, thank you very much, mate. I think... What other comments have we got? There anything interesting in the comments? Keep your comments coming. Spread the word around that this live stream is happening because, yeah, there's lots of great cricket being played down in beautiful Montenegro. The Oakhill Taverners, 28 for 3 and 4 overs. Just to remind you, it's a 15-over game, so just over a quarter of the innings has gone. Probably subpar, even though that's 7 and over. We do expect more, don't we? We expect more runs. We expect them to throw the bat a bit.
Yeah, throw a caution to the wind. I mean, at this stage, you might as well. Beautiful setting. You're a little under the par run rate. The moment you see the ball, you got to give it a hit. I see we've got some noise in the chat from Romeo.
Yeah.
Hello, Romeo. He's one of our Estonian legends, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah. Okay, Bilbo. The moment Jack predicted an Oakhill win, they lose 2 wickets. Give up the predictions, lad. Now, Bilbo Big Something. I won't read out the full name. Is allegedly the sister of Jack Pizzey. Now, we don't know if it's the real sister or an imposter. So someone let us know. Oh, my goodness, no, it's going down leg side. No shout for LB.
Run out chance.
And there's another run to the bounders. Every run counts. You never know how these games are going to go. There was one game that I was involved in, involving the Old Hors, where the Old Hors only made 107 in 20 overs. One of the lowest scores of the whole 3-day tournament. But they won.
Yep.
But they won because they bowled so well. And Baldwin and Milan got 3 wickets each. Ooh, that was a good ball.
That was a very good ball.
Nearly a Yorker.
Toe edge of the bat, and it must have just missed the wickets by millimetres there.
Yeah, so Robbie Williams gets another one.
And wouldn't it be a fantastic symbol of the cricket we've had here if after some high-scoring games we have a low-scoring, tense bowling battle in the final?
That would be brilliant. We like a close game down here. Moving on to 30. We've got the batsmen are James and Gareth. Gareth has got 5, James has got 3. Oof.
And that's a wide ball.
Wide ball given. I think the umpires are being quite tight on wides, because obviously 15 overs is 90 balls. Anything sort of wide of the leg stump is pretty much being called a wide, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a little bit of leeway here, actually. There's been a couple slightly down leg side that haven't been called. But I think we've got some traditionalist umpires out in the middle who aren't too much of a fan of the leg side wide rule. So.
Well, we had an umpire called Ian Giddings. I was shocked by his performance. Absolutely shocked.
Ooh, that's a big swing. And being a member of the Bokaneers, you'll be quite used to it. But the mat here is quite a bit thinner than we're used to back in Tallinn. So quite a number of no balls we've seen from all teams, I think, or a higher number than you'd expect. I don't know if you can catch it on the camera, but it is quite narrow.
It is quite narrow. And an interesting thing, if you're a cricket player, you might be surprised that all the bowling is happening from one end, and that's just a health and safety thing. Because if we reversed it and you're hitting to quite a short boundary, and there's lots of cars coming past.
And there's a very fancy sales office.
And a very fancy sales office.
As you can see.
Run by the wonderful marketing team of Porto Montenegro, which is a quite incredible development that has changed this town for the better in the last 15 years. They've got a marina. If I look to my left, there's a 150 million euro boat or yacht moored up there. We've got a submarine. You can just see a little bit of the submarine on the screen to the left of the sales office. You've got mountains to the right. Incredible spot. All created by Porto Montenegro.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And probably, let's be honest, they're good friends to keep on side.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, absolutely. They are our landlords, so I'll only say nice things.
And forgive me if you've been over it a little bit, but can you tell us a little bit about this plot of land where we are now? Sort of, how is there a cricket pitch here? Because I'm quite fascinated.
Well, it's quite astonishing because when I first came here in 2005, that's 17 years ago, this whole area was a former naval yard. It was military.
Oh, wow.
And what that meant was a 2 or 3 metre high fence all around this area. And what went on there, you couldn't take photographs. It was top secret. You know, former Yugoslav, and then Yugoslavia fell apart. It was the Serbian and Montenegrin Navy, and then it was the Montenegrin Navy, I guess. So top secret. But then a deal was done. Some multimillionaires bought the land, decided to build a marina and some 5-star accommodation. Oh, that could be a catch. It's just dropped short. And they built some restaurants and some shops. It's really a wonderful area to walk around. They've done it in phases. And it's, like I said, transformed the area. And what they did, which was brilliant, they tore down those fences and said to the locals, we want you to come here. We want you to come here, have a coffee, walk through, use it as your community area. So it's not just for sort of expensive, wealthy foreigners to come here and buy their apartments. It's for the community. Mm-hmm. And this is a beautiful green space. In August, it was used for polo. You had horses on here. You had some of the world's best polo players. Oh my goodness, that is a big
6.
Oh my goodness, luckily there's no kids playing around there. 6 more runs to the Oakhill Taverniers. And yeah, this is an area used by the community. You get mothers and fathers and kids coming here, kicking a football around. A bit of golf going on to our right occasionally. Little bunker and a putting green.
Lovely, lovely.
And it's a very special green space, and I hope it stays. I hope it doesn't get developed.
Yeah, and I think that one of my observations coming here for the first time has been just how family friendly the area is.
It is.
You have a bit of everything here, and I've got a 15-month-old at home myself, and the
congratulations,
number of
belatedly, yeah.
Belatedly, yeah.
Yeah.
But the number of sort of mothers and fathers and families walking around with kids that age, I think sort of I'll be hard pushed not to bring the family down on the return trip, hopefully sometime soon.
And you should, and you get a lot of people. They come on holiday here, and they notice exactly that. And you know, people come back and live here. It's very livable, good schools, and it's very safe.
Yeah.
And it's the sort of place where if you don't lock your car, you don't lock your front door, you'll probably be all right. You know, you leave your mobile phone on a bar table, almost certainly won't go missing. You know, very different to London in that respect.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, and in some ways, it's like going back in time. I don't mean that in a bad way. It's a sort of traditional society, but beautiful. There's no better place to be for me than here in September.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. And I mean, in Estonia, we're probably about 3 weeks away from the first snowfall. So on a personal perspective, we have some 20-degree heat, not too hot. It's just a beautiful place to be. I can see the appeal.
Yeah.
And yeah, you mentioned sort of families sort of have a tendency to move here. It doesn't seem all that unattractive a prospect,
absolutely,
to be perfectly honest.
The Oakhill Taverners swinging and missing there, but getting an extra, and they've gone over 50. They're 50 for 3 after 6 overs. 9 overs to go. What are you thinking? Are they going to aim for 150 here?
Yeah, I think you've got to go for 150 minimum here. I mean, yeah, the quicker bowlers of the bounders having a rest. These two gentlemen in the middle now, what we faced about sort of 21 balls between them, 14 for James, and now just over an over's worth for Gareth. They've got to think about pushing on here. I think. Yeah, I think if you're the captain here, you're thinking absolute minimum's got to be the 120.
Yes.
Good score would be 150, and then you go from there.
Yeah, because obviously the Bokaneers, we got nearly 200, didn't we, in our innings, and only just because we had a dodgy bowler came on and went for 31. I won't give you his name.
That's a beautiful shot.
That is a superb. I like it. There's 3 stray dogs. If you were watching the last game, the dogs came on the pitch. We had to gently lift them off, but the dogs are now sat down watching the cricket and loving it. So yep, the Oakhill Taverners 59 for 3 off 6.3 overs. They've heard what you've said. They're quickening the pace a bit. Young James, well, everyone's young to me. You know, young James is on 13, isn't he? Of 16 balls. Blocks that one out.
And you've got to think so James had a fantastic cameo appearance playing for the Old Hors in the previous game.
Yes.
Strike rate was significantly higher than it is right now, so he'll be looking to push on here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of go big or go home swings.
Yeah.
And as I say, he's just caught the outside of his bat.
Picks out a fielder with that one.
But yeah, it's time to push on now, I think.
I think it is. But the Bounders, yeah, quite happy with this. They've got some nice hats, haven't they, the Bounders? A few quid's gone into those caps.
They're very fancy. Nothing.
Oh my!
Ooh, that's it's gonna drop
Robbie Williams
safely,
nearly just drops one short. I hope he doesn't mind me calling him Robbie Williams.
I'm sure he's been called worse.
Yeah, I'm sure he has. 61 for 3. But you've had a good time down here. I mean, the Estonian team seems to love coming here.
Yeah, it's my first time, but I've heard the stories of previous trips here have been legend. So it's fantastic to be involved. And we've come down with such a mixed group. I'm not sure if you've gone over the background, but our domestic men's team, the Hippos, so we've got about 6 or 7 members of the Tallinn Hippos down.
Brilliant.
Who finished, I think, 3rd in our T20 league and 40 over league.
Yes.
This season, which is about as good as we could be expected. There's some good talented teams in Tallinn now, and then we've got about 4 members of the Estonian women's team who've come down, and it's fantastic to have the opportunity to play in a tournament like this where we can play together.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sort of doesn't happen so often in competitive games, so it's been a fantastic experience for us all to be involved together, and then a couple of pickups along the way as well. My first ever cricket game was actually only 4 years ago.
Was it? Was it?
I was always a football man, but loved cricket all my life. Just didn't have the opportunity to
Go
play
on that
it,
one. Who's your team then? Football.
Sorry,
the ball's up in the air. Could be a catch. Wicket keeper's under it. That is a great catch from the keeper. Oakhill Taverniers are now 62 for 4. Wow, that is... And we've lost young Gareth, isn't it?
James.
Oh, it's James. James is out. Okay, yes, he is. He's out, according to this, for 14. Just never got going. We know he can swing the bat. But obviously the bowling was good enough that they contained him. He felt like he wasn't scoring quick enough. And he gets a polite round of applause as he leaves the field. And it's funny, there's one lad over there, an older lad, wearing a Croatia shirt. I wonder what the Montenegrins think of that. Old rivals, but no, it's all good fun. All the former Yugoslavia. Yeah. But sorry, I was asking you, who's your team?
So my hometown is Huddersfield.
Huddersfield.
So Huddersfield Town fan, and I can thankfully say that without offending too many people.
Yeah.
I was my father's from East London, and I was brought up a bit of a West Ham fan as well.
Right,
which, with all the London teams here is a bit more controversial, but sort of every West Ham away game back in the 90s was a home game for me. We had Barnsley, you had Leeds, Sheffield, Bradford, all in the Premier League, so saw them a bit. But yeah, Huddersfield Town is my team. But yeah, wasn't too many ankle injuries for me, so I thought I'd take up cricket at the late age of 29, and a couple.
That's young. That is. I tell you, that is young.
And a couple of weeks after doing so, we had a Maltese senior team just in Tallinn for a couple of games, and who were a player or two. Oh, that's a run out.
Oh, that's a run out. Oh my goodness, this is falling apart for the Oakhill Taverners.
And that's going to be a diamond duck for Bell from the Oakhill Taverners as well.
Oh my goodness, and Ben H is on his way. He's distraught. The helmet is off, the head is down. That's
the body language isn't great.
The long walk back to... he's going to head to the bar, isn't he? Go on, Ben, get yourself a pint in. Somebody get him a double something. Salon Privé, they've been very generous. They're a local casino club. They've set up a little bar area over there, and you can get yourself a Bacardi and Coke or just a Coke. So, Ben, go and get yourself a double something, and it's only a game.
It's only a game.
But don't you find... OK, so you took up cricket 4 years ago. It can be the most frustrating sport in the world, can't it, at times?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of different approaches, because, as I said, like, I joined at just the time that the Estonian Cricket Association was sort of really starting to take shape. We had sort of 8 domestic team tournament. I think the year I joined, we're now up to 12 teams in our domestic T20 tournament. So there's a lot of competitiveness there. And as a new player who hadn't played before, coming into that environment can be a bit daunting. But
yeah,
I've found my specialty as a bit of a fielder, because I tended to be quicker than some of the older gentlemen in our team. And then I've been trying to elbow my way into a bit of batting and a bit of bowling since then. But yeah, I mean, I think my experience from sort of competing in sports is that sort of win or lose, the team spirit's fantastic, and at the end of the day, it's for moments like this where we can get together from different places and have a game and have a beer afterwards, which is really
I think
fantastic.
You've pinpointed that. You know, we've got players today, and this 3-day tournament, we've got semi-pro players. We've got some very good cricketers. Excuse me. We've also, I need more beer, don't I? We've also got players who are near very basic players, shall we say. But that's great. We can all play together. That's the thing about cricket, is how social it is.
Absolutely.
And it's a game where if you normally play, let's say a 40-over game, you're spending all day together, and then afterwards you're going down the bar, you're having something to eat, something to drink. And if you go on tour, you're with the lads for 3 or 4 days. Very social, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing I will say, which has been sort of quite an eye-opener for me to an extent, is I've always played team sports. I played a bit of football, rugby, American football, but you don't have the opportunity with team sports like that to play sort of like 2 or 3 back-to-back games and get 6 teams in the same space just for a long weekend like you do with cricket. So,
yes.
Yeah, like the chance to meet so many different people, yourself included, but sort of the guys from London and the couple of pickups from the Maltese seniors team we have. Like, I mean, cricket is a fantastic sport for including everybody and getting it done.
Very, very inclusive, absolutely. So what is going on in the comments? So Oakhill Taverniers 66 for 5. Get your comments in, and by the way, spread the word that we've got this live stream going. Come along. Get your friends in. Put it on Twitter, Instagram, whatever social media. Oh, that is a shout for LBW. And interestingly, the umpire is Paul from Malta. Well, he's from Teesside. That's a weird combination. You've got a Teessider, a Middlesbrough lad, loves a Parmo, and now he's living in Malta. I wonder if he can get a good Parmo down in Malta. I'll have to ask him afterwards, but...
I will say, the accent doesn't go with the tan.
No, it doesn't, does it?
My main observation.
Yeah. So, yeah, Paul, he's a very experienced umpire. No nonsense. He knows the game. Right, he makes a decision. His decision is final. Do not question it. So we've got good umpires here today. And
yeah, we've got Tush out here for the Oakhill Taverners, and I don't know if you saw the game a couple of days ago where Paul was umpiring.
Oh my goodness! I've got to tell everyone. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. My goodness, Jimmy has got his wicket. Jimmy Anderson. Wow. And is it? Oh my God! It's Gareth has gone. Robbie Williams. Oh my goodness! We haven't done any Robbie Williams puns.
He'll have to entertain us back there.
Yeah.
There's no more entertainment out here.
Wow, exactly. Yes, Robbie, you should have. Yes, let me entertain you. We should have got that pun in.
He's not loving the cricket, so he'll be loving Angels instead.
Ah, there we go. There we go. Yes, brilliant punnage. But Robbie Williams has gone. I thought he didn't really get going. I suppose that says a lot about the quality of the Bounders bowling. It's been good, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely fantastic. I mean, sort of as you mentioned earlier, there's sort of some varied standards within the team, and from some of the teams we've seen sort of some good bowling and some, I'll speak for myself, some pretty average bowling in the middle overs if the captain fancies giving a punt. But yeah, every bowler up for the Bounders here has been fantastic. And if you're the captain of the Bounders now, you've got to be thinking 6 wickets down. How much of these lads out the middle had seen the ball this weekend?
Yeah,
you'll be looking at probably bowling out your top bowlers now, perhaps.
Yes, that is a good point.
To end the game early, it'd be interesting to see how the Bounders approach this from here.
That is true, but yeah, I was going to tell you. You mentioned number 99 is Tish Patel, who didn't agree with the umpiring decisions on day one, did he?
I mean, I think it's fair to say, and I'll start with the one nice thing I'll say about Tush. I heard that he was out on the Thursday night.
Yes.
I heard rumours of getting half an hour sleep in a catamaran.
Wow.
Before being woken up by the team to come down to the pitch on the Friday morning,
really?
Where the drinking continued. So I think it's fair to say that it might not have been the best representation of what his what his sort of Monday morning work game face looks like. But there was a disagreement, and
but yeah, it's all good fun. I mean, that's what I call strong touring. When you only sleep for 30 minutes, and that's on a catamaran.
Not your catamaran. I think security was involved.
Right. That is quite strong touring. That is deserves an award rather than a fine. But yeah. Young Tish, one of the younger players, is out there, number 99. He'll be looking to get a few runs and redeem himself. And yes, the umpire he disagreed with is right next to him now on the field.
And I think there was a little bit of a laugh exchanged earlier, because that big LBW shout we heard in the over earlier, I think might have been number 99 himself as the batter on the receiving end. So maybe all is forgiven.
I'm sure it is.
We might see them in the corner of the bar this evening when all's said and done, having a bit of a kiss and a make-up. Knowing Paul, probably not, but there's always hope for everyone.
That is true. But this tournament's been played in a good spirit, hasn't it? I mean,
absolutely.
Oh, it's a good run. Look at Tish run. You see the youngsters can do that. He's halfway down the wicket if you saw that. And there's a lot of runs on this pitch, aren't there?
Yeah, certainly. And it's interesting, the field is playing a bit slower today. I think we had sort of quite a lot of condensation over the night.
Yeah.
But the boundaries being sort of so close doesn't help anyway. But certainly on the first couple of days here, anything along the floor wasn't stopping either.
Yes. So that's a bounce. That's the thing about this pitch. Occasionally one gets up like that.
And I think it's very brave, and we saw it in the last game with your wicketkeeper standing up on this pitch without a helmet is one thing, and I think sort of as a batsman, I mean, sort of if you're less than
Tish has gone big.
Shot.
Tish has hit a 6. Patel has got a 6. He'll love that.
That was a beautiful shot, yeah. A bit of a hold the pose and a nice pointed toe. I'd give that form at least a 9 out of 10 there. That was beautiful.
Yeah, so I call him Tish, but Tush. I mean, he's got a lot of nicknames, I've heard.
Yeah, and again, I think he's been called a lot worse as well. I think we go for Tush.
Go for Tush, yeah. Excellent. But yeah, he's now on to 9 from 4 balls, so he's scoring. That's good to see. That's exactly what they need right now. Nice little Waft of the bat there, waft of the willow.
And 2 balls of the over left.
Good fielding as well.
Keeping an eye on keeping that strike as well.
Yes, absolutely. So nearly up to 10 overs, 79 for 6. So the scoring at 8 and over, which usually would be pretty good in cricket, but maybe falling a little bit short. And he's there with Gaz F. But there's a nice comment there, Robbie won't be back for good. Yeah, good.
Oh, very good.
That's a better pun than the ones we came up with. Is Thogdad actually playing? Yeah, I bowled earlier, but I'm not going to talk about my bowling. I'd rather talk about my batting, because I got 26 earlier. And in terms of the bowling, I'm going to make a little video of my 1 over, because it's still raw.
Talk us through it, ball by ball? What happened
It's
there?
very easy. I'll talk about one of the balls, which was quite good, which wasn't scored off, but... possibly the other 5 went for 6.
What happened with the other 5 is the question.
But it was a lad called Webster, who I've just got to hold my hands up and say he's a great batsman.
Yep.
You know, I don't think there were 5 bad balls. 1 full toss that deserves to be stroked for 6. When you come up against someone who is sort of feels like a semi-pro, you're going to get punished.
Yeah, that'll be a no ball there. So I think it's fair to say one of the first loose balls we've seen from the bounders there. We've got a free hit coming.
Yeah.
Tush on strike. He'll relish this opportunity.
Oh,
and he's hit that flat ball right to the fielder.
Picked out a fielder wearing one of those natty hats.
Yeah, I think with that over, which I think there was 5 sixes, possibly a wide in there as well.
There might just have been a wide in there.
Dodgy decision from the umpire.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah, the umpire was Ian Giddings, so I don't expect anything from when Giddings is
no favours
is umpiring. But the funny thing was, so the Oppo needed, the old Hors needed 31 to win off the last over. And there was a big call for me to come back and bowl the 2nd over, but
And did you fancy redeeming yourself?
I kind of bottled that.
Yourself
I kind of bottled that. Oh, that's a good shot from Tush. Oh, but almost catchable. Almost catchable. It's one of those, whereas a fielder...
Oh, and they're going to nick another here off the overthrows. Yeah.
Tush will take that.
Oh, I'll give you that pun.
Yeah,
take that, Robbie Williams.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Look,
how long have you been thinking of that one?
I'm doing puns now without even thinking about it. Yeah. Where is Thogden, asks Deepak. Oh, he's gone. His Tush is gone. Oh, my goodness. He smacks a 6, and then he gets out. That is a big loss for the Oakhill Taverners, which, like I said earlier, used to be a pub, but it's now called something else. But it's even questionable whether they're going to reach 100. So this is low scoring. And it'd be interesting to see, what will the bounders do? Will they put in their best batsman to kill it off, or will they give their tail-enders a go?
I think it's in the final. I think they'll put their foot on the throat, unfortunately. But
foot on the throat, absolutely.
But I mean, we have it in the Estonian League. We have some teams who are renowned as batting teams and some who are renowned as bowling teams. And I haven't seen the bounders with the bat, but seeing the scores from yesterday, I think they have this covered. So
yes,
I think at this point.
I think they do. Oh, that's a nice comment. Shout out with full support from Malta Cricket Association. Lovely commentary. Thanks, mate. Well, yeah, the Maltese guys, there's a couple of them here today, including the umpire, Paul, who I believe plays county level for the over 60s. I think he's a good senior player.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And fantastic bloke as well. I think the one lesson we learned from Paul when he was making his cameo appearances for the Hippos is that I don't think he's used to not being the captain.
Right.
So
interesting.
Sort of Gleb, our scorer here next to us, and myself were doing a bit of the okey cokey, in out, shaking it all about. Not sure whether to listen to our captain or Mr. Experience out in the middle. So. But yeah, no, and for us new players like myself and for others in the Hippos, it's a great experience being involved with someone who's just been in the game for so long and given so much to it.
Right. So captain material. What do you think makes a captain? We had Jack Pizzi. Sorry, excuse me. We had Jack Pizzi here earlier. He's the Bokaneers captain. What qualities do you need in a cricket captain?
Well, I think the traditional approach is going to be sort of number 1 to read the game, and sort of number 2 to understand your team and understand the bowlers and set your field accordingly. Now, sort of on this pitch here, there's a little less strategy involved. We have the traditional formation of at least 8 out on the boundaries here, but yeah, and And I think just a bit of understanding and working, sort of getting the best out of the experienced players, but also giving the best opportunities to the newbies as well.
Right.
Like Stu put me out to open the batting with him in our second game. Now my batting career is, let's say, you don't need too many pages in the anthology of Tom Hale's cricketing
Is that
career.
funny?
I think prior to this tournament, I'd never been out other than run-outs.
Yeah.
But it helps when you'd only faced about sort of 15 balls in your lifetime.
Is that right?
So,
what is the highlight of your cricketing career?
Well, where do I start?
Where do you start?
Well, I think I had a good time bowling against your chaps. I had 2 overs, 2 wickets for 4 runs.
Yeah,
off 2 overs.
That's brilliant.
Which has to be up there with my best bowling figures. But I think a couple of years ago we had the worldwide audience of the European Cricket League filming a tournament in Estonia. Beautiful summer weekend we had for it as well, 10-over tournament, and the Hippos got to the final, and I told my family back home, sort of part based in Cambridge, part based in Yorkshire, you know, if you fancy doing something between sort of these hours, then we're streaming the cricket. And I got a message just before we took to the field from sort of a number of members of my family saying they were sat around the TV watching it, which I thought
beautiful.
was a terrible idea. But
yeah.
about 3 or 4 overs in, we're in the field, and the batsman. Oh, it's another.
There's a wicket. And the Oakhill Taverniers are 88 for 8. So incredibly, we might be seeing a 15-over game where one of the teams is bowled out.
And I must admit, I thought you were being pessimistic, saying they might not reach 100.
Yeah,
but now I think you might be on the money there.
I think they're just running out of players, aren't they? Oh my goodness! Here comes.
That must be a non-regulation hat coming out.
I'm
for the
just
middle.
about
that's
to
5
comment
penalty runs straight away. I think.
On that hat. Absolutely. What do we think of that? What do we think of this colour combination, the green and the brown? Does it work for you?
So one of the chaps, James, for the Oakhill Taverners, wears some delightful green socks because apparently they couldn't find trousers that were big enough for him.
Brilliant.
So he's sort of got the green, the brown, and the green on top. And to me, it looks like a tree planted in some lovely grass. So I think really, just to finish off the outfit, the rest of the team need to get themselves a colour of equally garishly green socks.
Yes.
Because for me, but yeah, comments in the comments coming in for that hat, please.
Well,
he's not going to win any fashion competitions.
Exactly. I'd like, come on, everyone who's in the stream, please comment on the batsman's hat. He's about to face, he's a left-hander. He's called Gary. And that hat, I don't know, it's very sort of Stone Roses kind of indie, isn't it?
I just can't get over the colour. I also can't work out if...
Ventilation.
Yeah.
I also can't work out sort of... Does it have a hole on top or does he have brown hair?
Ooh, I think that's the colour. I think they've gone for this sort of dirty brown green combo.
We're going to need some zoom on the stream here just to see this, or at least we'll have to get him on the.
Was that a drop? Was he dropped?
Tough one for the wicket keeper, but I think that does
Indy
go down
Gary,
as a drop.
yeah. Indy Gary's gone for he's got his first one.
He's all right. No, it is a brown. I thought for a second it was some sort of 360-degree visor perched on top of his head. But the fact that we have to ask those questions is a damning indictment of the hat itself.
It really is, actually. It really is. It's Manchester 1989 for me. But no, those trousers, this is genuine. The first time I saw them, that's gone down the leg side, and that is
wide ball.
That's a wide, isn't it? Right, yeah, the first time I saw those trousers, I genuinely thought one of their guys had fallen in the mud. No, look, seriously. And then I realised that is the colour, that is their team strip. Brave, I call it brave. Right, so the question mark is, let us know, will the Oakhill Taverners reach the magic 100? Will they reach 3 figures? Or will they fall short? They're 91 for 8. Gary,
at the start of this innings, I didn't think we'd be having this conversation around whether there are enough balls and wickets left to reach triple figures, especially on this pitch. So, but again, hats off to the bounders. Fantastic effort with the ball. Their bowling has been.
Tell you what, great bowling, great fielding. 91 for 8. Last ball of the 12th. Oh, he's hit it. It's coming our way. Oh, Jesus.
Ooh.
Brilliant.
Save the equipment.
Absolutely brilliant. He's heard my commentary. Stop slagging off me hat. I'm sending the ball your way. Stop calling me a 1989 indie star. I'm a serious cricketer. My name's Gary. But no, that was a great shot. It's about 3 metres to my right. And yeah, as I mentioned earlier, we're only bowling from one end, so after 6 balls, the players have got to swap over. If you can imagine cricket, that's what would happen.
And after back-to-back cricket games, I know I'm one of the younger ones, but I'm appreciating not having to swap sides in the field as well. I'm normally the guy who's put on one boundary and then the other one at the far side. So it's been nice to stay planted, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely right. Oh, that's going down leg side. It hits him on the pants. There's nobody shouting because everyone knows that's going down leg side.
We're lucky Tush isn't on the fielding side, otherwise he'd have been up for that from square leg, but there you go.
So 3 runs to go for that psychological 100. Oh, where's that? Is it between two fielders?
Oh, no, one of them's doesn't just a single there.
Yeah, wow. I tell you what, in cricket, when you hit the ball like that to the boundary, you only get a 1. It's so frustrating. Yesterday I played for the old Hors. I got 23, which is actually the highest score of the innings. I've only mentioned that about 1,000 times since. But I was just finding fielder. I only got 1 boundary. I was just finding fielders. It was awful. Oh, that stayed low.
That did stay low.
This pitch occasionally gives you one of those that stays really low. It's got some good players out over the last 3 days. And sometimes it'll lift up.
I'll quickly finish my story about the highlights.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
So the family's watching at home. And about 4 overs into our final game, one of the members of the Hasty Tigers, I think it was, hits a big pull shot, and I'm out on the boundary and took a beautiful catch at sort of chest height. And I know the cameras are there, the family's watching, so I wheel off in celebration and did a love heart reaction to the cameras. And
that is superb.
I mean, the team won't let me live it down, but it meant something to me and the family. But I nearly surpassed that on Friday. As I said, I opened the batting, and I was desperate to leave my mark on the Montenegrin cricket scene.
Yes.
Having not batted for 3 years and only faced 15 balls lifetime. First ball, dot. Second ball, I missed it entirely, and it ran away under the wicket-keeper for 4.
I've got to interrupt you there because a momentous moment in this game. The Oakhill Taverners have just hit the magic 100. The ball's up in the air between 3 fielders. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying?
So the
cricketing highlights of your life.
Third ball, we're chasing sort of over 200. I thought, I've got to go big or go home here. So the ball comes, it's an absolute peach. I swing with all of my might, which isn't much.
No.
Ball flies off in the air. I already hear my teammates on the sideline thinking, "Yes, Tommy!" And the ball plops right in the hands of a fielder on the boundary. So not only am I out for a duck, I've never hit a 4 in my life, let alone a 6, and that was my moment, and it was stolen away from me by the heartless Oakhill Taverners. So much as I might be rooting for them, there's the person who caught it. I've got my eye on them. And unfortunately yet to excel with the bat.
Right. Like anything in life, though, cricket, it's all about just having a go. It's all about getting out there, having a go, get some coaching. I mean, I got coached a little bit last few days. I'm in my mid-50s, but I'm still learning about this game. I don't play much of it. But you get some of the better players to give you tips. You know, if you fail with the bat, or just go up to one of the better players in your team and ask them, what have I done wrong there?
Yeah.
Because you can learn, throughout your life, you can be learning. Good running here.
We haven't seen too many 2s ran this weekend. So
it's true that. Not a lot of 2s on this pitch. So 104 for 8. We've got 11 balls to come. Oakhill pushing maybe for 120 if they can strike the ball. Gaz has got 8 from 13. He's going to try and swing the bat now. Bang. Full toss. Again. Picks out a fielder.
And I will just say one thing in defence of Oakhill, sort of particularly in the first sort of 3 or 4 overs, and now we've seen in the last couple, they have got the ball away, and they've been a little bit unfortunate perhaps just to find the fielders. Otherwise, we could have been talking about sort of a 120, 130 score, and it starts to look a bit more defendable. So, going back to talking about captaincy, some sort of fielders are in the right place at least, or have been for.
Absolutely.
Have been for this. That was a great ball. I'm not sure the batsman knew so much about that.
No, James S. I think there's Dave's. I think everyone on this team, the Bounders, is called Dave, I was told. There's at least 3 Daves. Anyway, this is James bowling. His figures are 1 for 21. Oh,
that's a big edge. And again, straight to the... That could have gone anywhere, but straight to the fielder down.
And this is what I heard. If you're going to play that sort of shot, play it hard. It might go for 4. but he gets a single from that. And if you're the bowler, you don't mind giving away singles.
We've got a comment from Tim Ayers in the chat. Love the hat. Go on, Dino. So he's got some local support back home cheering him on there.
That is brilliant. That will be a wide. That's down the leg side. And Paul, the umpire from Teesside,
I think
from Malta. He's an experienced umpire. He's giving the signals. And if you don't know cricket, he's actually talking to the scorers. Over to the right, there's the guys for each team are scoring what's going on here. And it's the umpire's job to do all these funny signals. There's another one. So they're doing it in signals. Will they push at 2? I don't think they will. Not against the bounders. And we have 1 over left. So 2 wickets to go. Interesting situation. If they strike a couple, they might get towards the 120. It's looking more like a sort of 115 type total. But if we go back to that old Hors game,
back into the chat, who I think was the opener. His figures are 2 for 9 so far off his, I think, 2 overs he's had, and his figures are 2 for 9. So
right,
it's going to be tight to see whether Oakhill can survive these last 6 balls.
Absolutely. Here comes the first of those 6. Oh, this guy's got... Oh, he's gone right up in the air. It's gone for 6. Oh, my goodness. That has gone over to the submarine almost. Over the road. And we always worry. Thankfully, there's no expensive cars on the way past. Otherwise, Porto Montenegro wouldn't be too happy with us. And if we look to our left, you normally see a whole bunch of Porsches and BMWs and Ferraris and things. Maybe not today, but yeah, when the ball goes on the road, we get a little bit nervous. And all the fielders are running into the car park to collect that ball.
I hazard to say, I think this will be the first time one of the fielders has had to go and collect the ball from underneath a submarine.
That is
not often you get to say that.
Do you know
sentence.
what? As a commentator, you don't say that very often, do you? The submarine end. Yeah. Now, this is quite a unique cricket ground. It'd be interesting to sort of ask you, I mean, is this the most interesting cricket ground you've played on?
Well, I think the answer's going to be yes anyway.
Really?
Of the choice of the 4 I've played on, this is definitely up there.
You are a bit of a cricket virgin, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Whereas Stewie Hook here, he's been everywhere.
I will say, growing up in Yorkshire, we had plenty of sort of football pitches and cricket pitches, where sort of quite hilly terrain there, and sort of a lot of need for cricket pitches.
Yeah,
so,
obviously
quite a lot of football pitches and cricket pitches where if you put the ball on it and leave it, it'll roll down to the bottom.
Yeah.
So you know, there's some. At least we're very nice and flat in spite of the mountainous terrain we have here. But
obviously Yorkshire is a passionate county for cricket, isn't it? I heard the statistic that there's more registered cricketers in Yorkshire than in Australia. I don't know if that's true.
Is that right?
Somebody told me that after a pint the other day. Whether it's true or not, I don't know.
Was it me? It might have been.
It could have been you, yeah. But it's funny, the other day I was here at a place called Salon Privé having a drink a few weeks ago.
Great sponsors, Salon Privé. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. That is one of our sponsors today. Thank you to Salon Privé and to George. But I was in there and somebody said, oh, over there there's a guy called Rory Bremner. I don't know if you remember Rory Bremner. A brilliant impersonator. Oh, he's bowled him. He has bowled him.
The
9th wicket down.
Realised they're chasing that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Rory Bremner's in this bar, and we go over to him and sort of say hello, and he introduces him. You know, no airs and graces. I'm Rory, and we say, well, we're playing cricket. He starts launching into his Geoffrey Boycott impersonation, which was superb.
Very good.
So I'm thinking, I'm down in Montenegro, drinking a gin and tonic with Rory Bremner, who's doing a Geoffrey Boycott impersonation. But
do you want to have a go at reciprocating that impression for us here?
No chance.
We've got 4 balls to come. We could have the Geoffrey Boycott experience. Over to you. Here we go.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not much of an impersonator. Yeah, I'd have to practice that one. But that's a Yorkshire legend, Geoffrey Boycott. Of course, everyone is in this stream thinking, who the hell is Geoffrey Boycott? You have to be my age.
I hope there's some cricket tragics in there.
Yeah. Thog Dad on the commentary. That is correct, Reese. That is exactly what I'm doing. So we go from a Robbie Williams lookalike to a Sean Ryder impersonator. Absolutely oofus.
And talk us through your favourite Sean Ryder songs here.
Oh, well, I'm a very big fan of the Happy Mondays. And then Black Grape. So, yeah, I loved that whole scene. I was living in Manchester in those days. And the nature of Manchester then, in the early 90s, you would see Sean Ryder and Bez down the pub. You see them, you know. It was a very real scene.
Wow.
But yeah, for me, you can't beat that sort of Manchester indie music. Or you've actually, East Coast indies of the late 80s was very good. So I'm a big fan of sort of the Pixies and Throwing Muses. But again, nobody in this stream has probably heard of these groups. REM and...
Just back to the cricket for a moment. So we've got 3 balls to come. That was a fantastic little nurdle.
Yes.
Down to get off strike for Toby there. Last wicket here, though, for the Oakhill Taverners. So...
Oh, that's a good ball. And as the keeper's got it in his hands, that, I tell you what, a good keeper, it gives you an extra 20, 30 runs, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
It really does. If you get a keeper who's maybe not your regular keeper, you will concede an extra 20, 30 runs. It's very easy to miss that when it goes for 4.
Especially off this pitch. We don't have sort of the brightest of light here. That was a fantastic.
I've just noticed Guy is on 3 for 16. Good Guy. Oh, it's on our way. It's over my head. Oh!
And scorer Gleb has dropped
Gleb.
it.
I've got to describe this. Gleb is here. He's wearing a very Manchester, very Liam Gallagher kind of raincoat. He's got a fag in his right hand. He's got an iPad in his left hand. He tried to catch it one-handed. It nearly worked out. Gleb, brilliant.
Last ball.
Last ball coming up. And it's surely going to go for 2 here. Surely going to go for 2. No, they're not.
Leg buys for 1.
Leg buys called, and that is the end of the innings in this final.
1 short. Score is 1 short.
Score is 1 short, so we're round about the 1-2-1 level. 9 wickets down. I've got to say, I don't think that's going to be enough. I don't think that's going to be enough to win it. Got a lad here from the Plastics. Yep. So, 6 good teams today. This is the final, the Oakhill Taverniers against the Bounders. But the great thing is, and they're getting clapped off the pitch, probably is not enough. But like I said earlier, the old Hors won with 107 the other day. So who knows what's going to happen if the Oakhill Taverners have got it with the bowl, then they might just do it.
Yeah, anything can happen, and I think what I will say is if this does come close, it's going to be one hell of an exciting sort of low-scoring game, which is a really nice way to end a tournament, which has otherwise been so high-scoring. But yeah, absolutely hats off to the Bounders there. Some fantastic bowling.
Hats off.
Very tight.
Hats off. You did that on purpose.
Maybe.
That's a good pun, actually. Yeah, that is a good one. So what? Okay, guys, come on, everyone, get in the comments. See what you've got to say. Arthur the Gaffer. I like that name. Gaffer or Gamer? Well, it's Arthur the Gamer, but I wish it was Arthur the Gaffer. That's even better. Thogdad's the GOAT. Where's Thogden? Thogden's back in London. I think he was watching the Sidemen game yesterday. Commentary is class. Get on Premier League games. You know what? I love reading comments when they are complimentary about me. You can't... Obviously, the camera's not on me, but I've got a nice Nick Shishko Piva in front of me. Do you like the beer down here?
It's pretty good, yeah. I'd love to say I remembered most of it that I've drank, but no, it's been very good. I think we might have a bit of a takeover in the commentary box from the Plastics here.
Oh, the Plastics
loitering behind us.
Yeah, we'll get the Plastics in a minute. Do you want to come in, mate? Right, I'm going to go off for a beer, and we've got representatives of the Plastics. Now, first thing you've got to do is you've got to talk us through that name. I'm going to pass over why you called the Plastics. Tell us all about yourselves, and over to you.
Thanks very much. Hi to all our dedicated listeners. So the Plastics, it actually, the answer to this sort of depends on how many drinks we've had. Those of you familiar with early noughties cult classic Mean Girls may have already had your ears perk when you heard the name Plastics. Effectively, we were a controversial breakaway from a very friendly sort of Saturday morning cricket group in the park, and we wanted to play real cricket, or at least a sort of impression of that.
A facsimile of.
Yes, let's go with that. So we made this group and played our first of many failures, we called ourselves the Plastics as a sort of reference to this obscure, well, not that obscure, this noughties cult film Mean Girls. We regularly try to tweet to Lindsay Lohan. Sometimes she has actually liked our tweets, I believe, on Instagram at least. And yeah, now the problem is, and as speaking as an ex-captain, I can vouch for the fact that if you travel around playing real cricket teams and your sort of 60-year-old opponent captain sort of comes over and it's like, why are you lot called the Plastics then? It's a little painful to sort of talk through, that whole story.
We do have an alternative.
Exactly. So the other thing is that this club that we sort of broke away from did play using just plastic bats and balls. So that is a perfectly legitimate explanation for why we're also called the Plastics. So we tend to just leave it there. But yes, this is our first time in this tournament in Montenegro. We came across the Bokaneers, the hosts, earlier this year in the Viz Sixes, introduced to their performances on the pitch and in the bar, both of which, I say both, some were more impressive than others, but yeah, top bunch of blokes. And it's a shame we haven't actually got to play them with the way the fixtures have worked out at this tournament. But yeah, obviously not been a great tournament from a cricket perspective for us so far. It looked very promising actually. First game we had the Oppo out for a very respectable number.
108.
Yeah, 108. Yeah, we really felt like we were in control actually, and then. As is all too common, we then remembered that we actually have no idea how to bat, which is a really important part of cricket, of course.
One of the fundamentals,
yeah,
you might say.
Arguably a fundamental for sure. I'd like to say that we were maybe caught by surprise by the nature of the wicket, but everyone else seems all right with it. So I don't know how much mileage is in that one.
Well, I think everyone does enjoy an amiable loser.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we the other thing is, those of you watching earlier may have noticed Alex Webster score a magnificent 87, I think it was.
There's some controversy around this. There was 83 in the scorebook, and the scorer on the comms got 94.
Okay. Well, crucially, he did score a large number of runs.
Off very few balls.
Now, what's really controversial is the fact that he's able to do that for other teams and apparently chokes under the pressure when playing for his supposed actual team, the Plastics. So, fingers crossed, he can get over that and,
help us to 5th place.
Exactly. Actually deliver for once in this final game against the Estonian team. I couldn't call them the Estonian team, I've forgotten the name for them now.
The Hippos.
Is it? Right. Yeah. So for those of you unfamiliar with our lineup, which is all of you, I would imagine, we've got. You've probably seen Alex already, our star batsman. We did have another star batsman, but he's currently very unwell. He is unfortunately still in his bed. Would say he's overdone it, but actually he hasn't overdone it, unfortunately. We've had a little round of a few of us have fallen down with, I don't know, food poisoning or some kind of virus or something.
Various forms of gastric distress.
Yeah, luckily it's only seemed to be one of us per day, so we're taking it on a sort of one per day approach. And unfortunately it is Joey today that's copped it. So that's one less of our people that can actually hold a bat. Yeah. You've got the delight of watching me wicket keep for the first time in quite a long while, so that could be interesting. And we've got a whole variety of bowlers to entertain you with, a real mixture of abilities.
It should be a very entertaining match.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, whatever happens.
Can we tell Posh Timmy come back to the ground? I need to interview you. Tell Posh Timmy.
Mm-hmm.
He has to come back to the ground.
Posh Tim, you've been told to come back to the ground.
Okay. Let's keep going. So it looks like we're coming out here for the second innings here. Some very half-hearted stretches here. Are these even stretches? It looks like someone might have just collapsed, actually. I'm not sure.
Well,
no, it is a
stretch.
stretch.
Athletic stretch, actually.
Yeah.
His left foot is...
Yeah, no, it's a real stretch. There's a mixture of abilities of the stretching here, I think. Yeah, there's some people more into this than the others, for sure. So someone is just lying down on the wicket.
Is that a warning from the umpire?
Sure. So 123 runs needed in 15 overs, Matt. What do you reckon?
It's tough to say. We played the Bounders yesterday, and there's some very fine cricketers amongst them.
Yeah. Their batting particularly was very strong, we thought.
Yes. It's small boundaries, and we've, of course, just seen a lot of runs scored in the match before. But there is still some variable bounce on the wickets.
Yeah. So when you play an oppo and you lose, you always have a bit of an idea, don't you? Like whether it was were you doing badly or were they just too good for you? And I think with our bowling yesterday, we felt like we did pretty well. We were pretty happy with it, and they scored quite a lot of runs regardless, with some pretty good cricket shots. You know, some quite proper cricket, we thought. And yeah, so they've clearly got quite a lot of talent in that team. It's 123 runs. You know, on the face of it, you'd say in 15 overs that's difficult. But as you say, Matt, we've seen a lot of runs so far today.
And I haven't seen the Taverners bowl, so I can't offer any insights into their strengths and weaknesses, I'm afraid.
No, it's going to be exciting anyway. And that's obviously one of the benefits of these shorter formats is it's much more likely to have a close game. And here we come. We've got the opening batsmen are now walking out.
Purposefully.
Yeah, yeah. How confident would you say they look with their stance, Matt? You know, with your assessment of their body language.
I think they look reasonably confident. I think they think they can get this target.
Okay. Okay. And what have we got with the field? I assume it's the standard. It's going to be the standard spread. I heard earlier there was a lot of talk about the fielding and, you know, like is there etiquette around putting everyone on the boundary and so on. I think now, I mean, obviously when there is no inner circle and everyone's doing it, obviously it leaves teams with no choice really. You can't really, you know, have people in field if every other team is going to have people on the boundary. I think from a personal perspective, I love it when there is an inner circle because I think it really adds something to the tactical element of the game. You know, if you've got somebody that clearly has a very strong pull shot, then you've got to place your outer fielders accordingly. But of course, when there's no inner circle, which to be honest, I think you would struggle to accommodate on a pitch this size, it just means you can put everybody all out.
I agree. I do not think there's necessarily a case for the rules being changed to accommodate that when there isn't the capacity for an inner circle.
Yeah.
You do lose some of the tactical element. But we've seen a lot of big sixes, which is...
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I'm mostly speaking out of bitterness because I played some lovely shots for one run yesterday, which could easily have gone for four on a different field.
Right, so we have Toby S running into bowl to Tom K.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to flick it there. It's good ball. On the money.
Leading edge.
It's just the last thing you want in your first ball. You just really hope you're going to get something a little wide, don't you?
Yeah, just to get off the mark.
Yeah, and of course with such a short format, there is so much pressure to score right from the off.
Yeah, especially when this is the first and second place playoff.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. This is the big game.
Just briefly on that, obviously usually you play the final at the end of the day. However, there is a significant amount of rain forecast for later on, and we have shortened the games. Runs into ball.
Oh yeah, it's a glove I think there. Trickled through. Just the one run though, so yeah, Bounders will be very... Oakhill will be very happy with that.
Yeah, we have seen top edges fly for six. Yes, just briefly on that. The Plastics and the Tallinn Hippos are due to play later on, just because they thought it was better.
Oh, and again, that bounce just off a perfectly fine length, and it's gone for a. Is that given as a wide? Okay, so that's probably for the line rather than the length, but it did really just pick up off that surface. Nice shot. It'll only go for one. Yeah, so it remains a very good start to this innings for Oakhill.
The race, they will still fancy their chances. The bowlers shoot.
Oh, again, lovely shot, but it will just go for one. Yeah, safely fielded by Patel.
Just a brief correction on the bowler. We've just been informed that there was a bit of an error, and it is Nick Shute bowling.
Very easy action, very easy to watch. Here it comes. Ooh, oh, it's a wide, yeah. Just sneaked down the leg side.
And conversely to the previous ball, we saw that one stay very low.
It did. And extras can be so dangerous in this format. It's very easy to lose a game purely on extras.
Well, I think the left.
Is that going to make it? No, it's not, but there's no one out there, and it's actually not going to make it to the boundary. It's a good slide, and he's throwing it back in, and they will get 2 runs. Huge arm, too huge an arm, actually, but no overthrows.
Some might say the slide was slightly overdoing it for that ball that had stopped.
Yeah, no, the ball really just dug into the surface there, and it just didn't roll over, but lovely shot regardless. And is that the over? Yep.
Isn't that 7?
7 off the over. And what do we say the required rate is? 8.29. Okay, so honours even, I would say, first over.
And we have Toby S coming onto bowl.
Toby S.
Safe to assume right arm over? Right arm round by the looks of it.
What have we got here?
Left arm between.
Oh.
Left arm between. Love to see it. Yeah, really, really good. Really on the money. It's a good length to bowl, that. Really hard to get those away. You don't want to risk a pull shot on this at that height on this wicket, but it's too short to sort of drive straight. So really good bowling. Good start. And another good ball. Looks like it's just trickled down the leg side, but not enough to be wide.
He seems to have found the right length to bowl on this immediately.
Yeah.
Normally it takes an over or 2.
Straight on the money here. That one was short, and it has been dispatched. It's a really good 6. Yeah, confidently put all his weight behind that. Yeah, bowler shaking his head there, unsurprisingly. He's got his length wrong there.
I think I owe him an apology for the commentator's curse on that one.
Yeah, and in every boundary, when you're chasing 1-2-2, is crucial. Good ball, good shot. It will just be the one. We're on mid off.
So either confidently knowing where the gap was, or playing a bit of a risky one, depending on your perspective there.
Well, I think you know where the field is on this wicket. Oh, that's a really good shot, and the fielder won't get to that. That's gone for 4. It's probably only a yard or so off the boundary rope, that. A really nice shot. It's probably gone just over mid-wicket's head, that. Oh, that's huge. That is a huge shot. That's gone right over our heads and out of the park. Oh, amazing. Can you play that shot, Matt?
Not on purpose.
Yeah. No, that's pure timing, that. Really well played.
Just had one of Oakhill's players checking his hair in the camera lens.
And of course what this does do is it puts pressure on the bowlers. run rate is already just off, you know, that couple of sixes in that over, and it's dropped down to 7.62. And I always find there's a bit of a psychological difference when it goes below 8 with these chases, because you just, especially with a field spread like this, it's the difference between needing 1 boundary and 2 boundaries in an over, isn't it? You know that if you score that 1 boundary, you just need to, you know, keep a trickle of 1s coming along, and you're sorted.
Yeah, there haven't been many 2s over the course of the
not many
weekend.
2s to find on this surface. Okay, yeah. Nice glance for 1, yeah, keep it ticking over. I think given the unpredictability of the bounce on this wicket, I think those straight back glance shots are a really safe way of you know, securing a run. If you can hit it all the way to the ropes, then even better. But he's mistimed that, but it might go all the way. It looks like he's slid onto the rope there. No, is he going to give that?
No. Okay.
No, it's not gone.
That's a great stop on the boundary.
Yeah.
So he went for a huge
Well done
mow
to
over
that
Cal.
fielder.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, another slightly mistimed one, but it's a really thick edge. Oh, and a great stop. Great stop on the boundary. Again, saving the 4.
Absolutely flew across the turf.
Oh, I wish I could do that.
Of course, our own Fred Coombe.
Yeah.
And they come through for
that's unfortunately a wide. And they run the by. Or they run the wide, rather.
Our own Fred Coombe put in a sterling performance at deep fine leg over the course of our 2 matches.
Yeah, he really found his position there for the Plastics. That's good. Oh, that's gone. It's a flat, hard hit for a 6. You know, when you hit that, it didn't look like it had the height to go all the way for 6, but it just had so much power, really off the middle of the bat, that it has gone all the way over the rope. So, well done.
A very nice stroke. The run rate is now down to 7-ish. Slightly over
and
7.
it's gone all the way out of the park into the car park. But they found it. Yep, bringing it back. I think some kids have retrieved it for us. Thank you to them. All right then, has he got a response to that? What's Nick got in return? Oh, it's another strongly hit ball, and there's no fielder there. It's a really nice shot, that, and it's again just off the meat of the bat. And no one was going to stop that. That's another 4 runs. So, yeah, Nick will be disappointed with his figures. A really strong start. Was it just 1, wasn't it, off the first 3 balls? But since then, they have gone after him somewhat. Obviously, it's somewhat inevitable. There is an aspect of luck for the bowler in these short formats.
Absolutely.
It's a good ball. There's a bit of fuller length. And oh, dear. That... You have to say the fielder could have done better there.
He didn't.
Easy to say from our position, isn't it? Of course, you know.
Definitely. I think sometimes we overlook how difficult we have found it while we've been doing that.
Absolutely, and of course it's also easy to forget that, you know, many people here are quite hungover, so, you know, not everybody is necessarily at their peak.
That is fair. I think
if you can hear us there, we've had some technical problems down at pitch side here.
You're still with Charlie and Matt from the Plastics?
Not that we introduced ourselves earlier, of course. If you're just joining us, hopefully we are back live here. The situation is this: Bounders CC are on 71 for the loss of. Well, we've just lost another wicket, so it will be 71 for 2.
I believe that the scorer is just resolving some.
Yes, it's all going on here. There's been all sorts of challenges to overcome. Starting to get a real appreciation for what Sky Sports must go through all the time.
They're probably not plugging into an outlet next to a pool, though.
Yeah, I think they probably do know little nuggets of information like that. Okay, so there's a really good ball there from is that Patel bowling. Nice straight bat, just a bit of a drop and run tactic there, and they have the luxury of being able to do that, of course, with 56 needed off. Oh, score's moving around a bit here. 55 runs. Oh, it's all over the place. Hang on. Okay, 50 runs needed off 55 balls. Yeah, bear with us while the score updates here.
We have Richardson coming into bowl. He would be the gentleman that you saw give a bit of a flash to the camera earlier, playing up to the audience.
Yeah, well,
let's see if his bowling's as showy as his as his
it's his demeanour on pitch.
Thank you, Charlie. I couldn't quite get there.
Right then. Now it'll be interesting to see how they go here. They're going to try and just go over the lines here with with style, or are they just going to play it safe, nerdle it around, and just make sure they get this safely? I guess part of this also is it almost comes down a little bit at this level of cricket to what your team composition is like. Dot ball. And what I mean by that, of course, is if you've in professional cricket, of course, you have very clear roles, you have fixed positions in the order, and you generally speaking are going to have your strongest batsman at the top. Oh, another floaty ball. Yeah, just going to get that away for 1. Well bowled. But of course, at this level, that's not always the case. There's an aspect of management to be found as well. So, making sure everybody gets a fair role and so on. So. Oh, that's a big shot. Oh, another flat-hitted 6. Well done. Yeah, that's just sneaked into the bamboo there. Well done. Yeah, so I can almost guarantee that the captain of Bounders here will be thinking, play it safe, play sensible, play with, almost within yourselves, and just make sure we secure this. But the rest of the team, they will be thinking, play recklessly.
Yes, they will be thinking, we've got wickets in hand here. We've got not many runs to get.
Yeah, there'll be 2 people padded up thinking, I want a bat.
Yes, no, you'd hope that that the batsmen would prefer to die on their sword and give their mates a go.
It depends on their average, of course, for the season. Yeah.
Richardson runs into bowl again.
You say runs, it's not really that kind of run-up, is it? It's
amble, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's only really coming in off a couple of steps, which I've got a lot of time for. That. We've got a walk and then a little trot. Oh, but that's full toss. Safe, it's just safely off the shin of the fielder there. Yeah, he's trying to act like that hasn't hurt, but I think we all know that has.
Well, you can't rub it, obviously.
No, and the shin is a notoriously poor part of the body to field the ball with. But you got the job done, yeah. When you bowl a full toss at that speed and it goes for 1, you always feel pretty relieved.
It's definitely a better result than you have a right to expect.
Yeah. Never seems to happen to me, though. I bowl a full toss at that speed, you guarantee it's going for 6.
Are we having some players going off the pitch? or are they just going to field very close together on the boundary?
Yeah, looks like someone has gone off, possibly hurt. We've still got 11.
No offence, I love seeing long cricket games.
Oh.
That was...
Now, how deliberate do you think that was, Matt?
I mean, if I'd done that, I would absolutely claim it was deliberate, but
I think it was, wasn't it? I think so he's just glanced that down. So I think a deliberate edge down to third man, and they've run 2, which, as we've said before, is no mean feat on this boundary size. If you are going to run 2, that is the place to do it. Any comment? So 39 needed for 47. Surely this is in the bag now.
There's a lot of noise coming from the Oakhill fielders.
Ooh, stayed a little low there. It's a good ball, good pace. It almost feels, doesn't it, that the quicker you bowl on this wicket, the more unpredictable it is.
It definitely seems that way. We did struggle against the quicker bowlers ourselves in every innings, really.
I think that's more about us. But that's that leg buys.
I think he might have just got a bit of bat on that. No, it is leg buys.
Yeah, leg buys. They won't mind at this point. Well, as a batsman, you always mind, don't you? You've got to do all the hard work, swing the bat, run the run, but it doesn't go in the scorebook for you.
It's true. Oh, he's been hit on the forearm and...
Yeah, but it will be another run. Now, of course, I don't know... Well, I say I don't know. I've played them yesterday, but I couldn't tell you enough about the Bounders CC batting lineup to say how much difference a couple of quick wickets could make here. And that is, of course, always the beauty of cricket, is that even though at this point you'd say 37 runs needed off 43 in the bag, we've all seen games where a couple of wickets is just suddenly exposed a weaker batsman. Maybe a good bowler comes on as well, and all of a sudden those runs don't progress.
Yes, I think as a plastic, I may have participated in one or two of those kind of games.
Yeah, we've definitely lost from positions equivalent to this for sure.
A great couple of last balls of the over from Patel there.
That was a really good over. He's a quality bowler, he is. Good pace, good accuracy, and we were saying before about the importance of not conceding extras in this format, and he's not. So well done him.
Right, we've got Richardson coming back onto bowl. There's some machinations in the field from the Oakhill skipper.
So Matt, let's say you were captaining here for Oakhill, and let's say you've got one really gun bowler left to come. Hold that thought. Oh yeah, it's trickled through everyone for a wide. Say you've got one gun bowler to come. Would you bring them on now, or would you hold them back a little bit longer? Or
it depends on the type of bowler, I think. If I had a genuine pace option, I would be tempted to hold them back, because if we've seen...
Oh, it's going to get caught. Oh, he's just pushed it over. It was going to go over anyway, but unfortunately he couldn't hold it in his hands. That was probably just out of sight for our viewers, wasn't it? Which is a shame. But yeah, that was it's gone over for 6. It's spilled through the hands.
He'll be disappointed with that.
He will be disappointed. Yeah.
If it was a genuine pace bowler, I think I would hold him back.
Even knowing that the game could be dead and buried before you get a chance to bring him on.
Yeah, I think the risk of an edge or an edge flying for 6 on this, we've seen it happen a couple of times yesterday. Averian Conrad accidentally hit a couple of 6s, I think.
Oh, that's a big hit.
And that was not
gonna hit the camera.
accidental.
Oh, that was good. That was nearly a very expensive 6. It's well hit. Well hit.
That was well hit.
And Congratulations to Bound to CC. That is the 100 up. So a round of applause from us in the commentary box.
And that takes Tom K to 52.
Mm. He's batted well for his 52 so far.
Just played a back foot punch for a single.
Yeah, warm applause through the ground there. 22 needed off 36. Is that a no ball and a free hit? Oh, that's the last thing they needed. What do you reckon, Matt? Is this going all the way out the park?
I think if he
it's
doesn't...
wide.
Oh.
No, he's reversed his decision. It's a wide. The rules are if it pitches outside of the wicket surface, it's a no ball. Missed it. Missed no. Looks like he was in his crease. But it's a dot ball.
There's quite a lot of excitement around that, but that's probably more due to the match situation than the validity of the stumping claim.
Oh, I don't think they were seriously calling that a stumping, but you know what wicketkeepers are like, because you are one.
No comment, Charlie. Thank you. I've reined it in a bit this season.
Have you?
I thought so. Calling for a big hit in the field.
Very solid. Good test match cricket, that.
And contrary to what the graphic on the screen says, this is not Richardson bowling.
Yeah, I think there are some more technical problems, but bear with us. Oh, that's a crunching cut shot.
Would you call that a carve, Charlie?
Oh, I don't think I would. I like to think as a carve as being almost like a halfway point between a cut shot and a drive. You know, where it's almost like a diagonal bat, and it's just this sort of loose drive of a sort of wider off that doesn't have the sort of straightness to be considered a classical drive.
Perhaps I haven't given the batsman enough credit in that case there.
No, I think that was a genuine cut. Oh, it's another 6. Yeah, comfortable.
And we're not able to update you on the required run rate, but I think it's safe to say that bounders are below it with wickets in hand.
Yeah.
And it's looking like fielded by the bowler, but a quick single nonetheless. It's looking like there's a decent chance, given that they need 9 off 32 at this point.
There we go, 9 off 32. Yeah.
Complete the victory, and
it would take a astonishing collapse at this point.
This might be the point where I'd bring on my gun quick bowler.
I think you might have left that a little late, actually, Matt.
Well, I was a dreadful captain, so...
Yeah, it's true. Oh, that's going to be a no ball, I would imagine. That's not pitched on the wicket. Yeah, and they've run one. Oh, was he giving that wide? Okay. I thought that had gone off the wicket. As I was saying before, obviously, if it's we've got a white line for offside wides and a red line for leg side wides, but if it's off the actual wicket surface, then it is automatically no ball and a free hit. Oh wow, he's really got into that. Into the crowd, catching the crowd now, dropped in the crowd.
But he's really picked that up from quite far outside off.
I think.
I've got this as yes, it's over, but I think that was a no ball. Yeah, I know, but that 6 put them over the score.
Right.
Does that not secure the win? Oh.
So we are not quite sure why.
It looks to us like they've won, but let's just keep watching a little longer and see what happens. Well, I think now they've surely won. Possibly we're a little slow on the scoreboard here, because they are still playing.
that was off his abdomen.
Yes, it was certainly not off a part of him that he wanted to be off. And I think... No, we're still playing. Okay. Well, I'm perfectly happy to keep watching.
Yes, it's been an excellent day of cricket, really. A lot of sixes, a lot of lovely batting.
Maybe we're just going to sort of play on, just to see what they would have scored if they'd batted first.
I can't quite see the scoreboard from here.
Well, it's a dot ball, for what it's worth. Okay, we've got an update. It is still 2 needed to win, so off presumably 29 balls or thereabouts. It still seems very unlikely there'll be any other outcome here. That is another single.
He may have just deprived himself of the chance for 50.
Oh no, you're right, yeah. Oh dear.
You have a bit of experience with this, Charlie.
I do, yeah. Stranded on 49 without realising the match situation, but let's not dwell on that. Surely that will be the game. They've run the single, and that is the match. Well done. Very confident victory in the end there. Well batted, well bowled throughout.
And congrats on playing in such a good spirit throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't. Hard to tell from here, but it all looked like it was being played in a very friendly and proper spirit. They're all sharing handshakes and well played to those. Now,
we're just going to take a very short break while we change our commentators. But thank you for listening.
And you now have the pleasure of watching us in action. That could be interesting for everyone.
So once again, good afternoon and welcome to a overcast Montenegro for the final game of this absolutely fantastic 6-team tournament we've had here in the wonderful Porto, Montenegro. Teams for this, what we're calling the People's Final, are the Tallinn Hippos and then the wonderful Plastics, and I'm joined with Matt here in commentary. Afternoon to you, Matt.
Afternoon to you. Thank you for the lovely introduction. We're just seeing the Plastics opening batsman, Conrad.
And that'll be squirreled away for 4 for the first ball. Yeah, so we've got Paul opening the bowling for the Hippos. And for those of you who haven't heard, Paul is one of the Hippos pickups for this weekend. He's a stalwart member of the Maltese Cricket Association, but he's played for the Maltese seniors, very involved in cricket in England, and generally probably isn't too many more people around at the moment who've done more for the game. Do you want to tell us a little bit about who's opening the batting for the Plastics?
Right, well, that's just an edge down to not really, very fine for one. We have Conrad now at the non-strikers end. He's a relatively new member. He's joined by Charlie Bradbury, who was a former captain and a founder member, and actually a large part of the reason why we exist.
Wow. Celebrity status, then, is what I'm hearing.
God, local hero, one would say.
Local hero.
But no, he was very much the driving force. You may have heard us talking about how we formed earlier, and Charlie was very, very keen on getting a club set up, and his charisma kind of dragged the rest of us along with him. We went from 10 members in our first game to about 35 now.
35-member team. So how's the selection done for who gets to come on tours on trips like this? Is it done by ballot, or how's it work?
So it first come, first served. We then have reserve spaces. We limited it to 14 this year, which is very handy given we've supplied players to the esteemed Old Hors this morning. Reaches for the wide, doesn't connect.
Yeah, and just for those viewers watching at home, I think we're just having a slight starting issue with the scoreboard, but it looks like we're trying to catch up. I think the score at the moment is around 6 or 7 with a ball to come, I think. But we'll be there. Nicely knocked away there by Charlie, but stopped on the boundary by Veiko, who is one of the, he won't mind me saying, more senior members of the Hippos Foundation today. Rumour has it he's a England over 65s international.
I had heard that rumour. I was wondering who.
I may have started that rumour though, so whether or not it's actually true or not remains to be seen. But
sort of defended away for one.
Yeah, quick single there. Lena for the Hippos, picking that one up at square leg, or the point side of. I'm not a technical person.
No, that was square leg. That stays a little bit low, but Charlie plays it confidently to mid-on for one.
And that will bring us to the end of the first over with the Plastics 12 for no loss. Pretty good start for your boys there.
That is better than I might have hoped for. We haven't necessarily performed the way that we hoped in this tournament. We lived up to our collective noun of collapse in our first game, and we bowled out for 83, chasing 109, and so I think there's really a bit of redemption for us here.
And as we're a bit late on starting, I'll catch the audience up and set the scene for this game. So some might call this the wooden spoon match between the 5th and 6th teams in a 5-wicket tournament, in a 6-team tournament. But I think Matt and I are both in agreement that this is truly the people's final and the one that everyone really wants to see. So I think it's been a fantastic tournament, some great teams. The Bounders have just won it. A fantastic performance from them, and I think there won't have too many arguments from anybody suggesting that they've been probably the team of the tournament. But of the other 5 teams here, you really get the sense that sort of any one of the teams could have been in that final. I think in the Hippos division at least, every team won one game, and we were only in this 5th and 6th place playoff match. Oh, ball's in the air. Oh, and it's going to drop just short of the Hippos fielder there.
And I would just adjust the ball before that. I believe there was an edge to the keeper that sadly went down.
Oh, was it an edge?
I think it might have been. It's.
Yeah, so the Hippos have got Ragnar wicket keeping today. So she did a 5-over stint in our second match. But Ragnar is in training to be the Estonian women's team wicket keeper. So bravely behind the stumps, especially when we've got Dave Robson bowling at quite a quick pace. I must admit, rather her behind the wicket than myself.
Yeah, she's I saw her yesterday trying on the gloves. They're so big.
Yeah, yeah.
And you do have a few members from the Estonian national team with you today.
Yeah, so so I think we have 3 members of the national team here. So just to the left of camera, unfortunately, is Tim Cross, who doesn't play for the national team anymore, but has been involved with Estonian cricket for quite a long time, and he actually holds the accolade of Estonia's all-time leading wicket taker. Wow. And then we've got Stu Hook, the captain, who plays for the national team, and Dave Robson, who I think is eligible for national team next year. He's the one bowling at the moment, and it's good to see him back. He broke his hand at the second game of our domestic summer season in Estonia, so he's been out for the whole season, and this is only his sort of second or third sort of week back since he's been good. So it's good to see him back in action as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah. And then, yeah, just to carry on, we have sort of 2 or 3 members of the women's team here as well. They were in Finland a couple of weeks ago in a women's tournament, which they were successful in. So we've got Janika right in front of your screen wearing the number 27, Ragnar behind the stumps as wicketkeeper, and then Lena, who's just walking off screen to the right at square leg. So, yeah. Really mixed bag, and I think that's been one of the fantastic things about the spirit that this tournament here in Montenegro has been played in. There's sort of a lot of inclusivity, a lot of people who've come from sort of all over to be involved, and we're graced by the presence of some fantastic UK-based teams like yourselves as well.
Oh, thank you. It's actually my first cricket tour. We've only been playing for 6 years or so. Just going to let Joe run into ball. That's Paul, my mistake.
Yeah. Wearing someone called Joe's a strip just for lack of extras.
And Charlie carves that one through, well, mid-off for 4. Let's leave the plastics on 18 after 2.1 overs.
We're joined by some locals. We are commentating on the cricket game. So we have some people watching at home on stream, and we're giving them a account of what's happening, so that they can watch the cricket with our lovely commentary. What do you think of the game? Yeah,
they do seem to be enjoying it, but they're more interested in our technical setup at this point.
Yeah. That's a good shot there.
That is, and
They hear us right now.
And that's the first 6 of the. They might hear you a little bit. So this is the microphone, and if you talk loud enough, they might hear you.
Okay, like this. Can they hear us like that?
They can, yes.
Sorry, we're just gonna.
Okay, bye.
Right, our visitors have now left. I briefly had to turn the volume down for a moment. I do apologise. Oh, and that one has stayed low, as so many balls have this weekend, and got Charlie out for 17 off 10.
That's a nice little cameo there from Charlie, though, getting off to the start. He'll just be a bit disappointed he couldn't push on from there. And I think, as we've seen from the games this weekend, a strike rate of sort of around 10 and over is to be expected. So he's got off to a relatively good start there, but sort of what's his usual form like? Will he be disappointed with that?
Charlie is, he feels very strongly about his own game. He's always disappointed to get out. It's very often a gross injustice. So I can't imagine that he's not disappointed with that. However, he's done well to even be here. He was one of the players who was unfortunately very ill over the last few days. I'm amazed he got out of bed yesterday to play. Robert Bishop is taking strike. He is the twin brother of the captain, who we may see later on.
So that's why he's batting at 3 then. He's got pulled some favours, pulled some sibling favours. He'll hit this ball for 6 now and make me stop talking, but there you go.
That's not necessarily the strongest part of Robert's game. He might be termed as a nerdler, if you were being uncharitable. He did hit a glorious straight 6 yesterday, which got a big cheer, and I think he might have earned €140 for it.
I think we were out at sea, the Hippos team, yesterday, and I think we heard that cheer from there. So, he's had a swing of that. Stu Hook, what a catch by Stuart Hook. Oh, that's a fantastic catch. Well, commentators curse, but that is Robert out for 1 off 2, but just off camera, unfortunately. But that's a fantastic catch from the Hippos captain, Stuart Hook. Running in from the boundary, diving forward. Yeah, fantastic catch.
That was Conrad who was on strike on that
sorry.
one. So Redmayne has just gone off strike. It's okay, they cut a very similar profile on the pitch. And this is Ian Whitfield coming out to bowl. Now, Ian is another twin. His brother Neil is not here. However, Ian is usually a number 9 or 10. We have put him up at 4 because he hasn't had a bat this year on tour. He hasn't had a bat on tour this year.
Okay.
This is just so he gets some time in the middle after schlepping his kit.
So the pressure's on then, perhaps I could suggest.
I think that this is okay. I don't want to say too much because commentator's curse is definitely a real thing. And so I think Ian will just enjoy some time in the middle. I do just want to echo that it was a fantastic catch from your man as he was not only diving forward but diving forward down a slope.
That is quite impressive. There's some quite some physics going on there to hold on to that. So starting in the 4th over with Robson for the Hippos bowling. 33 for 2, Matt. How are you with the team start overall?
I think that we have. We definitely need to be taking singles where we can, such as that quite cheeky one, really, down to fine. What is that position there? It's almost a long stop, but not quite.
I don't want to show my inexperience, but you're asking the wrong person, Matt.
Well, we'll say a slightly wide long stop then. Was that an edge?
May well have been.
For your wicketkeeper, this is a very tricky surface to keep on for anyone. I've seen all wicketkeepers struggling, including myself, for an inexperienced wicketkeeper.
I think I saw the umpire signal that as byes, so it might have just been a big kick up rather than an edge. But yeah, very, very tricky for both the batsman and the wicketkeeper, that one.
Some debate amongst the plastics whether that was a single or not. They decided not in the end.
And so tell us a bit more about the plastics. Do you play in a... oh, that one's up in the air. Excuse me a second. Crossy underneath it, and he's caught that one as well.
He's taken it. Covered a good distance to take that.
Well, he's known for his pace in the team, is Tim Cross. As you can probably tell from his dynamic build, he'll be shadowing into the screen from the left-hand side in just a moment. There he is. You see part of him before the rest of him, high-fiving Lena there.
A fine figure of a man. So your question was, I apologise, your question was?
So do the plastics, do you play in a domestic league in the UK as well?
We do not. We decided very early on, amongst great debate, we do like a good old debate, the plastics, but our ethos was very much anyone can join. We don't really care if you're any good or not. We have a very strict, I can't say that on camera, but we follow the New Zealand team ethos in terms of who we allow into the team.
No flamboyant characters.
Yes.
Everyone knows what we're trying to say.
Yes, exactly. We now have James Sandham coming on. Another founding member. He's an offie by trade who does like to open his shoulders. So this is an interesting strategy from Askip, but we might be looking to up the run rate before we lose too many more wickets at this point.
And is that a typo on his shirt, or has he really gone for a 3-digit number on the back of it?
He really did. That's if you knew the man, that would be entirely in keeping with his character. We usually refer to him as Jevs. He's adamant that one of his middle names is Viscount, despite him being from Rotherham. All in all, I'm very excited to see how he comes off here. Yeah, and it looks like there's a change of bowler.
Yeah, so we've got the wonderfully flamboyant Yannicka coming into bowl. Very, very, very good bowler. Very hard to face. When she gets the line right, ball moves a little bit, tends to stay quite low, and yeah, she's one of the star women in the Estonian women's setup. So
that's just gently pushed away while Robert has a look at the new bowler.
For a quick single there, he obviously wanted to get down the other end.
Yeah. We only have one left armour in the club, so we're probably quite inexperienced in playing against them.
Yeah, well, I don't get given too much of a bowl, but I'm a left-hander. We obviously saw Robbo before, and now Yannicka. I think we've got one or two others. I think about 5 of our 11 players here might be lefties, or at least 5 of the squad we have on tour are lefties at the very least. So we like to keep you on your toes, Matt, to be honest.
Luckily, the fields here are mostly circular because that's the most sensible way to set them. So it hasn't really affected too much the field settings.
Oh, it's a lovely ball. Well played off the legs there by Robert as well.
Very nice. He does have that in his locker, just that little clip away. You may be able to tell from his slender build that he's not necessarily the biggest of hitters, but he is quite strong off his pads.
Yeah, very nice technique there. And that's a wide ball called.
He let that go by quite sensibly.
We've got Gleb as the umpire here, who's one of Latvian-born but Estonian raised, so not far off a native member of the Hippos team as well, but taking up the umpiring today after playing our first 2 games and then filling in for the Old Hors yesterday morning as well. And after 3 days of that head in the Montenegrin sun, he's also going to double after this tournament as guidance for the local planes, I think. Very shiny red head there.
As you can see, I have some sympathy for that.
Yeah, I should have looked to my left before making that comment, but there you go.
I was sensible enough to wear a hat.
How does it work? Commentary that everyone, I'm sure, at home wants to follow along on. Do we wear hats, or do you sun cream the top? What's the strategy here?
Oh, you can't have a shiny dome. I much prefer to wear a hat.
This is a tidy over from Yannicka.
She's keeping it. They can't get her away, really, can they? Very, very tidy.
Yeah, just 4 singles. Unfortunately, a couple of wides, but
she's very energetic in her run up to the crease, which is
she certainly is.
Oh,
and that's a wicket. Look how happy she is. Great catch by Robson there. Yannicka dancing away, and a fall with another wicket for the Plastics. And I think was that James.
That was James. Now, I don't have any idea who's going to come out next. This has all been very much a surprise to me thus far.
Do you think we'll see the return of Alex a little bit sooner than number 8, or is he going to stick to his guns?
Well, just on that, I think I should offer a brief bit of explanation to the people who may have seen Alex hit an outrageous 94 or so earlier on.
94 off about 12 balls is what it looked like.
Yes, it was. So he has decided after 3 wickets and 94 for another team this morning that he has had enough cricket for the day, and so he is batting at 8 and not bowling. And now we have Mark Davies coming into the crease. He's the slightly imposing figure walking in from your screen right at the moment. Right, we're seeing a change of bowler too.
Yeah, and we've got Lena coming in, another member of the Estonian women's setup, who's obviously following on from Jana's dancing example and shaking some moves of her own.
I think 42 for 4 after 5 overs might warrant a bit of a shake.
Well, I mean, I think it's been, like, personally, I have a bit of a sense of pride for the way Hippos have approached this tournament. I think sort of the captain Stu has done a fantastic job of getting everybody involved with both the bat and the ball. We've got some sort of some good bowlers in the side. Like I said, we've got Tim Cross, who's Estonian leading wicket taker, and I think he's only seen maybe sort of 3 overs in the first couple of games, because it's very important in a friendly tournament like this to give everyone the opportunity to sort of get some experience, get some overs in, and if you take Jannika's example, pick up a couple of wickets as well.
Very much just seemed to be the ethos of everyone involved. We've seen batting orders reversed. We've seen all kinds of things that just to give everyone a go when people have travelled so much.
And the spirit of this tournament has been fantastic, and slight pun intended, as I see the square leg umpire being handed some form of spirit just off camera to our right. In the meantime, Lena just off the mark with that one and a no ball, so a free hit, and this gives Mark his opportunity to get off the mark, if you'll forgive the terrible pun.
I'm not sure I can forgive that terrible pun. Oh, and she just let go of that one a little bit too late.
Stu just querying how many bounces you're allowed on this pitch before a no ball. I think 4 might be over the limit, regardless of the optimism. So another chance here for Mark.
Just to clarify, for those of you that may not be aware, it is 1 bounce before the crease. A bounce after the crease is absolutely fine. Sadly, that did not get to the crease, really.
It's a better ball. Ooh.
He's really reached for that one, and it's just gone through as a runner by.
Good recovery there from Lena. I think Mark will be a bit disappointed he didn't do a little bit more than that. But
yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky to get your timing on this pitch. I've noticed it's waiting for it is sometimes works, and then sometimes it shoots through.
Yep. Yeah, it's a risky strategy letting it bounce at all, really, on this map. But there you go.
Just jumps around the ball and guides it to deep backward square leg there.
Yep. So let's talk a little bit sort of wider context of this tournament for the Plastics. Sort of how have you guys found this this long weekend here in Montenegro? Talk us through it.
As I understand it, and I was not involved, but we played in Viz. We toured in Viz last year in Croatia, and everyone had a wonderful time by all accounts. I unfortunately could not make that myself, but as a result of that, we were invited to a sixes tournament in the same location where we played against the Montenegro Buccaneers, who was obviously our wonderful hosts here. And then we were invited off the back of that. We're always keen to meet new people and encounter new teams. Oh, that is a lovely drive just for 1 from Mark Davies there. And yes, as a result, we came here, and we've already got a couple of fixtures lined up, perhaps for next season, with a few of the opposition here.
Does that include a trip over to the wonderful Tallinn to see our neck of the woods?
I'm not sure that is the case, but I'm sure we could.
Why not?
Well, I just don't think it's been spoken about. But this might be this commentary segment might be the prompt for it. That is a 4 for Robert Bishop,
and a fantastic shot from Robert there.
Take 52 for 4 at 6. And a very respectable 9 from Lena's first over.
Yeah, that was a good shot then to finish. You have a wonderful pull shot, found the gap. I think the team won't mind me saying we're not the quickest in the field, yeah. But yeah, back to what we were saying, sort of as we're both clearly nominated spokespeople for our relative teams, I think I can say that with a little bit of a WhatsApp conversation back and forth, and hopefully we'll find you on a plane over to Tallinn in the summer. It's a great place to play. We've got a ground in Tiskre, for those of you who don't know, which is just outside of the centre of Tallinn, about a 20-minute drive. We've got 2 cricket pitches right next to each other, with a rugby pitch in the middle. Oh, that one's up in the air. Oh, what a catch!
What a ridiculous catch. A one-handed grab on the sprint from Robson to get Mark Davis on the boundary.
Oh.
You may be able to hear the crowd chanting away and a ripple of applause.
Dave Robson, take your hat off, son, and take a bow. That was fantastic. The one thing to make that better is unfortunately it was off camera. The ball's up in the air. It was landing about a metre inside of the boundary. Dave Robson covered more ground than I've seen him cover all summer, running to his right, and took it with his right hand, which, considering he's a left-hander, just makes it all the more special. Fantastic catch there.
I think Yannicka might need to buy him a beer for that one.
Hang on, just bear with me 1 second. Robbo, sorry, we missed it. What happened?
Right, so we now have, you may notice some similarities in the batsmen coming across. This is the skipper, Peter Bishop, brother of Robert, older, as he's always keen to remind us. And he takes up at the non-striker's end for a bit of a recovery effort at this point, I do believe.
Yeah, 52 for 5. Plastic's got to be a bit disappointed with the start, but then again, the catching has been fantastic. We've seen, what, 3 catches of the 5 wickets, and that's another wicket there.
That's 2 in 2. I'm not sure that did anything special, but Robert just played all around it, sadly. And there's a man in a duck. He hasn't come in. I don't want to explain that. Do you want to have a go?
So we've just seen a cock run in from the side of the right-hand side of the field. Bright, well, don't know if it's a cock or a chicken, but you can make your own minds up at home. With a bat, and I think he was hoping to come in at number 8 rather, for the Plastics. But yeah, that's Yannicka's second wicket in 2 balls. I never thought I would say this sentence, but Yannicka of the Estonian Cricket Association is currently on a hat-trick ball. If I'm the captain, Stu Hook, I'm running out a helmet, standing silly point, and I think I'd have about 5 slips in here, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, so, yeah, the wonderful bit of bowling. You just got to put it up and on the stumps. That has brought Alex to the crease. Obviously,
I don't want to bat, I don't want to bowl. Well, 6.2 overs in, he's going to have to do one of them.
Yeah, and he's going to have to do it fairly well if Plastic's going to avoid being the people's least favourite cricket club.
You might not win the match, but you've won all of our hearts, Matt.
Oh, what a charming thing to say. You smooth talker, you. So Plastic's in a bit of trouble. Tallinn Hippos jubilant. And a long conversation on strategy between Pete and Alex.
And may I suggest, possibly for the first time this weekend, we're about to see a ball with all 11 players of the fielding side in shot.
It does look like it. There's definitely a bit of debate, isn't there?
And I think we've got Lena as 12th man in at first slip now as well. Not sure who she's replaced. Maybe we've snuck on an extra player just for the hat-trick ball, you never know, but it's all in the spirit of things.
We're seeing Alex practicing his forward defensive at the crease, so don't imagine he'll be going for a big hit first up.
I must admit, I'm a little bit disappointed. Your man, one of your main batsmen coming in for this hat-trick ball. I'd much rather be one of your tail enders, but let's see how it goes.
To be honest, we've got a bit of a strange squad. We've got people who can bat down to about 10 in most of our matches. But
oh, it was the hat-trick because she took a last ball. Oh,
right
well,
then.
we need to fire ourselves in the. So this is for the double hat-trick then, apparently. Absolutely amazing scenes. Wowzers. How is that? Huge appeal, not least from the commentary box.
Umpire unmoved. I'm not sure we can say that.
Boos coming from the Hippos on the field.
I'm not sure we can say our commentary is completely unbiased here.
Oh. Whoever that umpire is.
He did well to maintain his calm. And
he maintained his composure.
There.
He maintained the composure. Hang on, we've got a DRS review. Oh, wait, no, we're not there yet. Give us another year or two.
A lot of encouragement for the bowler from the field. Spectacular figures of 3 for 7 so far.
I did well for six and a bit overs, but I lost my neutrality.
You did, and Alex has... Oh! Astonishing shot, a flat drive over cover for 6, just over the leaping
Tim Cross. Again, one of our more dynamic players. Nice pointed toes on the jump, though. We'll give him an 8.6 for that one.
He knew he wasn't getting there. He made the effort for the look of the thing, which is absolutely what you should do.
Just shows we've got a drone above the field now as well.
Yep, they might want to watch that with Alex on the strike, and
4 is the call.
Looks
like another
it.
Lovely shot there. He's in good form today.
Yeah.
Take nothing away from Alex. He was fantastic when he filled in for the old Hors, and he's continuing the form here.
Yeah, it's a shame he only got 1 and 6 for us yesterday when it mattered.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. We've had a few words with him ourselves about turning up for the opposition.
And do you think that could have been anything to do with frivolities on Friday night, or am I being too kind making excuses for him?
Yeah, I don't think you can. Don't think you can be too kind to Alex. I think you should. You definitely say it was because he was feeling a bit worse for wear.
And that noise you can hear is the whirring of the drone above our heads. Not sure if that's picked up on the commentary box. We're joined again by our local fan club here.
They're very keen for the cricket.
They are. Well, it's good. This is the purpose of doing this. If you look over to our left, Matt, we've got about, 10, 15 locals sat on the wall watching. We've got 5 or 6 of the Montenegrin youth cricket team around us, ready for their opportunity.
Yep, and wonderfully, Oakhill and the Bounders are all still watching too. I think that's an indicator of the spirit in which this has been played.
Yeah, I think all in all, I don't think I'm exaggerating to say there's probably 100 people watching this game, which is quite a fantastic turnout. I told you it was the people's match.
And that's a defensive shot that accidentally goes out to mid-wicket for 1.
I am not the guy who's controlling the drone, unfortunately. I think they're over there somewhere, over to our right.
We are currently being interrogated by some curious people.
Here's Lena. That's a beautiful shot there from Alex again.
A slog sweep for 6 off Lena. That was not much anyone could have done about that, sadly. You're right, he is seeing it like a beach ball today.
He really is.
There have been an awful lot of 6s on this pitch today.
Yeah, the dimensions are quite interesting, and sort of as we're both touring teams here, sort of, was it your expectations? Did you have a heads up before, or what were your first thoughts when you came and saw the pitch yourself?
Being a less than spectacular batsman myself, my first thought was this might be my best chance for getting a 50. Sadly, that was not the case. I didn't get anywhere near. But I'm not ashamed to admit my hubris in regards to that. We are now 70 for 6 after 7.2, so run rate is not necessarily an issue at this point. It's more wickets in hand. We do have 2 of Plastic's stronger batsmen at the crease now. As you may see, Alex has just hit another 6 over mid-on. This time did just beat Dave Robson's outstretched arm.
And as we've seen, you don't want to give him too many opportunities.
What a grab.
Well, we've seen that catch, but we've also seen a hat-trick from Yannicka, a sentence I never thought I would say. Sitting here as a relatively happy Hippo, but Matt, you've got... while Alex is still in there, you guys are still in with a very good chance.
Yeah, so I think I wouldn't say we've got a very good chance, but I would say that
you haven't seen us back yet.
Well, that is true. I didn't even catch you on Friday because we were too busy getting drunk on a boat.
There you go.
But I would say that if we're going to get to respectability, these two batsmen are the ones who will do it. We do have a bit of batting to come later down the order, but they are very much the might come off, might not come off. Oh, a very confused run there. Alex was keen. Pete sent him back. Yannicka seems to have hurt her knee fielding.
Yeah, she has a tendency to field the ball with body parts other than her hand, which is a bit inadvisable.
Oh, I feel it's only fair at this point to mention Rachel of the Plastics, who is very much a body on the line type of player herself. Lovely stroke from Pete, very correct. Oh, and it's just gone into his foot for 4. Yes, she's our social secretary. She's organised it, everything for us, done a wonderful job. We haven't seen her getting peppered with the ball at square leg this tour because she opted out and preferred to score. But she's very much a similar type of fielder to Yannicka, I may imagine.
And yeah, Yannicka probably won't appreciate me telling this story, but she's missing a little bit of skin on her leg because we did the boat tour yesterday. And where we stopped for lunch, there was a bit of a sort of pontoon skipping that needed to happen, and Yannicka went first and went for the leap and fell slightly short. So she's got bruises on her knee, and I think she's got a bruise on her face as well. So it was quite the stack, unfortunately. But I mean, I'm sure she won't be feeling any of it now, given how her first 2 overs have gone.
Oh, that's massive. That was a lovely stroke from Alex. Sorry to interrupt your story.
No, that shot deserved it.
He's just absolutely walloped it just over mid-off. Or maybe straight. We're a bit of an angle to the pitch, so it's not really clear from where we're sitting. But
I think that was more or less as straight as they come.
Straight back over the whole bowler's head for a wonderful 6, and he's now 29 off 9.
Good numbers. And the Plastics needed this, and for all the neutrals watching, but also I'm sure you and I, we both want to see a good and competitive game here in the People's Final. So Alex will be hoping to push on from here and put you to a score that's going to hopefully set us up for a good chase.
Yannicka into bowl again, and he's just played a dab sweep for 1 to square leg. Just having a bit of a laugh with the bowler as well as he runs to the non-striker's end.
There you go again.
Right on that knee.
The other knee this time. There might have been a slightly painful one on the foot for Ragnar, but
she didn't rub it. You can't rub it on a cricket. You can't show that kind of weakness on a cricket field, can you?
She's a tough cookie as well.
What's really interesting is you will see Pete and Alex have very contrasting styles, but I think they will work very well together as a pair. And that's a drive for 4 through square.
And I don't think Lena would have got there anyway, but I think it's fair to say she wasn't necessarily paying much attention to where that ball was going.
She might have been on her heels, shall we say?
I think maybe she lost it in the sun for a second.
You can't quite see on screen the weather. It is ominous, one might say, but we have somehow managed to get 2.5 games in so far with no rain as of yet. That being why we are playing the People's Final last.
Yeah, and just to set the scene a little bit for those of you who have just joined us, we had a bit of a change in the running order today. We played the final as the second game of the day. rather than, I think actually that was yours and that was mine, it seems. Anyway, you didn't hear a lighter going off in the background then. Yeah, so we had a bit of a change in the running order today. We held the final starting at midday just because there was some unfavourable weather heading our way. We wanted to make sure that we had the chance to get that, and that was the Bounders versus Oakhill in the final there, with the Bounders being victorious in quite dominating fashion. Prior to that, early on this morning, we had the old Hors against the local Montenegro Bokaneers in the 3rd versus 4th place game. And because of the suspected rain, this is why the 5th versus 6th, aka the People's Final, is being held as the last game of the day here. And all our games today are now 15 overs, because I think sort of one way or another we are scheduled rain at around 3 p.m. local time here, which is in sort of about an hour or so. But I will say, looking around, Matt, sort of straight in front of us, just over the view of the camera, sort of there's some dark clouds over there, but I don't know, you feeling lucky?
I'm feeling lucky. It's held off hours longer than we expected. It hasn't really changed the conditions overhead. We're just seeing a change of wicketkeeper at the end of the 9th over.
I think. So we're going to have the captain Stu Hook taking up the gloves, rather than Kev, who has been playing wicketkeeper for the most of the tournament. But Ragnar's done a fantastic job there. She's got through her 9 overs, and a couple of edges came her way. But you wouldn't blame her for not hanging on to them. It's a very tricky pitch.
It's a very tricky pitch. We've seen some vastly experienced wicketkeepers, some really very good wicketkeepers struggle on this. The Bounders wicketkeeper particularly is excellent, very quick hands, and he struggled quite a lot. I struggled myself. I wouldn't categorise myself in quite the same class, but I was pretty much Swiss cheese in the first game.
And on the pitch, we've got a change of bowlers. So this is Tim Cross, aka Estonia's leading wicket taker, into the attack. And maybe this is a response from the Hippos to the way that Pete and Alex out in the middle are knocking it around. What do you think?
I think it very well could be. I don't know whether it was scheduled change. I have seen Tim Cross bowl as we were teammates yesterday morning.
Oh, of course.
And he seems to get it on a good line, on a good length, at a decent pace.
His the number of wickets he takes in Estonia is surprising. I mean, it's I think what you describe as a very orthodox middle pace, but it tends to swing a little bit, and yeah, he's always on the stump, so you don't get any chances. If you miss the ball, then generally that's the wicket down. But that's a lovely shot there from Alex for another 4 runs for the Plastics, bringing your team up to 100 off 9.2. Would you be happy with that score at the start?
I think we're pretty much where we would hope to be at this point. 10 and over, looking to accelerate in the later overs, but not. I don't think they have the wickets in the hutch to really take too many risks at this point. It'll be interesting to see how they play it. They're both quite experienced, calm batsmen.
And Pete's doing a great cameo job here of knocking the single and getting Alex on strike. 36 off 11. He's really carried on from his form this morning, playing for the Old Hors once again. Was it 94 off not many balls? Was it 32? Yeah, so a strike rate of, I think, 280. I think I heard from some of your other team members.
I think it was Owen crossing the ball. That's gone straight up in the air, but it looks like it's going to land safe. It does, and it's fielded with the foot on the boundary by Yannicka, is that?
It was Yannicka, yep.
And thrown into the keeper for 1.
She struggles to stay away from the action, that girl.
You love to see it. That's why we're all here.
So that's a relatively solid over from Tim Cross. I think that's 9 for no wicket. And now we have the Mac attack. He spins to the left, he spins to the right. Let's hope today's bowling is
all right.
All right. Thank you for that.
Okay, I think I know how the rest of that rhyme goes.
Mac is another member of our team who's been involved in the Estonian setup for a long time. And he sent in really to tempt someone like Alex. He'll toss the ball up and and hope we can get an edge or something like that. I think that's the strategy from the captain here.
It's actually a fairly good. It almost paid off there, and sadly, it's just
exactly like that
trickled over the boundary. But yes, waiting for the ball with that kind of bowler is very important. I'm not sure that is Alex's strength there. I think he likes to feel bat on ball quite quickly, but he is only one blow away from his 50.
Let's see if he can make it with this ball.
Came forward, danced back, missed it.
And a wide is the call, so no run there for Alex, but 2 scored for the Plastics. And I hope you won't mind me saying, the Plastics is quite a quirky name. Do you want to talk us through where that came from?
Yeah, for those of you who haven't already heard, there are actually a couple of different origin stories for the Plastics. One of them being started off on the internet, a group of people who had never really played cricket before, hadn't played for many years. I myself didn't pick up a cricket bat until I was 30. I'm not by no means alone there. We played at a very, very low, very friendly level, had people from 5 continents and 100, not 100 different nations, my apologies. That's Alex stumped, and my co-commentator has just raised his arms in
I was just having a stretch, just a little bit of a stretch there.
Oh, you have been sitting down for a long time. Yeah. And Alex will be disappointed with that. Looking over at the Plastics count, it's very good glove work from the keeper, and that change of tactics has really paid off. And we have Fred Coombs coming out to bat.
And this boy can bat as well?
He can bat a little bit, yeah. He opened yesterday morning and he got his best ever score for us, which was 48. Obviously, he was a little disappointed to get out for just shy of his maiden 50, but I tried to help him get some perspective on that, and 48 is 48, right? So it's interesting to see how he's going to go here. I wonder what Pete is saying to him. What would you be saying if you were coming out to bat in this situation? What would you be saying?
If it was me, I'd say 48 is 41 more runs than I've scored in my lifetime total, so don't worry about it. But I think realistically, in the context of this game, you've just got to be thinking. I mean, there's 4.5 overs to go, 3 wickets in the shed. I think I'd be saying sort of take a couple of balls this over to get your eye in, and then let's have some fun towards the end. I think that's the only advice you can give, really.
I think so. There's not to bowl, and he gives it long handle straight away. Robson fields with his favoured left hand and flicks it to his right. Great bit of work on the boundary. He covers the ground like a gazelle.
He's renowned for his pace.
And Pete just dropped it to point for a quick single.
But yeah, that is a shame for Alex. I think sort of even I, as a neutral fan here, wanted to see him get his 50 before doing something silly like running down the wicket, completely missing the ball for a garden sail and getting stumped. But there you go. Sometimes it's a funny game.
That's a very Alex way to get out as well. Yeah, or falling over and getting stumps. That's also a thing that happens sometimes. Seems to be a scrunchie coming onto the pitch.
Emergency scrunchie.
Yeah.
From Kadri, decked in the Team Estonian colours. One of our travelling fans. Helps that she shares a room with the skipper, but you know, we can't all be so lucky. And cross here,
and
starting a second over and dispatched there.
Yeah, almost a very sharp bit of fielding, but he just helped it over the rope. Sadly, over cover points.
Yeah. I think we've both shared our horror stories of injuries. But in the first over of our first game, I ran along that boundary. Oh, that one's up in the air. Yeah, Robbo's underneath it. And right in the middle of camera, another catch well taken by Dave Robson there, and a first wicket for Crossy.
Very safe pair of hands.
Very safe pair of hands.
He just didn't quite get hold of that, did he, Fred? What a shame for the boy.
Absolutely, and that brings the score to 200 and you wish, 124 for 8 off 11.2. But as I was saying, yeah, sort of first over of our first game, sprinting along the boundary, had a dive, missed the ball and took half the skin off my side. So it's a bit of an unforgiving pitch out there.
You may have seen Yannicka and Crossy having a good old celebration there. Yes, I heard about that. Did you get a fine for that? A fine, a forfeit?
I think I'm broke from all the fines I've had this weekend, but yeah.
Just on that note, I've had a few significant injuries myself. One in the very same way that you did it, and I'm missing half the skin on my left leg as a result.
And I saw that, and it's gross.
It is
so
gross.
Hope you're recovering.
Right, so we've got Cross on again to bowl.
With Jerry J on strike.
Yeah, Jerry Jameson, top wicket taker for the Plastics.
Good to know.
Took over me last season when I started wicket keeping. That's all I'm saying on that subject. He likes to give it a long handle. Let's see how he plays. Oh, he's gone for a ramp first ball, got hit on the toe and ran a leg by.
Unconventional.
Unconventional.
I think we'll call that.
I think there may have been some prompting from the bench for that.
In my cameo for the Old Hors this morning, I was into bat at number 6 and I was next up, and unfortunately due to Alex's heroics I never got to, but there was a bet on that I wouldn't reverse sweep the first shot. So we'll never know if I'd have gone for it or not because I didn't get the opportunity. But
well, the reverse sweep is a particularly tricky one. The ball has to be in a very particular place for that.
Well, especially when you've got no skill. So it would have been quite interesting to see. I had a word with the Old Hors beforehand and said, I don't want you to think I'm not respecting your team, but there's quite a lot of money on this. So would you mind if I did? But unfortunately, never got the opportunity.
I'm sure they were more than accommodating as they have been all weekend.
Yeah, they've been fantastic.
Very quick glove work there, but I don't think he's forever left his crease.
You could hear the squeal of excitement from Ragnar there, echoing around the Black Mountains of Montenegro.
What a stunning setting this is for a match, for a game of cricket.
It really is unbelievable, absolutely. So, yeah, surrounded by the mountains to our left, we can see a €250 million, 150-metre yacht with 3 garishly plastic-looking masks sticking out of it in the beautiful marina here at Porto Montenegro in Tivat.
And the hills in the background. Mountains. What is the difference between a hill and a mountain?
Well, you must have heard about my degree in geology. Oh, he's taken it.
And he has got a stumping.
He wobbled out.
Did he wobble out?
He was in, and then he had a wobble and his foot came up, and Stu Hook there behind, captain of the Hippos, very quick with the hands. And that brings in number 11 for the Plastics, and give us an intro.
Okay, so this is Big Ian. You may notice the irony in that as he strolls onto the screen.
I'm also going to enjoy the fact that the person he's batting with is your tallest player as well, so the discrepancy here is going to... or one of.
Yeah, so there's a foot in height difference between them. He's called Big Ian because we have another Ian who has 3 letters in his name, and Ian Gordon is spelt the Scottish way with an extra I. So he's the bigger Ian. I think what we're about to see is a specialist number 11's innings.
I'm very much looking forward to this. 127 for 9 after 12.1. That's one of the most conventional cricket shots we've seen for a couple of overs. I'm impressed.
He's just dead batted it out to cover point, out to point. I'm not sure where he was trying to hit that one. It was it's a fascinating challenge between bowler and batsman at this point. Oh. You hear shouts of "get him" from the field as Jerry and the bowler get very well acquainted.
Yeah, you can't turn your back to Mac, that'll happen. Here he goes again. Ooh, big bounce off that one. That might go all the way. Kev chasing it. Rolling back the years to fetch that one on the boundary.
It's quite.
Ball comes in, they've gone for 2. Ambitious running of 2, but good running in the end there.
Quite a stately chase, one might say.
Yeah. But yeah, good running from the Plastics there. I mean, at this stage, if you can get... every run's going to matter at this point.
Absolutely. Let's see what... Oh. Stu Hook's had another look at a stumping there. decided it wasn't on.
And that'll be the end of the over. So 129 for 9 off 13. Might be an extra run there that hasn't caught up on the scoreboard yet. And we've got Veko coming into the attack, who has come down from Croatia to be with us here in Montenegro for today.
And what does he bowl?
Pace. No,
you say that with a look in your eye that makes me not quite believe
a bit
you.
of orthodox left arm spin. Right arm spin, rather, excuse me. It depends how he's feeling.
Right. Okay, so let's see. I think Jerry is going to have a big waft at this. Let's see how that plays out.
I think this might be a wide ball.
It's nice to know that we both have so much faith in our teammates.
Yeah, we started with the optimism and we've just completely flipped it. It's fantastic. Now, Veko, he bowled a couple of overs for us in our second game on the Friday, and he took a few to get his eye in.
Round arm
That'll
action,
do.
but that's out
It's up,
there.
it's underneath Tim Cross, he's caught it, and that will be it. One ball, one wicket for Veko, and that brings an end to the first innings of this People's Final here between the Plastics and the Tallinn Hippos. Matt, I think we'll take a short break, but do you want to sort of sum up the innings from your side before we do?
So I think we'll be a little disappointed with that score. I think we probably missed Joey, our Australian gun batsman / wrist spinner / pace bowler, who I shouldn't compliment too much because everyone already knows that he's quite good at cricket, but he might have been helpful here in steadying the rot. I think we'll be a little disappointed with our innings. I think there'll also be a slight optimism that we can defend this total with our bowling, but I think the Tallinn Hippos have got to be quite happy with restricting us to that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think there's a couple of things to be happy with here. Sort of number one, I think 5 catches taken, and I can't remember any drops, but just give it up to Jarnica for taking a hat-trick. Huge apologies for us in the commentary box for not realising it was after it was split across a couple of innings, but that's a memorable moment for her, something we'll never forget, and yeah, fantastic for both the Tallinn Hippos but also Estonian cricket in general.
Yeah, and you see the difference between the veterans of the game and the women's team as they stroll off the pitch. The women were. There was a bit of rhythm to their training, whereas the more stately gentlemen, they took their time, they conserved their energy.
It's like the difference between electric and diesel in the lineup there. The old boys will get there eventually, but they'll make a lot of noise and produce a lot of emissions on the way. But with that, we'll take a 3-minute break. I think we're going to have a quick turnaround here, so we'll just mute ourselves to get a bit of a drink, and then we'll be joining you back for the start of the Hippos' chase of 130 to win in the People's Final here in Porto, Montenegro.
pass the headset over.
So we are back here on the commentary, just waiting for the start of the second innings between the 5th and 6th place People's Final between the Tallinn Hippos and the Plastics. But joined in the commentary now, we have the two Daves from the champions of this tournament, the Bounders, who are going to talk a little bit about the experience. I understand that we had a stand-in captain called Dave, replacing the injured captain, Dave, for the game today. But they obviously got the job done, and congratulations to you guys, and tell us a little bit about it.
Okay, yeah, well, as you say, I was a stand-in captain, big responsibility, David Isles. Captain skipper normally is David Higgins. However, I had to stand up to the plate today, and with a lot of guidance from the sidelines, from our main captain, we managed to do it. Thomas Tuchel, as he was known.
Yeah, very nervous from the sidelines, but the boys put in a fantastic performance today. Truly magnificent bowling, great fielding, and some good strategy.
Yeah, we got it just right today, didn't we, Dave? We got the fielding positioning right, we got the batting order right, and the guys did us really proud because they took all their catches, we took some good wickets, and we got some good play out there.
Fantastic. Took the wickets at the right time, put them under pressure, kept taking wickets so none of them could settle, and none of their batsmen really made a decent score. So that's a credit to the fielding and a credit to the bowlers.
Yeah, and I've just got to add, what a fantastic place and what fantastic organisation. We've been treated like royalty here, and everybody's looked after us so well, and it is so well organised, and everybody is just so nice. It's been amazing to come here, an area that we haven't been to before, although we do travel on our tours most years to some Eastern European destination, usually decided by Captain Higgins.
We've had some fantastic touring. Corfu last year, Estonia, so there's a few other teams we've played before, but actually, yeah, this is a super place, well organised, and very friendly professional teams that have turned out to play in the tournament, and all done in the right spirit. Competitive, but friendly.
Yeah, really super place to be, and we're really looking forward to the, is it the Plastics now that are fielding? They are indeed. So I think this is going to be a bit of a close game. We played them yesterday and we managed to beat them only just because they're very good. They've got some good players out there and a nice bunch of lads as well. Very nice bunch of lads.
Well, I'm looking forward to the award ceremony. It's the first trophy that we've won as a team for 30 years, and I'm delighted for the players and the team as a whole, those that are here and those that aren't here, that we can bring something home. It's very meaningful. It's a good trophy, good competition. And hopefully we'll be invited back to defend the trophy next year.
Yeah, I think you might have got that wrong, David. It might be the first trophy in 40 years. We're showing our age, I know, but...
I always like to keep it to the 3s rather than the 40s.
There are several young chaps out here playing for us today that actually sort of weren't born when the Bounders was created, which was back many years ago, and David and I were at Oxford Polytechnic. And we couldn't get in a decent side, we couldn't get in the main side, so we decided to start our own, which is where the Bounders was founded. So I think that was 1982, something.
I think it is 1982, yeah.
40 years, mate. There you go.
Oh, well, time flies.
When you're having fun.
Time flies when you're having fun. Now I think we're getting ready. The Plastics are warming up. And I think this will be a tight game, Dave. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think so. They're both very skilled. And some fantastic fielding by the Estonians. Some of those catches were just unbelievable.
Robson took the most amazing one-arm catch running across the boundary. I mean, that was just a truly remarkable catch, actually.
And they love their cricket. The only problem with playing in Estonia, I think it's about 5 degrees at the moment. So not always conducive to playing cricket. Playing in the snow wouldn't be a white ball, would it, Dave?
No, we have played there before, and it was the coldest match we'd ever played.
I seem to remember I was bowling with a beanie on, is that right?
I think you probably were, actually, because it was a very, very cold and wet day.
Oh, God, yeah. Well, the rain has held off here, which is good news, and hopefully we'll get the rest of this game in, and really looking forward to it.
So, well, as we said, 82, which is 40-odd years ago. We started off playing the Oxford colleges, and then after we graduated we moved to London and started playing various wandering sides based in South West London, and since then we've just developed as a team. Generations have come and gone, hopefully future generations will continue the Bounders.
We are lucky to have quite a good youth academy created by myself, having got 4 children, 4 boys, as well as 2 girls. So we can put out a good full youth academy Isles team on several occasions. In fact, we've got 3, including myself, we've got 4 Isles here today.
Fantastic, fantastic. And another 6 boys as grandchildren will be playing, no doubt, in about 10 years' time. And I'm glad I could add a Higgins to that as well.
Yeah. We could.
In fact, I do believe that the current generation of younger Bounders have produced the next 11 players for us.
Yeah, the club will go on and on, let's hope so, for many, many years to come.
Now I'm going to hand you over to Tom Kane, who was the top scorer today, 64 not out, a truly magnificent innings. Talk us through it, Kano.
Thank you, Captain.
Captain's taking a back seat again, going to rest that weak calf of his.
Great game today. I think we really performed.
Well, Kano, you were great. I must say, I was a little bit concerned when I saw you go out there. You looked a little bit rusty, but then it all came together. I know. It was wonderful to watch. Absolutely wonderful to watch.
I was thinking maybe I'd drunk too much, but I think actually I hadn't drunk enough the first 2 days.
Well, whatever you drunk, it certainly worked today, Kano. Well done. What was the score?
Thank you. 63,
63, not out. That was a really super knot for opening the batting.
Really enjoyed it.
Very good.
Really enjoyed it. The bowling performance came together.
Yeah.
And it was really the foundation for the victory, wasn't it?
Well, it did give us a really good background, really good.
Right. So we're about to kick off here.
Yeah, I think we better hand back to our wonderful commentator here, who's far more eloquent than I am.
So,
and I'll pass you back. But
opening
thank you,
ball
Tom.
has been snicked behind for 4.
Tom, if you want to stay there, I'm going to pass you over.
So I'm joined by another Tom here in the commentary box from the Bounders, who's going to stick around, but I am Tom from the Tallinn Hippos, sitting down and settling down for this Tallinn Hippos run chase here in the People's final, the 5th versus 6th place final here. So far we've just seen Stu Hook edge the first ball for 4, and the second ball nicely collected by Alex of the Plastics there on the boundary for a single, which brings Max Sedgwick of the Hippos onto strike. But Tom, congratulations to you and the Bounders, absolutely fantastic. I think it's fair to say Matt, who's going to be joining us in a bit, won't have any arguments in saying that, especially in terms of the bowling performance, by far the most tidy bowling we've seen this tournament. How are you feeling?
Yeah, great. Really enjoyable game. I think, we managed to turn up today and bring our best for the final game. So everyone was involved and everyone had a good game. And I think we bowled well, which set the foundation for to knock the runs off afterwards.
Yeah, and I think that combination of sort of early wickets but regular wickets is really what did it. But also I think sort of Matt and I were saying that sort of teams here tend to have sort of 1 or 2 very strong opening bowlers, and then it gets a little bit more sort of, let's just say, questionable, speaking about myself, in sort of the middle order bowlers, but sort of one after the other. You guys certainly have sort of a strong bowling lineup and the batting to finish up as well.
Yeah, so there was a few conversations, because obviously the move from 20 overs to 15 was a last minute change. So we had a committee meeting on the boundary, and there was some big debate. It was a bit like a G8 forum at Davos, I thought. It's quite some meeting, but I think we picked the right bowlers at the right time eventually. We've got quite a bit of experience within our senior members, the 2 Davids, who well over 100 years experience in playing cricket. So that
each.
See, those little grey cells, those old grey hairs, actually, they've seen a hell of a lot of cricket in their time. So they've, it's worth having. And actually, the great thing about the Bounders is we do have a little bit of a mix of older and younger players, and so that's you know, something we're really proud of.
I think you should be, absolutely. And I'm sure you've already explained, but I might have missed it. Can you just tell us a little bit about where the Bounders? So where are you guys based? Do you compete in a domestic league? How many of you are semi-professional? You know, talk us through it.
Yeah. So the Bounders was founded about 35 years ago at Oxford Brookes University. I think it was known as Oxford Poly back then, but yeah, it was a very long time ago. By the two Daves, and they've managed to keep it going ever since. David Isles has subsequently had about 15 children, and lots of them play. So we've managed to...
Are you one of them? Like, where are we going with this?
No, I am still related to him, but I don't tell many people that. Yeah, so there's a good youth academy of youngsters, mostly from David Isles, coming through. So, no, really good nucleus of a side. They're all very good cricketers. So Fred not so much, but yeah, we must get back to this game in hand as well.
Yes,
because
I think we're 9 balls in. That's the fall of Mac's wicket there. But I think of the 9 balls, we've seen 4 edges. This could be quite an interesting chase in the end.
They all count though, and but unfortunately he's just lost his wicket there with that straight ball.
Which is a shame for Mac, but he had a good knock in our first of the group games, and this brings on Dave Robson onto the strike, who famously hit a century in our first game. So with Stu and Robbo out there, this game's going to go one of 2 ways. It'll be over in about 10 minutes, or I think the Hippos will be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, well, if he does, it's the commentator's curse that you've just given him. But,
he doesn't need any help for that.
There is a member of our team who actually works in live sports commentary, and I'm hoping he's hearing this and he's going to come over and actually take the chair for a minute, because he's actually
I think
qualified.
Him and I were actually in the process in commentating on the finals game.
Ah, I see.
Oh, maybe not. Actually, I'm not sure. But yeah, anyone's welcome to come over and have a seat. Good. And have a go on the commentary.
Good. I think he's making his way over now. He's got quite short steps, old Henry, but he'll get here. There's another wicket fallen in the meantime.
Thankfully, it wasn't Robbo, it was Paul. I missaw, so I was a bit shocked at that shot selection then for a second. And the fact he was batting right-handed instead of left was a dead giveaway. But that's another great... I'm assuming, Matt, that's short Ian then, instead of long Ian, or just regular Ian? Average Ian? Lily.
Okay.
Lily, okay. Well, fantastic start for Lily here.
We've got Dave's and they've got Ian's.
It seems so, and yeah, fantastic start for Lily here. Then two for 1 off 4 balls. What a fantastic start here in the run chase for the Plastics. Talon Hippos under a little bit of trouble, and maybe this wasn't going to be the one-sided affair that it might have seemed so about 5 minutes ago.
Strong start. I'm going to hand over the commentary chair to our professional commentator, Henry Thomas Aldridge. It's been an absolute privilege being here. Absolutely wonderful setting, wonderful cricket, and thank you so much for having us. Right, Henry.
Right, we're back with myself. This is Matthew from the Plastics, or Matt as I've been called, and Henry of the Bounders.
Yes, hello. Very much looking forward to this. Good start from the bowling side here. What do you think?
I think they'll be heartened after getting a slightly below par score. Ian has been bowling Lily. My apologies. I've got accustomed to calling him by his actual name, but I shouldn't now that it's been established. But Lily has been bowling a decent line and length all weekend. That's a lovely shot down to mid-off for 1.
Well, 2 wickets in his first over suggests he's a quality bowler for the Plastics for your side.
Yes, well, he's a relatively new addition. He comes with a twin, and
not so good, or
Well,
or better.
The improvements that they've made since they joined are quite astonishing, really. They hadn't played since secondary school, and they've come in and they've picked it up. And not only are they fine cricketers nowadays, but they're a lovely addition to the club. We're just seeing Jevs come on to bowl. He does have 3 digits on his shirt because he likes to be contrary.
Explain the 111. Oh, close to a run out.
Yeah,
not out, not given.
I don't.
Explain the 111 if you, or take a guess.
I think he's just a strange man. His last number was 01.
Nelson. There you go.
Yeah. Some say it's unlucky. Statistically, it's no luckier or not luckier than any other score. That's a lovely clip down to final leg, and that is Fred Coombs' specialist fielding position.
Yeah, Fred has fielded very well in that position over the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Something that has been well received with all the teams, giving him a good reception.
It's been excellent, hasn't it? All the teams have got behind all the other
Absolutely,
teams.
absolutely. And we saw that in the first innings with a fantastic one-handed grab, didn't we?
Very, very good indeed, wasn't it, that?
Looked effortless as well.
It did. I was told that is a shot.
That's a huge hit. Dropped in the crowd. Poor standard, really.
There'll be a fine for that.
Fumble.
Yeah, he's. We were talking to some of the team members, and he making a similar catch. He broke his finger rather badly, so he'd only played 3 or 4 matches this season as a result of that, and then he takes that catch in the latter.
Looked
days.
effortless.
It was, yeah, very, very much so. Covered a lot of ground as well.
Some very good fielding on show here today. And that's a lovely cut shot for 4. No one stopping that one.
It does seem to be the scoring area for a lot of teams, doesn't it? That short boundary down at where would you say that is?
Third man, yeah. If you want to get it along the floor, that's the place to go. If you're going aerial, well, we all know it's cow corner, don't we? We've seen some big hits this weekend.
We have. We wouldn't have it any other way. If it's not a mow of a cow, is it even worth playing the shots?
Yeah, precisely.
And that one goes through to the keeper. Just a note on the keeper, he's deputising in my absence, doing a fine job. Charlie Bradbury there.
Have you taught him the ways?
I don't.
No.
He taught me the ways, I would say. He's very much been my guide through my cricketing journey.
Right. And where did that start? Yesterday?
It may have looked that way from the way I batted in the first match. But no, I've been playing for 6 years or so now. I don't seem to have gotten any better, sadly. Is that over? That's the end.
That is over.
The end of
At least someone's watching.
The end of the third over. Tatlin Hippos are 22 for 2, and Mark Davies is coming on to bowl. So this is, I think we're likely to see some darty off spin at this point, which I think is the right way to go on this pitch. What do you think?
Yeah, so a couple of our lads, a few off pacers, some maybe a bit slower than that, but that's we've got a good range in the bounders, I think. So I think we did pretty well with our bowling today. I don't know if you saw at all today, but the fielding and the bowling was exceptional, in my opinion, anyway.
Your totally objective opinion. It was, oh, that's another one that stayed low and the bowler apologises.
Oh, is that a fine for arguing there with the pitch? I don't know if you can do that. Maybe do some gardening on this, Matt.
It's been a very strange one, hasn't it? I was keeping while you were batting yesterday, and it wasn't much fun for anybody concerned, was it?
Well, when I was batting,
yeah.
Oh yes, that was a very poor showing for me.
Well, I wouldn't make any comments as to that. I just think the pitch wasn't your friend.
Yeah, the pitch, the bat, the ball, I think pretty much everything.
And so that's the third wicket down, and it looks like the Hippos are going to run into the same problem that the Plastics had, in that their run rate is quite good, but their wickets are falling quite rapidly.
Yeah, 3 wickets lost in the first 4 overs is not a good start to any chase. So runs required is just over 9, and its current run rate is 6.5. So need to be thinking about that. But obviously, as you say, keeping the wickets intact as well, so you can get far in the chase.
So I think if it gets up to about 12, it will start to be a bit of a problem. But right now, I think they'll still be quietly confident. They've got Stu Hook on the bat, and I'm reliably informed he's very good. And that is a fielded on the boundary with his thigh, thrown back
unorthodox, that's for sure.
Oh, we have a very body on the line kind of ethos, or maybe we just can't get our hands in the right position. We're not sure.
Well, as long as you stop the ball, that's all that matters.
Yep. And that is bottom edge straight to mid wicket, where Robert stops it beautifully. See, you guys have performed very well this tournament. You must be delighted.
Very, very much delighted. I think some of the old boys in the Bounders, it's one of their proudest ever moments, and as we've heard, Isles has several children, so we'll have to ask him later on where this ranks. But no, it's a big moment for the club. I think some were saying it's the first trophy after 35 years or so. So no, this will definitely there'll have to be a trophy cabinet built somewhere in someone's house.
So just briefly, a very good 6 from Stu Hook, taken for 22 off 11. I'm very happy to hear that. What a wonderful story. I must admit, I had heard some of the players calling David Isles Dad, but I thought it was just a nickname.
No, Daddy Isles, that's correct. That's how I was introduced to him when I first met him, Daddy Isles. So even I called him Daddy Isles.
That's really good. I hope that one day I'll be one of those esteemed senior players. Haven't quite got there yet myself.
One of the senior pros. Ooh, that's done a bit off the pitch there.
Oh, there's a run-out opportunity.
Oh, that was pretty close, actually. I think he was in, though, in the end.
Tim Cook was keen to get himself on strike there. Must fancy this bowler.
It's never a good sign if you're the bowler.
Yeah, sorry. Just bear with me a moment. I'm going to have a brief change in commentary.
Hello, everyone.
That change in commentary is Mr. Tom Kano, coming back onto the comms. How are you doing, Kano?
I'm very well, thank you, yeah.
Did you have something to say? You wanted at the bit, wanted to come back?
Well, I actually wanted to have a bit of a chat with you. Just
fantastic.
On the mic. Yeah, just wanted to go into your innings yesterday in a bit more detail, but in the meantime, let's focus on this ball. Yeah. It's another one that bounces up over his head off a length. A few of those.
Good pitch, good pitch.
Yeah.
So this innings.
You had some time in the middle yesterday.
Quite a few balls were used up, some would say.
Yeah.
Some say match-winning innings, though.
Wow, that's a big heave from the batsman there. He hasn't connected. If he did, it would probably be in Serbia. So Henry, what was the mindset as you walked out to the middle?
Well, I sort of forgot which format I was playing, I think. Few balls used up, and particularly the non-striker Fred Isles at the other end, when I got the single off the last balls to keep the strike, was a bit miffed, I think. A bit miffed, to say the least.
I was very rude about Fred earlier on the mic, and he actually batted very well.
Do you want to apologise?
Yeah, I'm going to apologise.
Yeah.
I seem to be doing rather a lot of apologising after yesterday.
Yeah, do you want to explain that, Kano?
No, I've forgotten it. It's forgotten. Oh, and that one's gone.
It's gone straight through batsman and keeper.
Yeah.
What do you make of this then, Kano? Let's have a little chat about the match. 100 runs needed of 63 balls.
So it's, a total that's there to get, but on this wicket and pitch, it's very gettable.
Absolutely, with some of the short boundaries.
If the keeper keeps kicking it to the boundary, they probably will get there. Oh, he's taken that one, though, down the leg side.
Few appeals there. I don't really know what for.
No.
Must be seeing something I can't see from here.
Yeah, there's a very big gap between bat and ball there.
Well, talking about slow innings yesterday, Tim C, 1 run off 5 balls. He better get going. Pretty sharpish if they want to get this.
Yeah, he's just missed another one. Although buys, there is a 1 in the buys column.
Keeper trying to use his pads there to stop the ball. Maybe should use the gloves next time. No, if Stewart stays in, 22 of 15, good start. Feel like he's got a good arc on him. He can get it over cow corner pretty well.
Yeah, he's connected quite nicely with a couple of drives. Looked very correct with those.
We spoke about it before you came back about your about the fielding. What did you think of the grabs from the Hippos when they were fielding in the first innings?
Oh, that catch! There was one catch running to his right on the boundary, which he took low down, one-handed. That was
spectacular. Yes,
that is worthy of any cricket match anywhere, professional or otherwise. That was superb.
Had a little chat with him, and he said, "Well, I wasn't going to dive for it."
Even better.
And that's another wide to add to the scorebook.
Yeah, Stu seems to be, he's gesticulating to the sideline. He's not very happy with that. He wants to be connecting with some of those wider ones. No, he's not connected with that one either.
He's struggling a bit in recent balls here.
Yeah, so 33 for 3, 5.1 overs.
97 needed off 59. It's doable, very doable, if they keep the wickets intact.
Yeah. And that's a nice shot. Low down, cut into the offside, picked up by Point, and into the keeper's gloves. Good cricket.
It's good cricket and good comms coming up next. So I'm going to say my farewells. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Archie Isles, one of 1,700 kids.
I will also be handing over to Will Smybit.
Afternoon, Smibes.
Afternoon, Arch.
It's a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure to be here too.
It's a slightly overcast afternoon.
Yeah. Not the best day we had out here weather-wise, but a lovely setting, as been said before.
It is absolutely beautiful. Smibes, 109 runs in the tournament, winning the trophy.
Yep.
How do you feel?
No, very happy for the runs, very happy for the Bounders win, obviously. I think we put in a pretty strong performance today, and it's just been a pleasure here to be in the ground. Lots of good people, great cricket teams, and now watching a lovely game for the 5th, 6th position.
Yeah,
am I right?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunately called the wooden spoon.
Right.
But
some good cricket on the show. We had a hat-trick earlier from an Estonian lady.
Well, we actually had a hat-trick yesterday as well, but the first wicket was off a known ball, caught behind.
Oh, that's a cracking shot. Absolutely pummeled over mid-off.
Yeah, he's absolutely smited.
And a strong cry of cheers from the Estonian ladies who have been pretty vocal today.
They've been excellent.
Yeah.
They've been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
And as I was saying, so the first ball, James Squickard bowled, and it was caught behind, but it was a no ball, front foot. The second one, being a free hit, was clean bowled.
Yeah.
And then the third one, he bowled him, I think.
Yeah,
so it was a hat trick, but it was one wicket.
Yeah.
One legitimate wicket.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's a shame. The record books will obviously.
Absolutely. And who have we got coming to bowl now? It's a chap who's played a fair amount of cricket this weekend. I believe he did 3 games yesterday.
Well, I was talking to him this morning at 1 AM, and he said it's his 100th game of the season.
Good heavens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cricket.
Bowls in his glasses.
And he plays
lovely locks.
Sussex League, and he bowls some rather nice off spin.
Oh, he just bowled his first ball.
Just been popped back. It's just landed over the rope.
Umpire's given 6.
He's sort of clothed it.
Yeah, he
I
has.
wouldn't say that that's come out the screws.
No, and I think on most pitches that would be landing before
Yeah.
the inner circle. But on this pitch, of course, that is 6 runs.
Yeah, you do get some value for your shots, don't you?
Yeah, yeah.
I sort of drag flicked one for 6 yesterday, which just sort of landed over the rope, which wasn't a clean hit by any means.
Right. Anyway, score here: 51 for 3, 6 overs, 79 of 53. Could be a good chase.
So Stu
and
is
he comes
the
into
captain.
bowl. Oh, he's had a big heave, and no, that's just a straight through. Obviously, the pitch offering a lot there, as it has done all weekend.
Yeah. So I believe Stu is the captain of the Hippos, and he is also the captain of the Estonian national side.
Is he really?
Who have only just got a ranking for the first time ever.
Good for them.
So, yeah, but they did lose to France in a very close game, apparently.
Yeah, yeah.
Excellent. So here we are, 51 for 3, 6.3 overs. It's well set, you would think.
It is.
I mean, WinViz would probably have it at about 50-50.
Yeah, I would say 50-50, particularly with these two at the crease. But this bowler can offer a couple of tweaks as he comes in. Oh, and it's kept low.
I feel like, after the summer we've had, his bowling could potentially be better suited to, a dusty track in Sussex.
Yeah.
He'll
get some value for that.
Yeah, out here it's tricky.
It is tricky.
It's tricky.
Here he comes. Right,
there we go. That's a nice one. Oh, can't
hit the pad.
Okay.
Old Robson. Is it a Robson? No. Do we know the surname of Tim?
No.
No.
We do.
Well, after the
Cross.
first,
No, sorry, Tim Cross.
After the first 60 over, it's been a pretty tidy over thus far.
It certainly has. Here he is again, coming. Oh, that's so
Oh,
good.
it's
He's
a
got a hold of
big
that
old-
nicely.
oh, it's a big six,
and it's
drops
down in the crowd.
But that was travelling,
He
Arch.
was literally trying to put his gin and tonic down at the same time as grabbing that catch.
Yeah.
But that was a very flat 6.
Gin and tonic's out here, no garnish. No, it's
no, it's a bit of a natural sort of gin and tonic.
as it comes. As it comes.
No, bit of ice though.
Yeah, you get enough ice.
Yeah.
More can be said for the EasyJet flight over.
Are you a lemon or a cucumber man?
It's a good question. Cucumber with Hendrix, lemon with most other types of brand. But anyway,
Tanqueray you'll be with a lemon then.
Yeah,
very good.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a good drink. But yeah, here we go. It's still hotting up here. The Estonian ladies probably still to come. Lena, one of their team members I was umpiring earlier. Nice little bowler, and obviously the hat trick. Now the ball's just trickled for 4. Another 4 runs.
That's a nice one. He's got hold of that really well.
Yeah.
It's not got off the ground.
It's not got off the ground. But at the end of the over, we'll be passing over to a couple more banners. We've got Dixie lined up to take a little spell. But for now, in comes.
Oh,
that's a big
wow.
6.
Excellent. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, he's got hold of that.
That would have been 60 yards, I'd say.
As the cries from the Estonian ladies go out once again.
Comfortably over the boundary.
And off he goes, chasing the ball.
Yeah, and so far no rain today, which we were sort of hearing
Well, we were.
varied
Well, that's why we had to push the games early, didn't we? And obviously only the 15 overs. But I think at the end of a weekend, no one's that disappointed about a 15-over game.
No, I think so. I mean, famously it was said by, I think it was Tom Kane, that cricket becomes a major inconvenience on these cricket tours.
Yeah.
We were a bit lethargic and weary.
Oh, and he goes again. And that looks like
that's another one
as well.
That's really helping.
And as the captain, Stuart, is starting to make hay out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's starting to tip the balance in the direction of the Hippos.
He is. And I'd say, though, that he is probably the anchor at the moment. I think if he goes, if the plastics can take him, then they're right back in it.
You remember him from the 2017 Bounders Tour?
Yeah.
Of Tallinn?
Yeah. Yeah.
Still getting the warmth back in my fingers.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the warmest of tours.
It's the only time I've ever seen a man in the cricket field in a beanie hat.
And I think I even sat on a chair at Cow Corner.
Yeah. Dad was wearing a beanie.
David Isles, of course.
Yeah, David Isles, sorry.
Obviously,
blood's getting a bit thinner.
3 boys out here at the moment.
And it was mentioned earlier, actually, that he's now got 6 grandsons. Oh, my word.
That is a glorious shot.
Yeah, that's
clipped over mid-wicket.
I would go as far as to say that is a 6 on any ground in the world.
I'd say so. That's a
really good shot.
Again, as the cries from the Estonian ladies cheer out once again.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So
and 1 ball to go.
And he's
20 from the over so far.
Yeah, just 1 away from 50. And an impressive strike rate of just over 200.
Yeah.
So here we go.
And
there it is. That's a 6. That's a great one.
That's a huge hit over square leg.
No, that was another big one.
And that's the end of the over, and that is how was running from that? 26 from the over. Huge amount of runs, and I'm going to be passing over to Mr. Dixie Dean.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Dix. Lovely
Good to be here. Some great strokes there. Absolutely fantastic. Good to see you, Arch.
Yeah.
83 for 3. Need 47 in 42 balls. Brilliant.
Thank you, Guy. Guy Leslie, 3 wickets in the match. This has brought over half a pint of lager for both of us.
We've just received a lovely cake from Mrs. Jones from Somerset. An amazing chocolate cake. I don't know if you're a chocolate cake person, are you, Archie? Or I'm very partial to chocolate cake myself.
I'm sort of Victoria Sponge, really.
Victoria Sponge, yeah. There might be one of those coming in.
But I'll certainly finish off a slice of chocolate cake.
Back to the cricket. So we've got the Pirate about to come in. Bowling. He's played a lot of cricket, this fella. His commitment is unbelievable.
He played all 3 games yesterday, didn't he? Because he tagged in for another. For the old Hors, who were short. And we've now got a dog on the pitch. Look at that.
Yeah.
Is that a golden retriever? Or?
There's a dog on the pitch that I think I saw at Crufts a few years ago. Looks very similar.
Do we know the breed?
It's a Labrador.
It looks like a golden
there's someone
retriever.
on the pitch now trying to get the dog off.
Well, it's actually an improvement, because earlier we had 3 dogs on the pitch, didn't we?
Yeah.
And but you know,
there's also a lovely pigeon over there. Can you see that? I can't make it out. Is it a pigeon or?
There is a pigeon. There is a pigeon.
It's amazing because I don't think they actually live here.
No, but they're slightly different than the pigeons on the continent.
They are.
'Cause if you notice, they've got slightly sort of longer beaks and then a little bit more agile.
They are. I think they're cricketers actually.
Yeah.
Here comes the Pirate.
Here we go. Yeah, all right. So hang on. Here we go. Here we go. It's a great catch. That's taken by Alex, who has been, I would say, one of the tournament's best players. He scored 94 earlier, I think it was, for the old Hors, which is great. Obviously, being a plastic, he stepped in, and yeah, great.
They've been a great bunch, actually. The Plastics,
they're fantastic.
Lovely team.
It's a great story as well, because they've not actually been playing cricket all that long. I think 2016 they came together on Reddit. They put a message out, and some of them had never played before, and they just started netting, and then they took the decision to go from nets to actually proper games, and they've got a squad of 16 or 17 out here.
No, it's fantastic, and actually through this tournament we've already arranged for the Bounders to play the Plastics back in the UK.
That's true.
So that is a positive outcome of this tour, amongst many others.
Excellent.
So just getting back, so 83 for 4, need 47 in 41 balls.
I think it's been slightly, the balance is tipped, hasn't it? Slightly in the favour of the Hippos, and I think, and now Dave Robson is batting, and he is actually the development coach for Estonian cricket.
Right.
Which is a position that he's had for, I think, just over a year. He's an Australian, he's from Adelaide, and he's come over to basically develop their cricket, which he said is quite tricky because it's such a short summer that they don't really have the weather for it. In fact, it's 5 degrees there at the moment, apparently.
No, he's a definite threat. I think if he can stay in and he can hit some big boundaries, I think they could be in a good situation here.
And he scored 100 as well.
Yeah.
On the first game, so yeah, they've got a good chance if he stays in. And I think 46 or 40 balls, should be gettable.
Is that a parrot hanging around the around the pirate there? It might be.
Oh, here we go.
Little knot,
just a little nudge,
single.
and I think that's probably all they need at this stage. Isn't it? They don't need to do anything silly.
Well, I think the key thing, what I've learnt in the last few days on this tour, is I think you keep the scoreboard turning over. Singles are crucial. I think that was one of the strengths of our batting. We kept things moving very nicely.
We did keep things moving nicely, and I think there are a lot of singles out there, and it is. Oh, here we go. He's got a hold of that. He's just sort of followed that one, and he's just put it over, sort of wide, fine leg.
Into the car park. Yeah, I was roaming around there earlier on, actually, looking for a ball. Which is quite upsetting.
Was that off your bowling?
It wasn't, actually, funnily enough. You might have expected it. But it was actually off our good friend Guy Leslie that's with us right now, which is rather surprising.
I think,
given his bowling stats. But
I was going to say, I think it might be a good opportunity to pass on to Guy to have a conversation about this. Guy, do you want to? No? Okay. No, he's going. He's just going off to get some more lagers. But no, rare for Guy to end up in a car park.
Yeah.
I don't know whether... Have you ended up in many car parks before? Off your bowling?
So, 91 for 4, 39 runs in 38 balls. This is getting very interesting indeed, actually.
It is. But I think Robson's the key. He's got a nice stance, isn't he? He's sort of like a sort of
gladiator.
Well, I was going to say a bit of a sort of Brian Lara technique, actually. Is that? Although I'd say Brian Lara used to sort of historically give himself a few more balls to get in.
Yeah.
Always said in England, in particular, you had to give yourself 30 balls every time to just get the feel of the wicket and what the bowlers were doing.
Anyway, we've got the pirate bowling now. Comes in. That could go.
That's huge.
Yeah,
that's absolute. Oh God, that's actually is bigger than the 6 that was taken off Guy Leslie's bowling.
Car park, the Leslie car park, I think.
The guy's already had a chat with the local attendant who said he's got a space there for life.
If only you brought a car, so next time maybe you could drive out.
Well, that was huge. I think that was the biggest 6. Kano was trying to claim the biggest 6 of the tournament, which he sort of clothed just over the head of mid-on.
Yeah, so, absolutely. Which just looking at the runs, though, Archie, the runs have dropped below the ball rate, so we're now 33 runs needing 36 balls. So
we're on to 5.5 required, which, dare I say, on this pitch, is not a huge amount, is it?
No.
I think scores have been kind of around. We've sort of been averaging probably 200 of 20. But we've got Velco facing, and that
is a wide. Must be.
No,
wasn't.
So the rules have been a bit confusing. The rule was that if it bounces off the mat, it's a free hit, even if you hit it for 4 or 6, which happened a couple of times in our innings. So we managed to get a 4 and a 6.
Oh, yeah.
At the same time as then getting a free hit, which seemed a little bit unfair.
I must admit, when I was bowling really well earlier, I did struggle with the first ball. It was a difficult. I think it was a mental thing. Was tricky because it was a guaranteed first ball wide.
Was it? I missed all that good bowling.
Oh,
That's
another
huge. That's absolutely huge. And I think this is a man who's in great form, and it could be the difference, I think. Very talented cricketer from what I could see, but he very humbly reminded us that having scored 100, that he did get 2 ducks when he toured here last time.
Did he?
Yeah.
Here we go. Coming in.
Got to pitch it really on this pack. You've just got to pitch it.
Oh, it's
that's
gone again.
enough.
That's enough.
Yeah, that's another 6.
Another 6. That is. He's really pushing it on now.
I mean,
26 runs and 33 balls.
He's now 25 off 6, which is a hell of a run
He
rate.
could actually win this on his own, I think. He's got that sort of credentials.
Yeah, he does. Seeing it very well.
It was good though, because having to play 9:30 on Friday was good that I hadn't been up. Like a long time, so I only drank until 4 o'clock.
Can we get Tommy back on to wrap it up? Just one guy?
Yeah. No, we're going to hand over to Tommy now. Just see this last
And
ball.
I'm going to hand him. That's just come off the track.
So we'll hand over to Tommy.
That
Good
is a run.
afternoon,
That
everyone.
is a quick run. Thank you for having us, Tommy and Tommy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, and sincerest thanks to you, Bounders boys, for filling in for this second innings. It's been fantastic listening along. How have you been finding it?
Been fantastic. Yeah, no, it's a great watch. We've just had a period of some pretty serious hitting from Robson, who I was explaining earlier is the development coach of the Estonian national side. Is that correct?
Development coach, and he also sort of oversees our social media as well, and he's the main powerhouse responsible for this fantastic setup we have with the stream.
And a very good cricketer.
He's all right. Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that. You wait until you see him play right-handed. He's on fire then.
The Australians don't need too many more pats on the back in the cricketing stakes, do they? Over the years.
Yeah, no. We just keep it out. We just keep it quiet.
That's the over.
That is the over, yes. So we are 10 overs down, 5 to go, but 18 runs needed from 13 balls here for the Tallinn Hippos in what is this People's Final, 5th versus 6th place here in Porto, Montenegro, in Tivat, Montenegro.
Absolutely, absolutely. Righto, at the end of the over, I've had my time. I'm being tapped on the shoulder, handing you over to Tom Kane, who was the match-winning opening batsman for the Bounders today.
Hello.
Hello. So we're finishing this commentary off with the 2 Toms, which is quite a fitting way to do it.
Pleasure to be on with you.
Yeah. Overall summary of the tournament as we come to what is unfortunately a slightly early end to this last game we have here. But yeah, overall tournament for the Bounders. How would you sum it up?
I mean, the sun's shone. We've played some really enjoyable, competitive cricket. And yeah, it's all really gone seamlessly to plan, I think is the summation.
And from a relatively junior member, how do you feel about Veiko out here? 1 pad, way into his 40s, smacking that one over square leg to 4. This is what this tournament is all about.
Veiko looks like he has rakia for breakfast. And
just the 1 bottle.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, maybe the one just for breakfast, 1 for lunch. And he's just smoked that one through square leg in a sort of, a bit like sort of John Wayne turning on it.
Back-to-back 4s.
Yeah.
So 9 runs needed here, 28 balls to do it. I think, Tom, it's safe to say
they've got
the Hippos are probably going to not take home the wooden spoon from Montenegro.
Mm-hmm. Robson has come in and really changed the face of this match. He almost changed someone's face over the fence as well with that 6.
Yeah, that one did land in the car park. For those of you at home who can't quite see, it was a monster shot. It was one of those moments where, as the ball comes down, everyone cringes a little bit and waits to hear the thud of one of the Ferraris or Lamborghinis parked in the Marina car park. But thankfully, it mercifully landed in the middle. It seems.
Thankfully, direct line. We didn't need to call them and check the policy because it just missed.
Other insurance brokers are available.
Yeah, that's right. Vieko's just had another big mow, but he's actually missed that one, sadly. But it's
a
all
wide
becoming,
ball, I think, yeah.
Yeah, it's becoming slightly immaterial. 8 runs needed off 26.
And that's a no ball to follow up as well.
So Tom, you've had a good time here?
It's been absolutely fantastic. This is my first cricket tour. I've been explaining to the viewers that I am quite a novice and a newbie to cricket. I do a bit more umpiring than actual playing. We'll just pause for a second because there's a catching chance here. Oh,
and it's not quite
no dive. He might be run out. That he is run out. Unfortunately, Veko not known for his pace, unless it's for that last drink at the bar in the evening. So there you go. Unfortunately, he's not going to see the end of this one, but that does put Dave Robson on strike. Actually, it was the last ball of the over. It takes Robbo off strike.
Oh.
And here we have one of the Estonian women's national team players, Ragnar, coming in to hopefully see this one home.
Yeah, thankfully Veko didn't wear one on his non-padded up leg. He's striding off after
it's actually funny, if he rolls up his trousers, there's actually just another bat there.
So yeah, it's great to have a mixed gender team here. That's something that's really good to see.
Yeah, fantastic. And one of the things I think at the Hippos we're really proud of is our inclusivity. We've got I think team members here from about 7 different nationalities in our 16-man squad that we brought over here, including 4 members of the women's team.
That's fantastic. And there's quite a few dogs roaming around in the outfield, or just beyond the boundary rope actually. I'm just trying to work out if some of those come with the Estonian team.
So 2 of them have, but they're not the ones that have been on the pitch. The other ones haven't yet been claimed, I think. They do have collars, but it seems to be, I mean, we were talking about how beautiful a place and Port of Montenegro is, but also how safe it is as well. I think it's a sort of place where if your dog strolls out of the supermarket and goes for their own little shopping trip or their own little bit of an explore, then they'll turn up eventually.
Yeah.
So,
just another delight of Montenegro.
Yeah.
Everyone's free and easy.
Are you responsible for the giant yellow cock over there? Is that one of yours, or...?
I think it's a duck.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
He's a long way away, in my defence.
Yeah.
Very, very typical Aussie name, Casper.
We're not, although I do love that. Yeah, the duck outfit is striking. It's a really good addition. So, Coombs just come on to bowl. 7 runs needed from 24. It's going to have to be extremely measured. He has taken a wicket first ball. However, bowling one of the girls out first ball. Oh, and the duck's on. The duck's on. He's like Jarvis but yellow. And he's running around in the outfit and he's following the poor old batswoman, the batter, who's walking off. He's traipsing behind her. She's being followed off by the duck.
I hate to say this, but the Hippos might lose this game unless Stu's allowed to return after retiring, which I think is against the spirit of things.
That's a big shout.
I think we're in for a little bit of a grandstand finish here, actually, as it goes.
So, yep, another female batter on. Luna, she's got on the back of her shirt.
Oh, I think we might still have Kev in the shed, actually.
Okay.
Got to watch out for Kev in the shed, but...
she's got a very good stance, a bit like Bairstow. Shifting on her feet, the ball comes down, lovely straight bat forward defensive. That is class.
But yeah, Ragnar will be disappointed. She knows her way around a bat. Oh. But yeah, not to be today. That's a wide ball, so a six for Lena here would seal the match.
Yeah. They don't have many to play with. She's got hold of that one. Yep. That's a lovely shot through. That's dissected point and cover. Oh, she's turning around to cover 2. No, she's been sent back quite rightly.
And this brings Dave Robson on the strike with 5 to go.
Yeah.
This might be the last ball.
I'll sign him.
So here it comes, Robbo 125 off 7. Well, that one stayed low. I think Dave wanted a wide for that one, but Mac, the umpire, is unimpressed. So 2 balls to come of this over.
It's Robson, heavy set, left-hander. Comes into bowl, and yep, it's in the air, and it's caught.
He's been caught.
And he's been caught
on the boundary.
This could be interesting.
Well, there's still 5 needed to win. We've got a little bit of drama here. We've got the hat-trick taker Jannica walking out for a bat.
So Robson has gone for 25, it says.
Off 8.
Off 8. And this is an interesting end to what's been an incredibly brilliant tournament.
Now, you might be wondering why Janica's not wearing a helmet. It's because she tried to jump over a pontoon yesterday and used her face as a landing pad, so she's probably thinking it can't get much worse. But,
right. Add to the
I think,
general.
Tom, we're in for quite an interesting finish here, because 5 off 20 is about the sort of run rate that I think is... this is going to be interesting.
Well, you know these players, Tom, so I'm waiting with bated breath, but... it says on the scoreboard here, Lena and Fred. Is she Fred?
I think Fred's the bowler, Tom.
Oh, sorry.
Who also had fantastic figures of 2 for 2.
Sorry, I've misread that.
And Jannica now in showing on the scoreboard.
Didn't get many A's in GCSEs.
Lena to face.
Oh,
look at that! Look at that form. Oh, there's a run there. Nope.
That's quite nicely guided into the leg side, but no, there's no quick run. Some good encouragement coming from the Hippos on the sideline.
And back to some pretty severe spin for the plastics here.
Yes, so the Pirates back on. He's gonna throw one off the wrist.
I'm only joking about that.
So there's the unhelmeted, is it Hanika, sorry?
Jannica,
sorry. Unhelmeted Jannica. She's standing there, upright, batting stance. And Gordon, I think it is, ready to bowl.
Bit of a pause there while Jannica was goading the bowler into giving him a best shot.
And he bowls, and oh,
here comes the duck.
The duck's back on because she has been clean bowled. She's celebrating as if she's got 100, but the duck's on, and he is...
And unfortunately, just off camera here, Jannica is duck marching herself off the pitch, followed by a very sad-looking duck, all in the spirit of things, and start like we mean to go on. This is one of the fantastic spirits of the tournament we've got here.
Absolutely. It's been a really, really fun afternoon, actually, today, and played in an excellent spirit.
She's got a hat-trick. It doesn't matter. She's still going to be player of the match for the Hippos, regardless of the batting performance, and all credit to her.
The hat-trick's quite some achievement.
Now coming in at number 10 for the Hippos, we've got Kev, who was our wicket keeper for the first couple of games. He knows his way around the cricket field, and as it happens, as a turn of events, a bit of relying on him here from the Hippos, I think.
I mean, only 5 to get, but you've got to get them. Stranger things have happened. So we've got the mountains in the background. Gordon's throwing a couple off the wrist again, just lining up, ready to bowl. Palm trees, black pearl, yacht in the distance. It's quite a sight.
And it did just dawn on me, is this going to head to a super over?
Right,
what are the tournament rules?
It's an incredibly good point, although that has been... Oh, very well hit.
Stopped.
Back past the bowler, but saved by the fielder, just for 1 run. Yes, Tom. Good point. The rules. We need to get the rule book out.
Fun fact, the Hippos didn't know that the group stage went on wickets until halfway through our second game, where we assumed we were winning the group on run rate, only to be told we finished bottom of the group on wickets taken. So, you know, someone around here should read the small print, but there you go.
Gordon bowls, and that has jumped off a length. I mean, another 15 of those, and they'll win the game. That was very lively.
Yeah, 15 balls looks like a very big number right now.
Gordon strides into bowl, ponytail flapping, and yep, Lena has played and missed. Good cricket though all round. Keeper takes it, feeds it back to Gordon.
And I'm assuming Lena won't be trying to push the single and maintain the strike here.
No. Oh, she has. Oh, lovely shot. They refused the single. She connected with that very nicely. Good technique Lena's got. Looking really good out there, but she didn't quite beat the infield.
She really does keep her eye on the ball.
Yeah.
So last ball of the over now. Oh, big swing. Oh, thankfully it's missed everything. And that'll be 13 overs down, 126 for 8. The Tallinn Hippos needing 130 to avoid the wooden spoon. And yeah, Tom, quite an exciting finish indeed.
This is actually closer than we...
I couldn't tell you how this way's going to go. This one's going to go.
It's closer than we expected, Tom. Looking at it now, it's 4 runs from 12. We'll see who's coming on to bowl. It's Coombe. But they are going to need to pierce this infield.
And it's a tough one to set the field for this, for the Plastics, because do you put everyone out to keep the single?
Yep, so they've gone for all men in the ring. I can't see many men on the back. Oh, yeah, there's a few going back now. One at long off.
Chance of hippos coming in from the sideline.
The Estonian flags are fluttering in the wind.
I don't know, I've now got an eye.
You guys have been brilliant representatives of your country and of cricket in general.
Oh, well, we appreciate that, and it's been fantastic to be here with you all. He's edged that one away, but it's only going to go for a single, so that brings Lena onto strike. And 3 runs now needed for the Tallinn Hippos. But yeah, Tom, thank you very much. I mean, we set out when we came here wanting to leave a lasting impression on all the other teams involved, and I think it's a credit to all the teams, the spirit in which this tournament has been played in. Lots of lovely guys and some Australians here this weekend. But yeah, it's been great. And yeah, I guess over to you, Tom. What's been your highlight of the weekend?
That 6 that I hit over the fence.
No, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to bring that one up again. Thank you, Tom.
No. There's been so many. It's been such a good tournament and a good weekend in general. I couldn't really give it one moment. I think we've still got 10 more balls to go. 2 runs needed now.
Yeah, it's a wide ball there, careless from Coombs.
But no, we just had such good games. Runs into bowl, Lena, playing with a nice straight bat, plays and misses.
Sometimes I'll be walking around like elephant.
And
that's a straight bat after 7 of those beers you've had anyway. So.
He's up the tension,
but yeah.
No, we're fine.
3 balls left to come in this over.
And no, there's no run there as well. That one's just fended into the onside, but with so many men in close now, only 2 runs to get. But
she won't be fazed by this many men in close, Lena. She'll play her game. That's another wide ball. That's very careless there.
Yeah,
Scores are level. Scores are level.
That's the game right there, I think. Those wides.
So, 2 balls left in this over, I believe. Can Lena see this one home?
Oh, Lena's hit it into the leg side.
No run, though. No run is the call.
So, 1 run to get.
2 balls left of the over. What an exciting finish.
Yeah. Oh, Lena has just through the bowler, straight for 4. Lovely half
And the
volley.
Italian Hippos have won this People's Final.
The Italian Hippos are victorious. They're streaming onto the pitch.
As fast as they can.
Arms
It'll be
in the
another
air.
5 minutes for the rest of the team to get there. But what a fantastic end to this tournament, and really a very exciting game. So Tom, thank you for joining me in the commentary.
Thank you, Tom.
I just want to say a massive congratulations to the Bounders for winning this 6-team tournament here in Puerto Montenegro, in Tivat, Montenegro. I want to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors here, Masala Art, the Blue Room, and Salon Privé. Thank you so much for hosting us. It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend for everybody involved. We hope to be back as soon as possible. The Tallinn Hippos taking 5th place, with the Plastics taking 6th place. Runners-up of this tournament, we have the Oakhill Taverners, and the champions of this Montenegro T20 tournament, the Bounders. Thank you very much, everybody. I've been Tom in commentary, and we'll see you again next time.